Yes, and come in peace.
In pieces, and you will leave in pieces. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, we are live. Welcome everybody to the Raging Atheist After Party. With us so far, of course, we have Nokasuchi, a Raging Atheist. We also have Inquisitive Quandary. We have Eliakai. We got Atheist News, and we've also got Jamie, that you guys know from Talk Heathen, and Alice, who I've never met before, but is wearing a very cool shirt.
One of these days you'll get my name right.
Eliakai? I don't know, man.
Eliakai.
Okay.
It took me like a month, Neil, so don't feel bad.
Did it? Okay. Jamie's trying to single-handedly bring back the grunge scene, it looks like.
Oh, I hope he does.
What if anybody can do
Bring
it?
back the grunge
No, I'm used to Jamie being in a
Flash.
suit.
I passed
Flash
up.
shirt.
My parents took me for my Christmas present because they wanted to get out of the way because they might go crazy or fly to. I don't know. My dad may be retiring next week or something. There's a whole crazy amount of shit that happened, and I didn't know I was going to be on a stream until like an hour ago. But I'm glad that I'm here. Thank you for inviting me, Neil. I got new boots, and I passed up like half boots because my mom said, "Ooh, we're too grunge." So
they're too grunge.
Great.
I'll save up money and go get the other shoes too.
No,
I don't know. I feel like you
back.
could put an axe over your shoulder and be lumberjack.
Yeah,
You look like you should be up where I am in the Pacific Northwest.
should be doing what?
I said you look like you should be where I am in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, wait, but lumberjack is like an American word, and Canadian non-lumberjack tree cutters.
What they call them, log rollers here.
Log rollers.
Yeah.
I think they're doing it wrong.
We have the rivers, and they roll the logs down the rivers, and there's actually a log roller song. I don't know. You can look it up
There's
on YouTube.
a lumberjack
but it's an old
song
black-
by Monty Python.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I know how log rolling works because I played Skyrim. So, like, that means I have all the correct information, obviously. Like, 900 hours, yeah.
I was about to go, hey, Alice, how many hours have you played?
900 hours.
Well, I need to go build my next house. Better spend the next 4 hours just hammering away on this anvil.
Oh my god, dude. The fact that the house in Solitude is glitched pisses me off. So all I do is I steal all the bread from all over Skyrim out of everyone's houses, and I just throw it all into that house. And so my house in Solitude is just filled with bread because I love bread.
That's the actual name of the song, Log Driver's Waltz.
Yeah, this remind me to hit you up about your setup for this, Jamie said, revealing his complete and utter ignorance of his chosen thing he wants to do with his life. I know what a camera is, so that's a good start. But that was a cool graphic. I thought for a second it was going to play the YouTube video. We were going to have a let's watch together.
Oh no! That's you can with this one. It's got a little thing they call banners, and apparently soon we're going to be able to have ticker tape, which you can roll stuff by, like on a news show. But
it's still kind of in beta.
You can do this one. Like I have a couple of banners that I always have ready because when I end up with people that say, "Oh, well, peer review and this and blah blah," and I always point them to this website where you can actually find legitimate peer review journals. Okay, it's the journal master list.
A journal.
Yeah, Ali, I think I'm sold on StreamYard again. I've been thinking about it, and I think I'm sold. Like their new improvements have really.
Yeah.
If you get back on StreamYard though, you won't be able to do the massive dumpster fire chats. You can only really do those on Zoom. StreamYard lets you
we'll
have
have
6
both.
people.
We're gonna have both, I think.
There you go.
I used StreamYard for Atheist Jeopardy, so I was a little surprised this week when I did David Worley's show, and he had some program I'd never even seen before.
OBS, isn't it? Is that what he uses?
No, I have no idea what it is.
Oh, do you mean the one that he uses for to make his intro?
No, whatever his streaming was, I had just never seen it before.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he uses.
T-shirts and shit rolling.
Yeah, he's got his T-shirts rolling and all of that. Yeah, I'm not sure what he uses.
He's got he's got one of my quotes on a T-shirt actually, which I thought was I'm like, really? I'm quotable.
I just have like plain old OBS.
The 604 atheist.
No, it's
to
something
be
about
fair,
bacon.
like OBS is a jackass, but it's actually really, really flexible. There's a lot of shit you can do with it.
Oh,
Neil, people again.
I know. I didn't touch anything.
You're the host, so clearly you're at fault.
No, it's the pagan tech curse. You've got me in here. It's my fault.
I think it's the Canadian Lumberjack Association. They got to him.
There we go.
By the way, Knock, you promoted me. You realize that the tech gremlins now permanently reside in your computer, right? Like that this is the fate you've brought on yourself.
I'm worried about their chance of survival because this computer is 11 years old. No.
Ooh.
Damn.
9, 8 and a half, something like that.
Damn, your computer's about to hit puberty.
You're at home right now, aren't you, Jamie?
That makes that sentence probably more than its complete and utter lack of being able to do what I wanted to do is going to make me get
Oh, yeah. Rebellious teenage years for your computer.
No, I work with kids during the day, and so it would feel weird to have a thing around that went through puberty. And I'm like, I don't know.
I'm being judged by an A-Dragon.
Yeah.
And apparently, all of this people dropping out of the show is all my fault, apparently. Oops.
Oh, someone said they're playing Skyrim right now.
Oh, yeah. Are you jonesing now, Alice?
Lilith Liberated.
Yeah, this is like the only game I play.
So
Somebody's an
I'm
addict.
still stuck in like
My PS4, the disc tray just stopped working on it 2 weeks ago. So my options now are just games I've downloaded, which includes Skyrim. So I
yes.
played them last week.
Dude, it was hilarious. I'm still stuck in like 2003, 2004. So I actually like have a profile on Vampire Freaks, and I posted.
Me too.
Yeah, and I posted a status or whatever. It said, "Talk Skyrim to me," and this guy messaged me and said, "I'm a strong Nord warrior and a great craftsman," and I'm like, "Ooh, you sir know how to flirt." I'm like too fucking obsessed with this game, I swear.
You're not doing too bad. The last Elder Scrolls I played was Oblivion, so.
That happens.
Hero of Kvatch.
I tried to go back to Morrowind, and I never realized, like, you don't remember this shit if you played it when you were a kid, but, like, fuck, fast travel makes everything so much easier.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
trying to play
Morrowind's
Morrowind is like, oh my gods, I can't do this again. Like, it's got a great fucking story to it, but fuck, man.
Yeah, Morrowind sucked, but Oblivion's story was probably one of my favorites of all time.
You could break Oblivion, though. Like, I did something
They're
really
Bethesda
funny.
games. You could break all of them.
You can't beat the voice actors they got for Oblivion. You had
I don't play Oblivion
John
anymore. I play
Bean.
Skyrim like nonstop. Like I'm
Well, one of my
obsessed
favorite
with
things
it.
to do is I'll go into like one of the main town areas after I've beaten the Thieves Guild all the way, and I put on the Grey Fox's mask and then start a fight with the guard, and then get the guard to hit another guard and then take it off. And then you just get to see this endless spawning of shit tons of guards that you can then loot. Because they will just keep attacking each other and spawning more and more and more guards.
I think
And
the
you're just
last
sitting
thing
there,
I played
like,
was
drinking your
fucking
fucking tea, watching them.
Pong or something.
Yay!
The other thing I did was in Skyrim, I got Shadowmere to kill a dragon by himself because he's basically immortal.
Really?
Yep, I just ran around in circles with the dragon attacking me, and Shadowmere killed the dragon by himself. It took an hour, but he did it.
Well, I was shocked last week when I was playing, and I was still finding stuff that I had never seen before, even though I played the game, 80 hours first time through. I'm still finding stuff I've never
Well,
seen.
because 80 hours, like, I mean, it's not like a basic linear game, right? Like, I'm on.
Uh-oh.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Frozen. You guys froze
Alice
up there.
doesn't do SAS the way I did, so I was going to do it for him. Be like, 80. Yeah, that's a lot of hours.
A lot of hours when you have
900.
Oh my god, this person said they beat a giant in Skyrim at level 3. I need to see that. Like, I need to see
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Bitch, you're in orbit.
Lies.
It didn't happen.
Lies.
To be fair, like, I named my computer Shadowmere when I built it, so, like, that's the kind of fan I am.
Yeah, Allie's a big dork like I am.
I still think, as good as the Thieves Guild quest was, I still think the Dark Brotherhood quest line was still just a little bit better.
Yeah, the Dark Brotherhood questline was good.
As much as I loved Carlia in the Thieves Guild.
Yeah, sure.
That said, in Oblivion, you could totally fuck yourself over with the if you were trying to do the Dark Brotherhood and the Mages Guild at the same time, you could fuck yourself over because they make you assassinate the Archmage as part of the Dark Brotherhood.
Ah! Yeah, I haven't started at, like, okay, yeah, 900 hours. Haven't done any of the Dark Brotherhood shit yet, Like, I need to do that. I just, I did kill the mean lady in Windhelm that is awful. Is she in Windhelm? No, she's
Solitude.
The little boy is in Windhelm performing Black Sacrament.
That's how the quest line starts.
Yeah, I already killed him.
And then you're abducted by the Dark Brotherhood, and you have 3 people in a cabin. You have to decide which one is guilty and figure out who to kill.
I always kill all 3 of them.
They're there forever. Like, you sneak back into the cabin and they're all still there with bags on their heads tied up, and it's like
blood everywhere.
Well, I can't do anything.
I just like having the dog with me and then being like, I'm part of the Dark Brotherhood and here's my puppy.
My main complaint about Skyrim, though, is that they did not balance the magic system properly. It's very hard to use magic at upper levels. You basically get stuck using heavy armor and like heavy weapons and shit the higher level you get.
I'm trying to level up.
Like you practically have to mod in order to use magic properly. Like you need the expanded mods that add a bunch of extra magic and add a bunch of like power to the magic system in order to make it work.
I don't know. I made it work, and I have Sony, so I don't have that many mods available to me because it's stupid. And I was kicking ass as a sneaky.
I always just leveled up.
I use a hybrid.
100 and archery to 100, and then you sneak up, and you'd be a couple people in the room. You'd blow one away halfway across the room with one arrow, and the other guy would be like, "What was that?"
Yeah, thieves make great wall decorations.
I never once practiced like archery in Skyrim. Like I'm always light armor, one sword, and magic.
Dude, you can power level sneak archerying people in like fucking dungeons. It's great.
It's fun. Yeah. It's fun, especially when you're like fighting down in Blackreach with the Falmer or something.
Oh my god!
Because I love just hitting them from long distance. It's
still the only game I make time to play now. So like I'll start a new character and fuck with archery.
Blackreach is so amazing, but I was so sad because I haven't started the quest line to where all the little entrances are open, so I could only get in through one like dwarven Dwemer ruin thing, and I had fucking Sven from Riverwood for 800 fucking hours, along with the cute little Dwemer spider from Solstein, and they couldn't make it back up the spiral staircase, so I had to bid them adieu after so long, and they're still fucking stuck in there somewhere. So they're not even back, Sven's not back in Riverwood. He's just still stuck.
I remember my first playthrough with Lydia. I just despised her so much.
I never used Lydia.
Born to carry your burdens. It's like, God damn it, Lydia, you are the fucking worst.
This is what it looks like to play the game with Lydia.
Oh yeah. I think I basically settled on the mage who worships Azure. That's who I mainly stick with.
Yeah, I'm on my file right now. I'm working on finding all of the demon prince weapons.
Someone said, "Are those cross?"
Yeah, Daedric weapons.
They're cross earrings with coffins, and they're made with like I thought they were wood, but they're squishy. So. Fimo. Yeah, I know they should be upside down to match the shirt, but these are cute, and they're from my friend's store here in Austin called Secret October, and I fucking love that place, and they're cute. I like it. It's fun. Jamie, come back. Jamie. I've never been on YouTube before.
Right. Nokasuchi,
you're doing fine.
I have a surprise for you. I've got Ted here with me. He wants to talk to you some more about Native American practices. Ted's a very strange name for a Native American spiritual leader.
His name was Ted Little Crow.
Oh, okay. That's
a lot of Native Americans have their first names are English, and they've adopted Native American last names.
Yeah, a lot of that is because, number one, people can't pronounce our names worth of shit, which is the reason why my mother gave me an Anglo-sounding legal name.
It's part of the genocide.
That's why you went with Aliakai to screw with people once more?
Well, Aliakai is an anglicized version of Alakide, which means Lady of the Dogfish House. It's my Haida name.
Yeah, she's a Pacific native.
Yep, I'm a half breed.
Totem poles, big in the Pacific Northwest, right?
Oh yeah, we got a whole bunch of them around here.
But see, there's a misconception about Native American spirituality as well, because there's a whole niche of actual white people that followed the old ways and followed the red road. But when it comes to my Native American spirituality, I practiced with actual Native Americans. Ted was Neil. What's up?
Yeah.
Ted was a full-blooded.
Neil, you're Ted.
Ted was a full-blooded Native American. What happened in the genocide was the Christianization of the Native American, and each word given white names. A lot of Native Americans have rejected their white names and only use Native American names. But a lot of Native Americans are still Christianized, and it's a big problem. It's a big division and a lot of reservations.
Oh yeah, when I eventually do my deconversion story, you guys will hear a little bit about that from me. My grandmother, my great grandmother, my great aunt, and one of my aunts. My mother comes from a really big family. I'm technically from a big family too, if you count both sides of my family, because my father had 2 kids before he married my mother. But like, half of my mother's side of the family, which is the Native American half, like reject their Native American heritage. Like they're basically whitewashed, and if they want any recognition, it's so they can get the benefits that could come with it. But that's also partially because my great grandfather, like his brother and sister, were murdered by racists right about the time that the government was coming around to enroll people in the tribes. So like you can see there's like articles and stuff on Ancestry that talk about the murders, and then like the very next census, my family was registered as white, even though right up until then we had been registered as Native American, because like he pulled us off the rolls and hid our heritage because he was terrified that would happen to us.
Yeah, I've gotten racism from both sides, from natives and from white people.
Yep, nobody likes half breeds.
Yeah, nobody.
Naka, you fucking half breed.
I know.
Dude, Naka and I had fun on Thanksgiving. We like shit talked the fuck out of Thanksgiving as 2 angry half breeds.
But Neil, I shit you not, I was like this close, like because I changed my name from the Raging Atheist to Nokasuchi. When I changed it back to a Raging Atheist, I was this close, and Ali will attest to this. I was going to rename myself the Ghetto Atheist. I shit you not, I was this close to doing it, and John Peterson talked me out of it.
Did he?
It's a damn shame.
I'm sure we'll see it pop up in Discord.
It's kind of an inside joke at this point.
So at Thanksgiving, were you like?
I was accused of being the Ghetto Atheist in several comments by several people.
Well, you kind of are, but it's great.
I am. I embrace it. I love it. I am the Ghetto Atheist. I will get ghetto on that ass. Everybody knows it.
I mean, we're all products of our environment. I mean, if you have some urban influence, fucking roll with it, man.
Oh yeah, dude. I've been up in the pen. Come on,
you ain't gonna
beer. You ain't gonna scare me. But I make mistakes. I admit it.
Oh, come on. Only humans make mistakes.
I know. That's the whole point of my channel. Like I'm a raging atheist, but like I'm a secular humanist, right? Like my whole channel is about humanism and promoting humanism, and you can be a shithead and be a human, and I cover a whole lot of shitheads.
Yeah, a lot of times if you're raging, it just means you're passionate about it too.
Yeah, it's my bear spirit. Like I don't really believe in the me and Ali have talked about this. I don't really believe in the old shit that I used to believe in, but I'm a lot of the stuff with the whole bear spirit thing, it described me to a T. It's kind of like a Gemini that doesn't believe in astrology, but yet can relate to everything a Gemini is, right?
When you say bear
Raise
spirit,
his hand,
I
Naka.
think of like the Transformers where they turned into animals.
Yeah.
Beast Wars?
Yeah, that was it.
Naka, will it surprise you at all to hear that I'm actually a Gemini?
Oh, I didn't do that intentionally.
But I'm just saying, would it surprise you at all to know that? Like, it's kind of funny because I fit the fucking thing to a T. Then again, they designed them so they're general as fuck, but it really
I'm
does.
speaking about myself. Like, I'm a Leo. I don't believe in astrology, but fuck, everything they say about Leos, that's me.
I'm a Libra. Of course, it's you. It's probably me too if I read it properly.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all about the
It's all
interpretation.
generalized
Yeah, it's all.
statements that can apply to
Yeah.
like.
When I did the Atheist Hall
Exactly.
of Fame this past 2 weeks ago, when I
Yes.
inducted James Randi into the Atheist Hall of Fame, he spent his
it.
early 20s as an astrologer for a newspaper, and all he would do is take the horoscopes, shuffle them around, and submit them.
Yeah.
He would keep doing that because people who read Aquarius didn't read the Virgo one last week. So he could shuffle them around and just resubmit them, and nobody would know that they're just getting whatever the previous week's like.
The one above them.
Yeah. So that's how he made money when in his early 20s when he was still a traveling magician.
Well, there's a reason when you read those in the newspaper, underneath at the very bottom in the small fine print, it says for entertainment purposes only. They legally had to start doing that in Canada probably 20 years ago, I think.
I know. I love when I meet.
That's pretty bad.
I absolutely love when I meet people that like believe in psychics. Because, like,
Oh, I know.
like I'm like, Google James Randi.
You just
Yeah.
Google James Randi.
That's all you got to do.
I mean, for what it's worth, I believe that there is a certain degree of that's possible, but I believe that it's usually done for yourself, like working with deity, because you all know I'm a polytheist, so make fun of me if you want. I don't think you go to somebody else and get those answers. I think that it's between you and the gods.
Yeah, Allie's the lone theist. So
And
lone tonight.
She's not alone. She has more gods than friends.
No.
Sorry.
She's used to it.
Oh my
I've
god.
been watching way too much stand-up comedy. and
You want to go, bro? Dude, that was not called for.
Or
What if I offer you
orgy
more
of the
beer?
gods.
Is it forgiveness?
I
Wait,
have.
what? Sorry, I don't know your beliefs. Which pantheon is it?
Hellenism.
Hellenism? Oh, okay. I was gonna be like,
Specifically,
like Thor, beer.
Howard Hunt?
no, specifically Hellenic Reconstructionism.
Okay, cool. That
so
I would
you only
go-
date construction workers that are named Helen?
So I felt bad about mine.
Reaching.
But they're still giggling. So you be the judge of who the best person is.
She'll tear a strip off me later. It's okay. So what are you drinking, Jamie?
Wait. Oh, sorry. I recently learned that on
Yes,
Twitch,
you're
they
Jamie.
banned my drinking. So when I stream,
Wow, it must be
I
strong.
drink juice of barley or whatever. So I'm drinking
Juice
barley.
of barley.
Egyptian milk.
It's
Much-
freshly squeezed barley and hops.
Much cooler than me. I just fancy thing just to have water
She's
in.
drinking the blood of a Christian.
Oh,
I got your back, sis. Don't
the
even
blood
choke
of
off.
bigot. So
My
bad.
apologies if you guys randomly accidentally hear a little bit of background noise. One of the guys is actually
Screaming.
for once.
Is
It's okay. I just have someone like tied up in the back. That's what it's
Yeah, here, the faint screams.
Listen,
Help! Help!
Listen, we gotta be
by the
close
way-
to friends. If you don't have a decent ball gag, I don't even know. Like, what are you doing? They're
Where
making
did I put it?
noise.
Everything's usually always in reach.
You will never
speaking
know
of-
how many people I have logged in my house. There's
Mind you,
Well,
if I
okay.
can't find a ball gag, a thing of socks will work just fine.
But if you have a ball gag in your here I am revealing things about myself. If you have a ball gag in your mouth, you can still make noises because your
Of course you
nose. Like that's
Yes.
how humming works. And if it's a training ball gag with holes in it, you could blah, 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 blah.
I have
Like
a friend that can whistle out of his eye sockets.
you can what?
What?
Sorry.
Whistle out of his eye sockets.
Most people actually can,
Yeah,
because
if they
it's linked to
learn
your
how.
sinuses.
Yes. I know. It's like, that's fucking
I
creepy.
have a friend who can do that.
Look, my weird thing is that I've got the muscle. I have the vestigial muscles behind your ears that let you move your ears. That's my thing.
Oh,
Neil
cool.
has a gimp suit autographed by Ving Rhames.
I can see that. I can still see that.
I wear it when the camera's off.
Speaking of stuff, Neil, by the way, the unhappy face
That
was
was
a
a
total
collab video
accident.
he did with Prophet
I
of
was
God.
trying to do like the eyes squeezed shut thing, like what I did in the Twitter, but it decided to put that angry face up, and I was like, "Oh
I
fuck!"
know. I'm like, I'm in trouble.
I do that all the time, Allie, because I suck with technology. I'm gonna fuck it up every time. I don't use
Well,
emojis.
YouTube is weird with their emojis
I hope you
because
ask it
some
first,
things
Naka.
become emojis and some don't, and it doesn't
I
show you what becomes
forget all
emojis
Check out
before
my
you send
YouTube
it.
channel.
I suck at it all. Like I can't do technology at all.
You seem to work just fine with your channel.
I have a lot of people that help, Neil. I have a lot of people that help.
I have a support group.
He's got a daughter that knows more about computers than him.
Yes, I do. I can attest to that.
I play tech support for him half the time when his guests have problems.
Jamie, I don't know if you know this. I passed 1,000 subs.
Holy shit! Wait,
Yeah, I'm at like
what was the last milestone that I was flipping out about? I was flipping out when you were
past
inching
500.
500.
Yeah.
And then boom, 1,000. You don't even
Yeah.
call me. That's fine. That's good.
Are you okay?
Congratulations.
Hold on.
Telling you now.
I'm happy.
Is it still the same number that's on the card you gave me?
Huh?
Because I know you're no longer
I mean,
president.
don't hold it up to the camera.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the address?
No. They're not going to read it. Don't worry.
No,
But,
no. I move too often to.
But is it the same phone number?
It's the same phone number,
Okay.
and the email is different because it's not president at. It's
Right.
Yeah. I don't know if I shouldn't say that because there's people that.
Nah,
try to-
DM me the new email.
Okay.
Because, the hundreds of thousands of people that are watching right now might start sending you emails.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Do we have a viewer count for this?
Yeah, right now there's 11. It's been up
Okay.
to, I think, 15 at the highest. But usually it's weird because usually the after parties get more viewers than my interviews for some reason.
My friend Alyssa is watching. Hi, Alyssa.
Oh yeah, I wonder where my people.
Everyone
What's
say
going
hi.
on tonight?
Alyssa.
Hello, Alyssa.
Hi, Alyssa.
Hello.
Nobody can ever do anything wrong in Neil's chats because they're just a sea of blue. Like, there are so many mods.
Oh, I know.
I'm surprised my people aren't here. That's kind of weird.
A lot of them are
Something else going
doing.
on.
You've got a few of your people are here, but a lot of them are doing the YouTube walkout.
Yeah. I almost did it myself.
I saw
The reason I didn't, Neil, is because I was scheduled with you.
Yeah, Styx
Actually-
and Stonehenge, we canceled ours because of the YouTube walkout.
Wait a minute. So me being on this after party doesn't mean I'm violating that YouTube walkout, does it?
Technically, Neil would be the one violating it
I
because
I
yeah, but
violate
the
everything.
I want Ferris to get mad at me.
yeah the YouTube walkout is basically don't watch YouTube for these 3 days, today, tomorrow, and the next day, and don't stream anything or put up any new videos for those 3 days. It's
that was
protesting the
other
new terms of
reason I couldn't
service.
do it. I that's all I watch is YouTube. So
I know, right?
But what if that one thing that you watch becomes terrible?
I agree. Like,
Wouldn't it be better to give up 3 days, which isn't even really a sacrifice? We've all thrown that argument at a Christian at one point.
yeah.
And then,
Me and Alex
Give up
talked
those
about
days.
it. I was going to do it. The reason I didn't was because I scheduled with Neil here tonight, and we.
Yeah, but that's my fault, not yours. So you're not breaking anything.
Well, I didn't quite understand that part of it.
I
So
don't
put a
care.
video out earlier.
Trust me, dude. Nobody at YouTube is going to go, what? Oh, wow. Look at that. All those 7 people are not doing YouTube for 3 days. Like,
And it's definitely my people doing
I
it.
get the point, but
It's the left side of YouTube that's doing it. It's it's my
Yeah.
people.
So,
And there's actually quite a few fairly large creators that are doing it too. Like it's a pretty widespread thing.
does it include and also, if you support the actions of the viewers, here's the link where you can spam, Larry or whoever's in charge.
There's a petition
mine,
that is
please.
current. There's a petition
there's
that's
a
being
petition.
signed that a bunch of the different channels are promoting as well. Basically a lot of people say the only exception is like UK election coverage because that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah. Wait, what's the date of the UK
That's true.
election? And
Tomorrow.
Oh, God.
But yeah, it's like the 11th through the 13th, I think, is the walkout.
Yeah, and the election's tomorrow. It was a hard choice for me because I'm totally on the side of it. I'm one of the channels that is looking at being deleted probably. So I'm definitely on the side of it.
Yeah, I'm our channel thankfully is definitely not a mixed audience, but we do cover a lot of really contentious stuff, and we do have at least 2 anarchists on our channel, so we're a little bit concerned because of the way how vague these new terms of service are. I'm actually more worried about Collective U because our content is animated. So, like, I'm worried about Collective U getting hit.
Yeah. How weird would it be if these terms of service stuck, and then all of the people that are going to get deleted or Solidarity, etc., all move to whatever the hell that one platform that those like 3 white supremacists set up to escape YouTube, and then just 90% of it was
Making the frogs gay.
in favor of like racial equality.
Yeah, I know there's been talk of like going to BitChute and places like that. Like we need a real YouTube alternative, I think, to get back to the old YouTube.
What about Daily Motion? Is that still going?
Oh gods!
I thought that. Wait.
No, I can't do
Daily
BitChute
Motion?
just because Brett Keen's there, and I refuse. And all the NIFB people I disdain.
There's an educational group of YouTubers because I'm pretty sure Legal Eagle was part of this this one, but they created a like subscription service type thing where a bunch of different educational YouTubers are kind of moving over to that, and they're creating content, and they're like paid directly rather than through advertiser dollars. Like they're paid a percentage of the subscriptions.
Talking about this with David Worley this week on his show about how if you got all the people who do atheist type YouTube content, got them together to create their own website to upload content, and got everyone to just pay like $10 for an entire year's subscription, and then disseminate that money out to the people making the content, something like that. But obviously an undertaking like that would take a ton.
Why don't we start our own fucking version of YouTube?
That's what I was saying. Like if you pay $10 for an entire year, that's nothing to one person. But if you get 10,000 people to do that $10 for a year, then we're talking a lot of money that can be sent out to all the atheists formerly of YouTube who make content.
Thinking like that, I would want there to be a rich guy that was around with extra cash to drop on it.
Yeah.
This should be where capitalism kicks in, and corporations should be seeing where YouTube is messing up and coming in to do something and create their own competition for YouTube and Google, but they're not doing it because this isn't a true capitalist country.
Well, the kind of closest thing that we have to a competitor to YouTube is Twitch, and Twitch is more of a live streaming platform than anything else, but they added their just chatting thing so that they wouldn't just be gaming, and just chatting is actually like their number one category half the time. Like a lot of political YouTubers have been getting stuff on Twitch, but Twitch isn't near as popular.
Yet.
Jamie, I forgot to mention, I got Andrew Seidel on the show.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he's coming on January 10th. It's going to be at 1 p.m. I actually booked the day off work just to do this.
Nice.
With pay, mind you, because I can do that.
It's funny because the call I took in the other room mentioned of checking in with Andrew Seidel and trying to get him to respond. So I was for an event. So.
Oh, really? Cool.
That was my mind deciding, no, don't call him out for not responding. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just be a gentleman. And that's what I've done.
Right on. Very good. I got Lloyd Evans. I got Lloyd Evans too. After watching him on your show, The Atheist Experience, Talk Truth Wanted, and
Atheist, Heathen Experience.
Talk Heathen Experience that wanted the truth.
I don't know if you
which I'm on Truth Wanted in 2 days, by the way.
Are you?
Tweeting. Yeah.
Awesome.
I've waited until 2 days to communicate that publicly. So
yeah.
Great.
I was gonna say,
don't worry, no one's watching.
Look for this little Easter egg in the ACA videos. He's been in Truth Wanted. He was on the last Atheist Experience, and I'm gonna keep hiding him so people keep having to look at him.
Oh, so Alice, I have suddenly I have a spot available for my show in January 20th, which is a Monday.
Boot someone randomly, like meh.
No, they had to bail out.
Oh, okay.
Because they didn't realize that they had booked a time when they were going to be out of town, so it wouldn't work for them.
Yeah.
So I do have a spot available if you'd like to come and share your deconversion story. And panic sets in.
And eventually say yes. It's great.
Yeah. No, I have like really high anxiety. Like I have a few, mental health issues. I'm very open about it because I feel like it's important for people to talk about it.
Of course.
And so I have PTSD, I have major depressive disorder, I have ADHD, and I have high anxiety. And so because of some of the shit that I've been through, I'm kind of I was really apprehensive about being on here, internally. I was scared. I was like, no, I'm going to be seen. People are going to look at me. And I don't know. I still feel some of that stress, but I feel pretty okay right now. Yeah, I feel like that. I'm just I just want to hurt.
You don't have to. You're among good people here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying this, and then should I allude to the thing that I might be doing in the future?
Yeah, that her last name, as far as internet content is concerned, might be Jones.
Yeah.
So that Alice Jones can report on the news.
Gonna report on the news and bring him the truth.
Yeah, right on.
Alice
Jones. The little tiny light bulb in my head just lit up.
That's
Alice Jones
been unlocked.
Yes, it has. Yes, I'm woke. I'm woke.
That is an actual name of one of the dirt bottles he sells,
I don't
right?
know. I don't pay attention to him that much besides watching his bullshit. I haven't really looked at his products. I should so that I could get the name right. I kind of just don't give a fuck about him as a person.
I hope
that's all I
don't. Because just say Brain Force. What did you say?
Brain Force.
Brain Force.
I don't know if it's a real product. I just, said
it. Sounds perfect. Named
I mean, InfoWars is basically just a front to try to shill all this cheap ass fucking merchandise that costs way too goddamn much.
Oh no, but he's so broke, and their show's gonna be shut down.
He can't afford his 7th Rolex.
Look at my 9 Rolexes. I'm so poor. Oh my god.
They're probably all $5 knockoffs, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Fighting the whatever he came up with the lamest possible.
I don't know. Mine's gonna be called Info Twats, so it's fine.
It's gonna be called something you can post.
I can post Info Twats on a billboard if I want to. That's what the asterisk is for. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
As long as the banner is you looking incredibly serious.
Yeah, that's right.
No, it'll be like a cut of you standing on the sign, like there's normally 2 people.
Yeah.
It'll be you, and then you at a microphone.
And Malachi.
And Malachi is there as well.
Yeah, this is Malachi. I never told you his name, but his name is Malachi, and I love him very much.
Okay.
So yeah.
That's from Children of the Corn, correct?
Yeah.
To whomever's watching, and also y'all, to mentioned Malachi being a Waldo, as I think is a potential secular alternative to Easter egg, but no one cares. Easter egg on ACA content. Some of the people in the booth have been adding some of those, not quite in post, but during. So if you've been paying attention, you've seen a couple of literal flat Earths show up in the background.
Oh yeah.
I think I saw one during your guys' show this weekend.
Sorry, what?
I think I saw one during your guys' show this weekend. The Talk Heathen show.
I'm so.
I wasn't in the booth at the time, so I don't. I was in New Jersey at the time, not murdering anyone. So.
By the way, I like the hair, Jamie. You gonna grow it out a little, or?
Yes, grow it out.
I'm
look good, brother. Looks good.
Applying for a regular working stiffs job.
He's going for that dramatic teen show where he can flip the hair back.
Oh, I know. And then all the girls go, oh. The guys go, oh.
No, all the teenage girls do that.
Get the hair out your eyes.
Well.
And thank you so much for coming back on Talk Heathen, Jamie, because you have been missed. Every week, there is several people in the chat that ask about you.
That's true.
It's true.
Because IQ and I both mod your chat, so
I miss being able to watch it, honestly, because I have no time to watch anything anymore. Not like I'm so far behind.
Behind what?
Watching any I haven't watched the Atheist Experience. I haven't watched Talk Heathen. Like
you're
every
missing
once in
some
a while,
good
I'll
shit.
be able to catch like scholar fiction, and that's like very rare. I'm so bad at
Wait a
being able to
minute.
watch anything.
Didn't you say that all you watch is YouTube? Not to cross-examine you.
Well, all I watch is YouTube.
Just
Jamie,
throw it
all I
out.
watch is YouTube making videos. All I do is response videos.
Yeah.
I spent like Allie will attest to this. I am obsessive, and I spend way too much time making videos.
Yeah, like I legitimately, there was one day where I got 6 fucking Patreon emails of like, Nokasuchi posted a new video. Nokasuchi posted a new video. I was like, I literally messaged him. I'm like, not calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
I obsess a little
have
bit,
been
just a
doing
little.
the opposite,
Little bit.
despite having ideas. So
And I'm part of the problem because I'll send him new channels. They'll be like, hey, I haven't seen anybody that's responded to this jackass.
Everybody sends me channels now. Like so I had to make a sock account so I could have like all of my atheist friends channels on one account. And then this account, A Raging Atheist, is nothing but the worst pieces of shit you'll ever watch in your entire life. It's insane.
Yeah, like I watch all of that shit on my sock also. Like my sock mostly is like anti-SJW stuff because I have to keep up on all of that stuff for Collective U and to help out with Pig. But like it also I'm starting to get Christian content creeping in there because the two overlap so much that I end up with this like hardcore Christian bullshit that shows up on there even though I barely watch it on that channel. Or on that account.
I often say, like, if I were to watch like Atheist more and get back into watching like the Atheist Experience more and Talk Heathen more like I used to do all the time, I'd probably be a lot healthier atheist than what I am because all I do is watch like the NIFB and these crazy people. It's insane.
No wonder you're an angry motherfucker.
PureFlix ads too, because I get PureFlix ads like all the fucking time, and I'm like, I don't want to see this shit. Like,
yeah,
I kind of do. I like a laugh.
Oh, that one where everyone's like, "Oh my god, you're
the
gonna
white
get
guy.
kicked out of the church because you just act so crazy," and all he's doing is like
the spirit
dancing.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That reminds me, Knock. When the hell are we doing our Matt Powell live react? Because we were supposed to do that when you decided to like catch the worst flu ever.
Yeah, I had the flu. We're gonna do that Sunday. We're gonna start reviewing Matt's newest movie. We're gonna have fun. I'm just so happy he's gone out of my state now. Like I'm just so happy.
Who? Wait, where is he going? What?
Matt Powell. He's
He
no
went to
longer in
Arizona.
Michigan. He's in Arizona with Steven Anderson now. You know, he's doing his thing there.
They're totally straight.
Yeah, totally straight.
Yeah, right.
Doing their thing. No judgments.
No, it's not their fault. They're straight. They were born that way.
It gets funnier.
Yeah, I didn't just review them in the desert together. Oh God, it was.
No, it gets funnier.
tempting.
They're
It was
open.
Hey, wait,
tempting.
they're in the. I wonder if they're anywhere near where Messenger is, because Messenger's in Arizona too.
Did you see that last night? You weren't around, Ali. So I went on
I was offline all day yesterday. I was
what's
sick
his
off
name?
my ass.
I call him CC. He's a new Christian dude. He's pretty cool. But he has all these Christians on it. Messenger was on it, and Messenger has this like Abraham Lincoln beard, but it's white. It really
What?
threw me off. It really threw me off. Yeah.
So like,
I can't imagine him with a beard.
And for anybody that doesn't know who Messenger Reveals is, he's the guy that cured PTSD. You might have heard about that.
He's the one who claimed he claimed that he cured PTSD, like on one of Knox's hangouts, and then proceeded to trigger the living fuck out of
Sirs.
one of Thuris's partners' PTSD. She's
Yeah,
a war vet.
that pisses me
Aaron.
off. Like that's not okay. Like
Yeah.
I travel a lot just to try to get healthcare because you know the US is so great with that shit. And I drive to Houston and I'm on 59 and I'll pass this fucking Jesus place. I don't know. And on the sign it says cure your depression in 3 minutes or 5 minutes or something.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I look
Is that
at it
possible?
and it says no insurance, no doctors, whatever. and I look, and it's just some Jesus bullshit, and I'm like, oh my god, that's not okay. Like,
Messenger
no, it's
claimed,
not.
Okay, if it actually
Messenger claimed that he cured PTSD, and that PTSD was a weakness of character and a weakness of will and a choice, and that you were actively, if you still have it, that you're actively choosing to continue to have it, and that it is. And I'm sitting here going, like, motherfucker, I've had PTSD since I was 6 years old. Like, my parents were fucking awful. Like, you're gonna tell me that this is weakness of will? Excuse me?
He literally excused it last night, Ali, as AR exaggerated everything, and you know how he hates AR. And I'm like, dude, I was there. Like I literally had to like kick the guy off my streams, and like, you can't come on my streams anymore because you keep attacking people's personal traumas. And he has, like, he's in the psychology field. He knows what he's doing, and so like I'm like, dude, you can't. It's not.
Okay, it's obvious to me, like when I went to, it's obvious for me, when I went to school, I didn't specialize in psychology, but I got a fair bit of education on it because of the field I was trying to go into before I got sick. Like, legit, you can fucking tell that he is like an armchair psychologist that has read a bunch of shit on the internet and has never actually worked in the field.
I promised him
he does not talk the way that a
dialogue.
fucking counselor does. He doesn't, and he offers, like, psychological advice to people who are not his clients. He breaks doctor-patient confidentiality constantly, like, in his live streams and shit. It is fucking obvious that he is not a professional, and whenever you try to confront him, he will not tell you what his alma mater is.
And Sirs did a video on him, so like it got around, and Sirs won that battle, but he's still butthurt about it. But I literally had to cut out the last 20 minutes of the last stream I had the guy on my channel because he attacked a very personal situation with a very personal friend of mine. After I told him, no, don't do this, and he did it anyway. And last night he was justifying it. But I didn't turn this. I didn't mean to turn it into a messenger stream. It's just kind of like, it was a big drama for a long time.
Well, and
You're fine. For a second, I thought we started talking about Jordan Peterson.
No, he's a tiny little spit. Like, he's a tiny little spit anyway. Like, he has almost no coverage. Most of the people who watch him hate watch him, as far as I can tell. Like, he's not. It's not even worth platforming him or paying attention to him at all.
It's sad because like the guy was a friend. Like, I thought he was a good dude, and he just turned out to really not be. And then the whole cure for PTSD thing, you're affecting people's lives at this point. Like, you are really offending a very core part of people's beings. And then you're attacking their personal trauma. It's not cool, dude.
This is the kind of harm that you stand against on your channel.
Yeah, it's what I stand against. And he was justifying it last night. It was kind of crazy. I ran into him last night, but yeah.
Chocolate. Sorry.
Fun times being an atheist on YouTube. Always.
Yeah, it's sort of like I've got my own struggles, and like I have 3 roommates, so it's difficult to find a time when the house is quiet enough for me to stream in one of the decidedly not soundproofed rooms or whatever. What
is that?
Excuse for not going out and trying to.
Why don't you see if won't Eric and Thomas allow you to
Israel or some?
Jamie, you are loved in our community.
Oh no, I know.
You should get around, man. Like, you are loved. We all love you.
Yeah. It's
we
true.
need to have you. We need to have you on the channel.
Everyone's
sometime.
jealous of me because I met you personally.
I'm good at showing up when other people have done work.
Well, you can ask Knock. I'm good at doing the work.
He does all my work.
But Jamie's really easy to like, guys. When I first went down there, I think you were one of the first people I saw when I walked into the hotel. And it was like we just hugged, and it was like instant, like because I called into the show, so he already knew who I was by that time. And I'm loud and obnoxious anyway, so it's kind of hard not to notice me.
That's why we.
But anyway, that's right. Yeah, exactly.
I spotted him, and I went, "That man is walking in here like he lost a kidney."
Well, I tried. I really did try, but they wouldn't let me. But anyways, yeah. So, and then later that night,
worth of blood.
yes. Oh yeah,
I'm
more than.
hoping I'll get to meet y'all this year at Faithless Forum. I'm trying to save up
Oh, yeah.
enough. I just had to redo my roof. Like we had to drop $34,000 on it because there was a shitload of damage. Like the eaves were damaged. We had shit in our attic. They had 3 layers of roofing and there were nails that were poking between the roof slats and there was no plyboard or anything under the last layer and no tar paper. So like somebody done fucked up. Like they used plumber's caulk to do the flashing around the chimney. Like it was the previous. Oh yeah, like Neil's sitting there going, "Oh God, yeah." It was expensive as hell. I had to get the whole thing redone. We had to get one of the roof slats replaced. They had nails literally through the metal of the gutters. I don't even know how they did that, but there was literally nails through the metal of the gutters. We had to get those all replaced. We had to get a brand new downspout. Like it was expensive as fuck, but we had to take out a loan.
I'm gonna add this story to my repertoire so that I can throw it at my own. Like, no, I don't want to own a house.
That's what I say.
My family complain about fixing them.
Well, the good news is when you drop $30,000 on a repair, it usually actually increases your house value by like $50,000 to $60,000.
I don't ever want to own a house.
It's a great
ever.
investment. But yeah, like unfortunately, money is now tight because of that. Because we had to pull out a loan, and it's a lot of money every month to pay on that.
My ultimate goal in life is to like travel around in a old VW bus and shit, you know, and live in there, just YouTube from that shit. That's my goal.
It's got to be the hawk nose. It's got to be the old 21 window or whatever.
I just want to live in a van, dude. Like honestly,
down by the river.
Van.
You know, if
that would be the life.
And talk slower, you become a hippie. Dude, I just want to live in a van, man.
Well, I'm not.
I used to be a hippie, and then I became ghetto. I was totally like a Grateful Dead head, and then I got all ghetto and shit.
I'm sorry.
Naka, you're still a goddamn hippie. Like you're a fucking softie when
when
you get off the street.
All of my real life friends are hippies. So.
I've got hippie tobacco.
Oh!
It's legal here.
This one in particular is called.
It's legal
Bubba
for Neil
Kush.
too.
This one's called MK Ultra.
We need to hang out, Neil.
This one here.
That's right. At some point we mentioned that I should visit you, right?
We did. Yes.
Yeah, Neil and I were talking about that shit tit Like we have to hook up. And
all right, I'll be there in a minute.
Fuck yeah.
We advocated for 12 years, and we got that shit legal here in Michigan. I was part of that.
It's legal
shit.
where I am too, brother. It's legal here too.
Yeah, when I actually visited Ann Arbor a couple of years ago, because they have medical reciprocity laws, and I was a medical marijuana patient.
You're using big words again.
She's so smart, Neil. This is why she's my co-host.
I'm sorry.
I smoke pot. I don't know big words.
It says my goal in life is to become goth enough to shit bats.
That's a good goal.
Nice.
Like, wait. Are the bats gonna be alive? Because then you could just have an endless supply of bats for pets and just have your own colony outside your house.
Oh, yeah. They come flying out. They can't really. I don't know.
But yeah, I was saying that when I went to go visit a buddy of mine over in Ann Arbor, because of y'all's medical reciprocity laws, I was actually able to get some stuff for like my back pain and stuff to help me sleep while I was out there because they accepted my medical cert.
What up?
I saw that, you fucker.
Oh yeah, I have my camera on, don't I? I've had it off and on like this whole stream. So yeah, let me turn it off.
It's okay. It's legal here.
It's legal here.
I'm not breaking
any rules.
There you go. Oh yeah, you're it's legal there too.
Okay, shitting live bats. That's pretty fucking goth.
Yeah.
Shitting dead bats. I don't know. That's impressive, but maybe not quite so goth.
That's like a Guinness Book of
I think where
Records
it really is if you're shitting undead bats. That's fucking goth.
Yeah, undead bats. But I mean, they say you can tell your health by your shits. So I mean, that's got to be a healthy shit, right?
Mm-hmm. It's sort of like
that's you can have that.
Is a valuable resource for
really goth.
So you'd be shitting vampires if that were the case.
Vampire bats would be weird. I don't really want anything biting my butt, so I'll pass on this one. But
How large are we
They're-
talking?
If you're passing around the power of shitting
I don't
bats,
want every shit to
Well,
be
vampire bats
first.
generally don't actually bite adult people. Like
Yeah.
they have a hard time. They mostly bite like livestock and kids.
Yes, and their ankles and stuff is where they do that.
Oh, geez, the neighbor's shitting bats again.
not live bats, not dead bats, undead bats.
Undead bats. Undead bats. Like
Those Dracula
leggings.
Those are fucking epic.
Mhm.
The cute thing that I've seen from LuLaRoe, because I don't pay attention to like fashion, because who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I only care about T-shirts because that's all the audience sees.
This is the
Hands are so cold.
My hands
this
are
is
cold.
the extent of my
bed.
Christmas decorations.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
being the
jealous.
annoying little sister. Hey, look at that!
What?
That's my extent of my Christmas. Wait, are you a sister?
The chosen family.
Ah, gotcha.
It's also an excellent excuse
Yeah.
for me to say, oh yeah, did you know the expression is actually the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb?
That's metal as fuck.
And it's the opposite of what all those old fuckers said. Oh my god, you're so cold. Stop.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like the fucking road less
She is
traveled
the
poem.
undead.
Everybody thinks that it means something totally different than it means.
Yeah, because it's like this made all the difference, and it's like this sarcastic. I chose a different road, and I'm still dead. You know.
Pretty much, like it's like it doesn't fucking matter. It's the entire thing is like kind of a middle finger to the idea of looking back and regretting past choices. Basically, like you're at where you're at, and it doesn't really matter.
I was scared for a second. I thought she was going to rip your beard off.
Surprise! This whole time.
it's Lee press on beards.
On that kind of subject, though, this is probably a little bit deep for an after party, but it's a thing that I've been thinking about. In the productivity.
You sure you do this?
Yes, absolutely. You and Knock both. Knock and I do our best philosophizing when we're both high as fuck.
Yes, we do.
We will
What?
talk
What
for
did you say
like
about being
hours,
fuck?
just like shit talking fucking philosophy. But there was a thing that I was reading. I'm kind of a self-help junkie a little bit, just because I'm being kind of an entrepreneur. I run my own business on top of like doing all of the YouTube shit, and
Wait a sec.
like-
So you're a junkie?
You
that
sound
helps
like a
yourself?
person who's good at doing the work.
kind of yeah. And like I'm hooked on productivity culture just because I have ADHD, and like trying to optimize my schedule and shit is kind of the only way I cope with it. And like there was a book that I was reading recently. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it was The Obstacle is the Way. But they were talking about how you don't actually choose the things you want in life. You actually choose your problems. Basically, like you don't, when you're trying to go for a goal, you often think you're picking this thing that you want to accomplish, but in reality, you're picking the problems that you don't want to deal with and the ones you do. So like he talks about if you want to become an entrepreneur, you know, you might like the idea of running your own business, but you also, if you're making that decision, you're ultimately making the decision that you want to deal with the problem of having to like self-organize, of uncertainty regarding your income and things like that, over the problem of having a boss that's breathing down your neck, or feeling like you're not accomplishing anything in your life, or feeling like a drone, or whatever it is. And so he talked about like the way to optimize your decisions is to choose the problems you would rather deal with rather than the things that you supposedly want, because ultimately, like when you accomplish things, the feeling is short-lived, but the issues that you end up dealing with, those are the things that you're ultimately like going to be stuck with. That's going to decide whether you continue on this path or whether you give up on it.
All right, so that's very
Choose
complex.
the mountain to climb based on how stupid it is,
What
not how high it
cereal
is.
do I want in the morning?
Okay.
Well, I was curious about what you guys think about that. Like, it's just, it's an interesting concept, I
It
think.
sounds like an old, it's not Confucian saying. It's one of
It's,
those old sayings from not Texas.
it's almost
It's be careful how you choose your enemy, for that is how you will fight. Or it's something like, it's like, the wording is all wrong, but it's basically like you choose your enemy and the way that they fight will be the way that you fight. And it's sort of like, instead of choosing the goal that you want, or instead of choosing the mountain you want to peak, you choose how steep the mountain you end up climbing is going to be.
Well, yeah, because basically the idea is every like big change you make, every positive thing in your life is going to create an entirely different set of problems for you.
So to me, that's a matter of perspective, right? Like at the root of Buddhism, when I think about it, and they're like, oh, all of life is suffering or striving, right? Which is, I think, a better translation of, I forget what the actual word is.
That's Christianity. You're thinking of all of life is suffering.
In Stoicism, they say that life is a constant balance between being enslaved to your passions and being enslaved to your aversions. Basically, the things you want versus the things you're scared of, and it's a constant push-pull between those two.
Yeah. I mean, I think so. I tend to think of an ideal of, you like a book I recently read, your passions are an elephant and your mind is a rider and you should steer it as best you can. But when I brought up Buddhism, what I meant is that it seems like it's the opposite of existential heroism, right? Or existential heroes, which is, oh no, all of my life will be rolling a boulder up a hill and watching it roll down. I'm going at it again tomorrow.
Sisyphus.
As opposed to all of life will be struggling. Allow me to meditate and be reborn.
I think I agree. I'm like, like if you don't try, you fail. But if I would rather fail trying, right? So, but I think I think this is also from what I heard of it, Ali. This is like I think why I become more anti-capitalist the older I get. I'm so much weirder than everybody else because everybody supposedly becomes conservative, but I become more anti-capitalist the older I get. Just personal insight.
To be fair, I'm kind of the same. Like I'm pushing 30 pretty soon, and I'm becoming more and more anti-capitalist myself.
Closer to the mic, Steve.
I think that might be just I don't mean to say, oh, you're just a product of your times, but capitalism in America ain't doing so great.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
That and I was going to say, yeah, it's the old expression like, oh, if you're not a socialist when you're young, you need to have your heart examined. Oh, if you're not a capitalist when you're old, you need to have your head examined. And I'm like, oh, if you live your life at evaluating complex social and economic systems based on how well their sayings around them are written, you need to get hit in the head with a tire iron.
Shit.
So sorry, I like
in Minecraft.
In Minecraft, no violence. That's
yeah, I agree though. Like stereotypes just don't matter. I was conservative young, and now I'm more and more liberal older.
Yeah. I will say though, the fucking conservatives have the platitude game on lock. Like they are so good at short, pithy, wrong sayings.
Do you mean? Can you elaborate? What do you mean? I am a political science junkie, so when you say conservatives, I don't know whether you mean the way that word is used in America to mean that political party and what it's thinking at this moment, or whether you mean
like is it a Reagan conservative or what I would call a Trumpinite?
I'm talking about like the way that the term is used abroad, people who are trying to preserve traditional values, quote unquote, things of that nature. Yeah. So not necessarily specifically like your anti-SJWs, though I guess they would fall under that umbrella technically. Like when I use the term conservative, I'm using it in the sense of like, say in Britain what you're talking about, or in Canada.
Yeah.
I tend to use like alt-right to refer to most conservatives here in America because the Republicans have kind of fallen to that at this point because they've been giving into the Trump agenda.
Yeah, me and Ellie are the same page.
Oh God. Hold on. In defense of the Republican Party at the moment. Nope, not gonna. Okay, got it. Kept it down.
Sorry.
Give that lady a bucket.
Pathetic vomiters out there.
When I say conservative, I mean like
and I have to
old school Republicans, the ones I missed.
In the sense of like preserving what has worked, I've realized that there's still a kind of stress. So I was raised by a libertarian and a conservative. It's not in the like raised by wolves thing, but there's that. And then I went to a very politically active college, and my views have changed. So there's that about conservative. But I will say, in defense of the Republican Party, God, it's taken so long to get to this point I don't want to have to make. Sure, the party at the moment is occupied by a weird combination of like
Oh yeah.
neo-white fascists and Christian nationalists, and the magical blend where those two overlap. But there's still some regular olds like Reagan-ish.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yes.
not the
They're
worst.
very much against them.
I know. I really hope that they start stepping up.
I think the hard thing is, though, like when you look at even the
Trump's
Nixon
getting
administration
impeached.
outright admitted that they were running on racist platforms and stuff.
Oh,
So
I have maintained that I have hope that the conservative Republican Party that I used to be a part of is still there, and that these senators are going to respect the establishment of their power and their authority. And I know, but I used to be a conservative Republican. These people take that shit seriously, and you can talk a big game right up until the moment you vote. I have hope that those Republicans are there, but I don't know. We'll see. There's a test
for
now.
this
The
election.
Republicans
There's
that
a test
were
now.
there have left office, and the Republicans that were like at Fox News that were like that have left Fox News. They're like abandoning.
The Senate's different than the House. The Senate, they take their institutions seriously, so they'll talk a big game. We'll see. I have hope.
well, the thing is, I've noticed that
Reaganomics failed, Brandon. Sorry.
I've noticed that a lot of the Republicans I've met, though, tend to be single issue voters. Like a lot of them are.
That's what it's become. That's what it's become. It used to not be like that.
Especially during the Hillary-Trump race, like many of the more, I guess you would say, moderate Republicans that I know, because I know a lot of extremists, but there are a few people in my extended family, like my partner's families, that are what I would call more moderate Republicans, your so-called Reagan-era Republicans, and a lot of them ended up voting for Trump because of the abortion issue. Like, a lot of them were like, I just can't support Hillary because I know that she's going to put somebody in the Supreme Court that's going to be pro-abortion and Roe v. Wade won't be overturned. And that was their entire reason for voting. And I know that obviously that's not a full sample size, but when you actually start to look at some of the data that's collected, there's a lot of single issue voters, and most of them, that issue is abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Abortion and guns.
In part, the election, Mitch McConnell's effort to create the McConnell rule, and then 2 years later amend it because I believe that Mitch McConnell has no soul and that he deserves not to have.
No one.
I don't have a soul.
Yeah, no one.
I mean, he's a turtle.
And it's kind of a joke and not actually being mean.
Oh,
It's
I know.
been like a weird few weeks, and I've got like weird, like,
Well, you're in
yeah,
Jersey.
get a face with a tire iron. It's fine.
Mitch McConnell is a turtle in disguise.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain he has turtle DNA.
Huge turtle conspiracy.
I was gonna say, are you suggesting that we make him into a soup? So
I wasn't thumbs up. I was thumbs up.
I would not eat that soup.
Sisters on here.
Yes, I saw that. Winnie.
Yeah.
Ew, why would you put that in a
Yeah.
soup? You don't know where it's been.
Soup.
I mean,
I put
like,
everything in soup.
let's face it, guys. Like, Republicans are against abortion until one of their mistresses needs one. Just saying.
Yeah.
That's I can attest to that.
Here in
Being
Missouri,
from-
Your words have never been spoken.
mhm.
there was
Yeah.
a Missouri politician. His mistress. He told his mistress to get an abortion. That literally.
Well, there's that, but it's also the
Turtle.
in a weird way. Even though the Republican Party of America's primary system is more democratic than
I agree.
the Democratic Party's primary system.
I totally agree.
They've had that long tradition of like, no, the grand old party, we always do this. They've been guilty of like, no, you will wait your turn because it's his turn to run for president type shit, right?
The U.S. is not a democracy; it's a democratic republic. If it was a democracy, then the popular vote would be the sole decider. It's a democratic republic, which is why there's an electoral college.
Well,
Okay,
Yeah.
well, the Electoral College,
I-
like, it would still be a republic just with Congress. Like, the Electoral College was a solution to a problem we no longer have.
Yeah, I personally think that we need to get rid of it. The
the
Electoral College it benefits the
Trump
right.
wanted to
It
get rid of
doesn't benefit the left.
So-
He, won the election.
Unpopular opinion, unpopular proposal. One, make
Yeah.
the Electoral College what it was intended to be by the founders, which is not a win the state, take all. I think it was either Hamilton or Madison on their way out of life and politics proposed a constitutional amendment to make it that, because that's what they intended it to be, was you win some of the state, you win some of the electoral college votes. And then two, not to like, oh yeah, the Democratic Party loves the word progressive now, undo some of the early 20th century progressive things. And I think it would be interesting if
I don't like
senators were selected by states again, but I don't know how I actually feel about it. In terms of a real world thing, it's a non-starter and I wouldn't push for it. But it's interesting because I would like people to be involved in a way where they have to be informed.
Yeah, I think we'll always be under an electoral college. I would just like to see it gone because Democratic votes are centered mainly in the cities. And the way that Republicans have gerrymandered, we'll see, like, there has been some decisions against them, especially in North Carolina. So, I mean, we're going to see in 2020 just how big a change that's going to make. But
Problem is how many
twice now.
So hold on.
Well,
Well,
for one, like in with the Al Gore election, we recounted those votes and he won. But because the Supreme Court didn't allow them to recount the votes, he lost the Electoral College. But with Hillary Clinton, and trust me, I am no Hillary fan at all. I am a Bernie guy. But with Hillary Clinton, she won by over 3 million votes in the Electoral College gave us one of the biggest doofuses in the history of the country. I think we have to look at it.
Yeah.
I think the big thing though is that there would have to be federal regulation on the way that voting is done if we were going to abolish the Electoral College, because right now the states are kind of allowed to do whatever they damn well please.
And Pete, the electorates don't even have to vote for that person. Like there was out in the Pacific Northwest, actually, there was an electorate who said that even if Hillary won the votes, he wasn't going to vote. Like technically, the people who are selected.
Yeah, well,
those
that's another
are
fundamental problem in this country. I am defending Hillary
regulating
Clinton.
against Facebook.
She was demonized by Republicans for 20 years. People hate her for no reason outside of the fact that she's Hillary Clinton.
She was a good
I know a lot of people like that. They will say the worst things that you could imagine a human being saying about Hillary Clinton. And it's disgusting. She cheated, my guy. I will straight up say she cheated her ass off. Everybody's talking about how Donald Trump cheated. Hillary cheated. But I'm still going to sit here and defend her because she was demonized and people voted against their hatred of a woman instead of looking at her record.
Mm-hmm. That's a new sort of trend is in terms of voter turnout is it's not how inspired you are by your party. It's how disgusted you are by the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it makes me sad. It makes
me too.
And my yelly but still hopeful high school plaid wearing. I'm not a Republican, all right, because I'm like my grandmother before me. I would still probably say this, like my grandmother before me. I am in the goddamn pendant. But yeah, it makes it sound like I'm like, oh, I'm mad about things, and that's why I'm gonna vote. You've said a couple of things where I'm like, oh, if this was a stream with just the two of us, this would be a deeper conversation.
I will say to Atheist
Jamie,
News,
I would love to have a conversation with you.
There's a correction that I want to issue there. There are only specific delegates in the Electoral College that are allowed to do that. They're called super delegates. The regular delegates can't, but the super delegates can.
Right.
Wait. Are you talking about the Democratic primary voting? Or are you talking about the...
No, we're talking about the Electoral College, because he was saying, they don't even have to vote for who the state votes for. And I said, well, technically the regular delegates do, but the super delegates don't.
That's what I was talking about.
So I actually am not sure that that's... I know that there are super delegates in the Democratic primary, and I know that the states have passed laws restricting faithless electors. So that I forget how many states it is where it's like,
Texas.
You do. It's a fine if you vote incorrectly and then you're removed and replaced by a person that does correctly. In the most democratic sentence I've ever said in my life, you voted incorrectly. We're fining you and replacing you with someone else.
Yeah.
I need to talk to people that are actually good at putting together videos and content, because in the past, I think it's just it must be slightly more than 3 months. I've had a regular commute again, which means Audible, which means I've read like a metric butt ton of books. And don't smile like that. You're just, I
do what I want. You
she's
can't
distracting me.
You can't
All
tell
right.
me what to do. You're not my real Dom.
You would say that right now
I
when I'm already struggling with my words and taking way too long to say this point, because there's a lot of things that I've read that overlap and that are, I think, incredibly important and relevant. And some of them, it's sort of obvious how they overreact, like Fear, which is one of the ones about, hey, I got access to inside the Trump White House. It's a shit show. But there's also things like How Fascism Works, which is the one I'm in the middle of right now. The Cult of Trump, which is good. And then reading that with Alpha God. And there's another one that relates directly that's not Coddling with the American Mind.
I've never read a Trump book. Man, I'm jealous, actually. I'm
It's
behind.
not written by Trump, and it's
Well,
not
I mean,
the one that was
I've never
ghosted.
read a book about Trump, like written by like a political man, I'm just so far behind.
So there's a good one that's written, but it's sort of it's a journalist that's a little bit tabloidy, but the reporting on it is good, and I don't like Steve Bannon even more than I
despise that dude.
Yeah, I dislike.
I got to run out front for a couple of minutes, guys. So
all right, now
landlord,
go.
So, be right back.
I'm right there with like Steve Bannon to me is like one of the worst human beings ever.
If Neil shows up at my house, then I would accept his proposal of marriage if he decided to offer it then. And I can say that now because he's not listening. So he can't marry me for all of my fortunes. If your debt is really big, that counts, right?
Why do you think he had to
I hope so.
That's what Republicans are saying to me about socialism, is it'll turn debt into wealth or something. So
socialism,
Steve
there should be
Bannon's
no debt.
influence on Trump was
gross. It's interesting because the book covered it's a tremendous amount of access. It's worth stating that despite the fact that, well-meaning or otherwise,
I have the book you're talking about, by the way. I just haven't gotten a chance to read it yet.
Fear. I've forgotten the author's name. It's good. And
I pre-ordered it when I first found out about it because I was like, I've got to read this. And then when it finally came out, I had forgotten about it.
Is it the journalist that was actually spent time with Trump and then went and wrote against him after he spent time with him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the book coming out. I haven't read it.
I'll say wrote against.
Where not wrote against, but just depicted accurately what he said. Instead of writing a fluff piece, Trump probably expected allowing him access like he gave him. He wrote what he saw.
He was two-faced because he said I was mean, so I'm going to leave a NATO summit.
Yeah.
Like a fucking professional.
Yeah, I remember when the book came out. I haven't read. Like, I'm so far behind on my reading. I feel so bad.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll just keep messaging you regularly. Oh, have you read the book?
Yeah, you need to. You can join Ocean Keltoy. Have you read those books we talked about last year? No, I bought them, but I haven't read them yet.
I've learned from this that even the Kindle version, I feel like I need an actual physical copy of a book to take notes on it.
Yeah, I take notes on my Kobo.
I am so old school. I like having a book, I like having that book.
Mm-hmm. I like that when I highlight, I can then flip through pages. It's easier for me to remember things if they're associated with a physical location rather than a series of gestures.
I do enough book reviews that, if I had all of the physical books that I read in a year, my house would be nothing but books. There would be books from floor to ceiling. I have over 2,000 of them on my Kobo right now.
Oh no, so many books.
I used to have a lot. I moved so many times that I have a very small fraction of the books that I used to have. It really sucks. I'm hoping, probably in vain, that my dad has them down in North Carolina somewhere. But
okay, so for what it's worth, by the way, Jamie, Kobo is their e-readers that are I would say a bit higher quality than Kindle in terms of what you can do with them and like how long their battery life lasts and stuff. They're from Rakuten, which is like the British eBay.
Rocket 10.
I don't do
Rakuten.
technology. I can't do that technology.
Rakuten. But Kobo is they're like, as far as their bookstore, they're not quite as good as Amazon, like with their selection, though they're working on it. They just partnered up with a couple of companies and they've expanded a lot of stuff. They're going to be launching their own version of Kindle Unlimited pretty soon. And they just launched their own version of Audible as well. But like my e-reader that I have is e-ink. I charge it once a month and I read it every day for hours with the light on even. And it's got like front lights that dim from blue to red based off of the bedtime that I have programmed into it. If I drop it in the bath, it's waterproof. So like, yeah,
If you're not sponsored by them, you should be, because I'm going to buy one.
Yeah, I love the living fuck out of these e-readers. Like, I crack DRM off of books that I've bought from other places so I can put it on it because it's just such a good reading experience. Like,
Sorry.
I'm not sponsored by them. I just fucking love my Kobo. I've had it for years.
I think you should be, because that's cool, because it is a product you use. I'm sorry, did you say I cracked EDM on one of them?
No, I cracked DRM, digital rights software.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was like, a drug I haven't heard of. What is this? No.
No, it's like I hate DRM. Like, I bought it. I should be able to put it on any device I damn well please. So I'll break the DRM off of shit I legitimately buy, but I don't like use it to be like to do illegal shit. I don't. If I buy a file off of Amazon, I want to be able to put it on my Kobo, and they can go fuck themselves if they don't want me to.
Yeah. Hashtag legal torrents exist, and it's a better technology for obtaining information.
Oh yeah, if you get shit off of Humble Bundle, they'll give you a torrent link for certain things if it's big enough.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I feel so technologically inadequate. What is the word you're saying?
Humble Bundle. It's a website where you can buy like bundles of games for almost nothing, and a percentage of it goes to charity. They also do book bundles. Like, I just got the Wiley Philosophy bundle, so it was like, I think,
like
20
Wiley
to 30. It was like 20 to 30 different philosophy books. One of them was like Alien and philosophy. One of them was like The Office and philosophy. It takes pop culture and it examines like the philosophical concepts behind it. Yeah, I got a bundle of like 20 different those books for $15, and like half of it went to charity.
Nice. But you saying that, just realized that I now have a word to describe the bundle of books that I've read that somewhat slightly overlap in an atheism, hey, look at Trump, it's not great, view of things. And also that I forgot Andrew Seidel's book, which is Founding Myth.
You mean this one?
Christian Nationalism. Yes, that one.
I have that one on my Kobo too.
Signed, Neil? Mine got signed.
Mine will be.
Wow, everybody has this book. I got to get this book.
You do. As I'm gonna
show mine now.
I'm gonna have to get Andrew to sign it.
Yeah.
Andrew won't sign mine because I'm not big enough to meet him like Neil is.
Oh please, come on! You got more subs than I do.
Well, barely.
Hey, there are people who don't have a ton of subs that have like tons of clout in the community.
Yeah, well, that's kind of true actually, because I mean,
who has clout in the
lots of people have there. I know quite a few people who don't have a shit ton of subs on their own.
Andrew, come on my show first. Don't come on Neil's show. Come on my show, Atheist News.
Honestly, like I'd put like, you know, in Naka's in that category, Ocean's in that category. Like they have a shit ton of respect in the communities, but their sub counts are a lot lower than, you know, like some of the people in the community.
Ocean's sub counts are huge.
I'm getting there.
Ocean has 4,000 subs compared to like Cirrus with 20 some odd thousand, or like Mr. Atheist with over 100,000, that kind of thing.
I know. Yeah. 250.
Well, Ocean exploded. Like Ocean got like it was kind of funny because like Ocean was like
I think he just hit 4,000 recently.
Yeah, he was at like 1,200 subs, and I'm like, all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this out now. I'm gonna talk shit. I got more subs than Ocean Keltoy because in a week he's gonna surpass me. And
that's awesome.
It was like 4 days. 4 days, Ocean surpassed me. I shit you not. I have that documented.
Cool.
Dude, Ocean is a fucking boss. Like, I love him to death. He's amazing. Like, his videos are awesome. He's like, you can
give me a quick second here.
His editing skills are top fucking notch, man.
I'm jealous of his editing. I spend all my time editing. I wish.
Actually, as a quick aside, because you had said that you do book reviews, and I realized that based on the amount that I read and how much that influences what I want to talk about, I need to learn how to do that. We should just do like an atheist YouTubers little book club group and like release
We
video.
all have the founding myth. Let's all
I
do
think that's a
that
great
right
idea.
now.
Are you asking-
Hey, I've only read it twice, and I need an excuse to read it 3 times. What if I did a chapter by chapter or something?
If you want to do like a collaborative type thing on that, I've never done like video essays per se, but I am a professional writer. Like that's what I do for a living. So I'd be more than happy to like work with you on doing something like that. That'd be fun. As I said, I'm not an atheist myself, but I am very against Abrahamics. And I don't tend to tout my religion a lot. Like people who know me know about it. People who don't, like, they don't hear about it because it's a big part of my life, but that doesn't mean it needs to be a big part of yours.
She stomachs a raging atheist, so can't.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way, Ali. We're very more friendly towards
Non-Christians. Non-nationalists.
Polytheists. Like I remember talking to Ocean before last year's Faithless Forum, and he was nervous about going down. I'm like, dude, I'll be there. I'll shield you or whatever if you want, but you should come down and meet everyone. He's like, yeah, you really think so? They're not going to make fun of me? I'm like, no one's going to fucking make fun of you, dude. Everyone loves you. What are you talking about?
Jesus jokes. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. So he's like, all right, I'll go.
Ocean is best necromancer.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I for a second, I wish that I'd been snappier when you were describing, like, yeah, I know, because, I'm not an atheist, etc. I was like, yes, but you're also not a Christian nationalist, so we can
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, like legit,
Exactly.
Knock can give you my Discord if you use Discord. Like that's the easiest way to get a hold of me.
Hey, Jamie,
but
you should
yeah,
come into
I'd
my
like to do a
Discord.
collab with you.
I've just sort of realized, like, I should just start, like, being like, hey, can I just show up in other people's shit for a while?
Fuck yeah.
I mean, I don't mean to be
Yeah.
that guy, but Shannon Q did it first, and sure, I'm not as attractive
well.
as her, but she's smart, and I'm
Hey, you're
half
pretty.
as smart. Yeah, but like
You're pretty too.
It's like a-
Jamie, don't sell yourself
Smart.
short. You're a good-looking guy, so stop that.
Tell that to the cold side of my bed.
I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain.
You're still young. You have time.
No, there was a.
The
What?
cold side of my bed.
No,
That's
not
awesome.
body pillow.
I know that like
It's
so
not
describes
awesome,
my
but you know
life.
Sorry, I reacted, and Alice knows that I met someone that I'm interested in, and so that's what that
Oh.
Ooh.
in a way that's never happened before. And I'm like,
KISSING.
and more would be what I would want, but shh.
Alice, I like you already.
Yeah.
But
See,
I love you.
She was all like, "Oh, I'm nervous. I don't know. Oh, I don't know if I want to do a YouTube show."
Well,
Listen,
you're-
Alice.
You help. You're my emotional support brother.
I was gone for like 15 minutes,
I know.
contemplating what to make.
Alice,
wait,
everyone
I
that's
can talk
come
about
on.
drinking on this, right? I confuse this with Twitch a little bit.
Yeah, you're fine.
If you're cool, I don't. You,
I
yeah.
know, yeah. Fuck, let it
This
fly.
is Neil's. I can talk about cocaine.
Whatever you want.
I don't. Yeah. So I was like, oh, what do I mix the vodka with? And I was like, screwdriver. So
Screwdriver?
yeah, it's vodka and orange.
Orange juice.
It mixes that most Russian of liquors with that most not Russian of
Oh,
Of
okay.
juices.
Yeah, I'm the weirdo that's gonna be 31 in less than a month and doesn't drink at all. So I'm
That's
like,
not
oh, that's
weird.
a screwdriver? Oh, I don't know what that is. What is that?
like,
That's a good thing.
things in our
That's a very
culture
good thing.
like, oh, this is the norm.
What did I miss?
Ooh, get married right away. Be
Ah.
straight. And it's like that's bullshit.
35 and I don't drink anymore. I stopped drinking like 10 years ago.
I have a slight drinking problem. I am of the opinion that alcohol should be made illegal and a complete ban across the world, and everybody should be given free weed.
Yes. Oh my god, I thought I was the only one fucking thinking that. No one gets high and goes and like murders and rapes a bunch of people. Like they just sit on the couch and eat all your food.
And play video games. Yeah, exactly.
You might
Watch
drive
movies.
a little slow.
Yeah, like some people do get high and drive. Like there was actually an increase in like car accidents and stuff in my state after we legalized, but
Oh yeah.
like no, like a lot of that though was due to crossfading. A lot of people who drink and smoke, and that's going to really fuck with your ability to function.
It's called
I drive
synergism,
by.
Ellie. It's when you mix two different drug families. So alcohol is a sedative hypnotic, weed is not. If you do that, you're going to have an intensified effect that can't be predicted, and reactions will occur. I went to several drug rehabs. So
I
know these
can
things.
can predict it. When I've crossfaded, I have panic attacks. That's what happens to me. Like weed doesn't fuck with my anxiety by itself, but it will if I've drank that night.
Say, hey, I'm not
I
the
can
only
do
one that's
both.
like, oh yeah, those people that crossfade. Whoa.
Story of my life here.
Look, it's a new dance move.
Occasionally I have suspenders, and that's where that was going from.
Oh my god, I love it when you wear suspenders. It's so adorable. Sorry.
Yeah, it's when I met him at the hotel, he was wearing the rainbow ones, like
They're
the
cute.
old Mork from Mork ones.
I was thinking,
I know exactly what you're talking about, Neil. I'm that old.
Yeah. You know where Mork from Mork got his start, right?
Like you're talking Robin Williams, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
where that show spawned off of.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't. I might have seen like a all right. I might have seen like a behind the history or whatever, but yeah, no, I didn't know that.
The character was first introduced on the Happy Days series.
No, I did.
Oh,
I did
shit.
not know that. I remember watching the Happy Days as a very young child.
No, a lot of those old shows are like, so this is, I watch a lot of old TV. So like
Great.
watching the show Soap and then seeing Benson go on
Soap
to
is
have his
awesome.
own show. Like, and then all the other little overlaps and things in the same universe, and Barney Miller and
Yep.
Alice and all those shows. And
I'm still a sap. I love Bonanza. I love
Bonanza,
Highway to Heaven. You know.
Don't make little baby.
What?
Oh man, Highway to Heaven was the
Not be
shit.
friends anymore. Not good.
That was my whole childhood.
Dibs.
Poop.
I chased out all the atheists. I'm sorry, guys.
Jamie went, I went to heaven. What the fuck?
My grandma loved that show, man. I don't know.
Can I go pee after you?
Yes, God. You're live on the internet.
I know, that's why I'm yelling about pee, because I'm live.
You're natural. You're gonna have more subs than I.
Oh, come on, Alice. You
Yeah,
gotta come on my
I think
show.
you've got this YouTube thing down.
By the
I
way,
do.
everyone that's been on my show always says,
Wait.
Scoot. All right, Scoot. So I'll be honest.
wow, that was a
Like,
quick peek.
what talent and voice and whatever, and she was like, "Oh, I'm nervous and blah, 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 I like animals."
no reason to be nervous.
Right?
What the fuck was I like animals?
You do. You.
I love animals.
You don't do this, but when
can.
Aja goes, the dog's not in the room, out of sight, no sound, just the memory of the dog doing like a cute like.
Oh my
Thing.
heart.
Sorry, it's okay. She'll survive. It happens
So
5,000 times a day. I still believe you've never seen a mammal you didn't immediately love that wasn't a human.
No.
I was just gonna say I'm a mammal.
Yeah.
I am an animal activist.
But you have been natural, and you should never doubt yourself again, ever.
Oh, thank you. I love you.
See, let these other
Aw.
YouTubers tell you that you're great too, and then believe.
You're a lot more charismatic than I am.
A sweet family moment.
You're okay. Don't sell yourself short.
Yeah. I can't even see you. And I'm
Because-
like, you're awesome.
Yeah, Ollie, you're great.
Even without an image, you speak with a voice and in a way that commands authority. Is the simplest way to say it.
You are good at stuff.
She tames me. She tames me well.
You have like there's I have to go. You have like you're in the family
Blah,
of Ellen
Go pee.
in
go
terms
pee.
of types of people. So
If you
there's-
guys haven't seen it, her destruction of Saigar on Modern Day Debate begs a sequel. I'm just saying, like, if you guys haven't seen her destruction of Saigar on Modern Day Debate, go check it out and then tell James it begs a sequel because we need Ali versus Saigar solo. I'm deeply advocating for that.
It wasn't a full destruction. Like, it was a 4-way debate, and I nailed him on slavery. Okay, like it was so it was supposed to be
Go pee so I can pee.
It was supposed to be atheist versus polytheist versus Jewish rabbi versus Seigart was a
Jewish rabbi. Good.
Christian.
It turned out to be J-Dubs.
It was the reason that I said that was because it was actually the racist quote unquote rabbi. It was J-Dubs.
Brett Keen's J-Dubs. So.
And that's why I said
like
supposed
a Buddhist rabbi or something.
Versus Seigart, who is a Christian who is an evolutionary biologist. So I was like, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
And it was like, it seems really slow and polite for like the first half an hour or so. But Cirrus and I, first off, James didn't know that we were friends, and that we agree on enough that we were not going to get into it because he's not an anti-theist, so he's not going to go after a pagan when he already knows that he and I agree on 90% of everything. So Cirrus and I kind of set him up with a bunch of questions at the beginning that added up to, we knew at the very end they were going to start talking about morality. And I asked him point blank, do you believe that Jesus was the final word on morality? And he said, yes. And I said, so why didn't he say a word about slavery other than that slaves should obey their masters? Right. And Cirrus and I pegged him to the wall so hard, James stepped in to save him twice.
It was beautiful. It was great. I loved every moment of it. And I'm just advocating for Ali Seigart solo so we can see what happens.
But it wasn't, we didn't destroy him. I just asked him a bunch of questions and he dodged the fuck out of the questions. And even the chat comments were like, Sai, why are you dodging the questions?
I enjoyed it thoroughly because Seigart
fun.
was somebody that I despised at very early into my atheism, so I enjoyed it.
Well, he's got that converted atheist narrative thing going on. Oh, well, I was raised atheist in a very militant atheist household, and then I discovered Christianity. He's milking that. And part of the reason the debate was so embarrassing for him was because he was doing a book tour, and this was part of the promotion of the book tour, and he just got his ass ripped.
Oh, and Crazy Catnip, you can find her on my channel and Sticks and Stonehenge.
Sticks and Stonehenge is a great show.
Alice washed her hands and then wiped all the wetness onto you, or did she not wash her hands and just...
Oh, I just peed all over them, and I wanted to share because we're family.
No, you didn't. You wish you had.
She was marking her territory.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, we are mammals. It's okay. You can admit that you enjoyed it, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, we're apes. So.
I was trying to do my best impression.
I'm about to start flinging poo
from the vine. A little square of cheese on its face.
You're describing my flu.
Here's your golden Trump.
Yeah. But Jamie, I think that thank you for the compliment, by the way. I think a lot of the so-called authority that you're talking about kind of comes from moderating for Nok a lot of the time. I have to wrangle him, and I have to wrangle asshole Christian trolls constantly, and I have to wrangle assholes in the Discord because I run his Discord too, and it's just at some point you just kind of I don't put up with shit. I don't put up with assholes. I don't do that shit.
Jamie,
don't put up with assholes ever.
I was brought up to you directly on Talk Heathen. A caller called in. I put it on my trailer channel. And a caller called in and said, a raging atheist said this and that and this. I am hated by Christians. They hate me. They hate me.
I feel like it's because it's easy for them to respond to you because they feel like they don't actually have to. They might. Theory. I've been reading screwdrivers and I'm less familiar with this. But theory. It's because they go raging atheist. Well, I can just assume and be mad.
Exactly. Yes.
They have to actually learn or read, and then they don't, and then they are the type of believer that goes online and rants. I don't mean to generalize all Christians.
I put up inflammatory stuff. I literally had a stream where, and I regret this. I'm gonna admit this 100%. I regret this stream with all of my heart. But I did about an hour of insulting Jesus Christ with the worst insults that you could imagine.
You got served.
I was going to say,
I'm hated.
I hate to be that guy, but are you familiar with the guys from Puzzle in a Thunderstorm? In terms of insults,
No. I got drunk one night and I was like, I'm gonna make a stream just talking shit.
I was
I
just
mean,
about
not-
to say,
like, most
give
of your-
Knock a bourbon and a trigger topic, and you'll
Yes.
end up with a few pissed off Christians.
Yes.
most of your I fucked up streams have to do with that.
Yeah. I have an issue. Yeah, because I'm Native American and white people like let us dry. Issues.
No, seriously, Knock.
I
fucking
see that
kudos
face,
to
Jamie.
you.
I love it. I love it because I that's the whole point.
You, Knock, you really bring home a lot of shit. I don't piss off easily at all, but what really fucking kills me is the indifference that comes to Native relations.
Yes, I agree.
Just throughout history, and even to this day, like a lot, it's just the attitude towards it is just like it's just kind of there in the background, and we've made our amends and blah blah blah, and they're doing their own thing. No, we're still shitting on them, every single fucking one of them, and it's terrible.
The genocide continues to this very day, and it gets whitewashed. I try to advocate for it, but every single time I do, I get called a $5 Indian, which is pretty much it's a white man that pretended to be an Indian to get the tax breaks when Indians first started getting tax breaks, which was like 1920s. So
you were alive in the 1920s?
Oh no, I just know the history very well.
Highlander.
But like I've had like J-Dubs, the racist rabbi, literally call me a $5 Indian live on air. I had a Black Hebrew Israelite call me a $5 Indian live on air.
Okay. I feel like so in the same way that I wouldn't call someone an Uncle Tom.
Exactly.
I feel like there's a certain thing where it's like you have to either be holding a $5 bill or that was a bad joke. It was it was like you have to either actually be Native American or be holding a $5 bill, and then you.
I'm 100% honest about it too. Like everybody that's watched me forever will tell you. Like I'm a white dude. Like I see my face, right? Like I see my face. Like I look white, So and I was raised as a white dude, and I've had all the privileges of a white dude. I just became aware of this issue, and then I learned about it. And it had nothing at all to do with the ancestry that I found out about later in my life. It had everything to do with what was right and what was wrong. And once I started finding out about the genocide, you can't turn back from that. And once you realize that it's still going on today, it's on almost every single reservation. There's like 3 or 4 reservations that actually have some amount of power that they can resist the Indian affiliation of the government.
It's a big problem with Native Americans up there that they keep disappearing.
Yeah, women are disappearing.
Yeah, locals aren't doing anything about to try and find out what's going on.
And in Ohio, the voting laws changed so that you have to have a residential address rather than a mailing address in order to register to vote. It's real shitty. Also, Planned Parenthood, an organization that I generally am a fan of, because if there's only one provider of bodily autonomy to half of the population, it's the best one that is there. Mm-hmm. But also, the history of this organization ain't great. And in all of these you'll have anti-Planned Parenthood protests. This is a very off topic of what I wanted to start talking about. But you'll have people will show up that are black I'm protesting this because I was sterilized or, my friend was sterilized, and that still happens in states in the United States today. People get sterilized against their will. There's that.
Yeah, I think once you break across the illusion that America isn't what you thought it was, then you can really actually start looking at maybe solutions. But too many people want to live in that illusion, right? Like America's great, it's the home of the free, it's this, it's that. No, we have a very shitty past. Most Native Americans, especially those that are involved in the environmental activism, that have adopted reconstructionist ways of reestablishing the old ways, most of them don't want to have any hatred. They just want to move forward. And the only way to do that is to combat climate change, which should be like the number one issue on everybody's mind.
Yeah.
But Fortunately, it's not. It's Donald Trump, and will senators impeach him? They probably won't. We need to do something about climate change.
So hold on, who's hammering their keyboard right now?
I thought I'd muted. Sorry.
Usually, Allie, you're muting me for that. I'm pointing that out.
Yeah, and normally, like most of the time when I press the mute button, it actually takes. I've been having issues with my mouse. Like I actually need to replace it. So my apologies. I thought that I had muted.
But just generally, I wish people would become more aware of the true dynamics of what's really going on. And once they did, then you can actually, hey, this is what's fucked up. Let's fix it. But until as long as you live in,
can I propose something to you? Because I love law, and being raised by a conservative, and I'm so glad that you laughed, and that's out there enough that when I say it, it doesn't sound like a bragging weird thing. Never mind. Back of my mind thoughts.
No, I actually love law too. So
yeah. All right. High five. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Okay, you missed. It's fine.
I'm terrible with
it's
time.
Great. Well, the thing that I'm suggesting is a collab. So, and being raised the way I was, I abso-fucking-lutely loved America in a not quite racist, because I was raised pretty much only about white people, around white people. So, I couldn't, develop racism even if I wanted to. And I didn't, because I'm not. So there's that. It's an entirely a side point. That's going to be the last of my screwdrivers. That's decidedly so. However, the legal status of so the legal status. Sorry, you interrupted my terribly structured rant.
I hate it when that happens.
Thus, providing a moment of comedic relief that was much needed. The legal status is something like a treaty, and I don't fucking know anything about that. I like reading Supreme Court decisions. There's a hard copy of the PDF of whatever. Now it's just going to sound like I'm like nerd bragging.
No. Treaties are very important to Native American peoples.
I don't know international law that well. So
not that the government has honored like any of them, but just saying.
So Inquisitive was linking a thing in the chat earlier about the No DAPL pipeline protests. I would highly urge everybody to look at that and just see how the U.S. government tramples on treaties they've made with Native Americans
just look at all the time. Protesting going on with the Keystone Pipeline.
Yeah. Native Americans are on the front line of the Keystone Pipeline as well.
Yeah,
yes.
Put it 1 year apart. I think it was Keystone. I forget which of the many pipelines that have been built over.
Yeah, pretty much every one were there.
It's sort of like it would be going straight north, but they took a detour just so they could get over that Indian burial grounds to test the poltergeist theory.
Yeah, I was just gonna say nobody wants another poltergeist.
During the No DAPL protests, we literally had the Morton County Sheriff and Indian Affairs on Native American burial grounds shooting Native Americans with rubber bullets and tear gas. They were totally breaking treaty. And not only breaking treaty, but breaking like U.S. government law, because that was Army Corps of Engineer land, and they were not allowed to be there. So I mean, it was disgusting.
Hold on, sorry. This was law enforcement or military?
It was sheriffs. It was Morton County sheriffs, and it was also Indian Affairs, which is federal government.
Yeah, I was going to say, okay, so I don't have to set fire to any federal buildings.
Just Indian Affairs.
I don't want to have to come and visit you in jail when I'm down there in April.
Yeah, a lot of people know about it, but not enough people know about it because it was very historic. But at the same time, we lost. I mean, one of the first things that Donald Trump did, we beat Obama because Obama stood in opposition of us. We beat Obama, but Trump came in, executive order. Dakota Access Pipeline proceeded, and now it's proceeded to leak. I think at least 6 times now.
So there's a divide in America in states, and it's small, and there's a few of them, and they're small and subtle. Obviously, you have the states that are southern, which includes Texas. You have the South, which doesn't, and then you have all them fucking Yankees. Sorry, upbringing. I'm
surrounded by them up here.
There's also a divide between the eastern states and the western states, because when you look at the proportion of the land in a state that is federal land, which basically means, oh, your state government needs taxes to function over this land and jurisdiction and all this. You kind of get a raw deal, and then the federal government goes, here's some payment in lieu of taxes, and you argue about whether or not it's enough, and all of that. The Western states, you get stuff up to like, oh yeah, whatever it is. I think it's 80% of the land in your state is federal land, so good luck with your legislature passing laws over it. And hey, all those flyover states where you had like, whatever it is, a bunch of white guys occupy, I fucking forget which of those states it was. You know what I'm talking about? It was a few years back. They moved in on a federal park, and they were just living there.
Are you talking about up in Oregon?
Yes, thank you, Oregon, where
they were like literally threatening to kill like federal agents and shit. The bunnies.
Where it's for a long time, nothing happened because there were people from the compound driving down in like a Jeep to get supplies from the store, passing police cars. You're lucky for them; they were white. Otherwise, they would have already been dead. But
exactly. If they were Islamic brown people,
Oh fuck! They would not have. Some of the people that were involved in that had been previously warned or whatever because they had slightly occupied some of that. There was one guy that slightly occupied part of that, set up a camp that he guarded with a claymore mine in case like a stranger wandered through what is like a federal wildlife park. Warned. If he had been arrested during morning prayer, he wouldn't have made it to trial.
Yeah, I think they literally invaded federal land. Like they overtook federal property, and then I believe, they'd serve time in prison, but I think that they've started to let them out. So it's crazy.
There were a lot or all acquittals. So there's a really good episode of Opening Arguments, which is a podcast that I can recommend generally to anyone that wants to be informed or have an understanding from a legal perspective about exactly how all of the fucked up shit that's happening is fucked up and exactly how it's happening.
I would actually be very interested in that.
Very interested in that. Opening Arguments. It's more puzzle in a thunderstorm, guys. So.
Yeah, I might have to check that out.
Alice, are you on Twitter?
A little bit, sort of. Sometimes I don't have it on my phone. It's
you
still
have a Twitter handle.
Yeah, at Static Deathgasm, like Deathgasm, the metal comedy gore horror.
Yes.
Movie.
Yeah.
And then so Static, like Static X, Static Deathgasm.
Static X, nice.
94.
Static X is awesome.
Oh my god, I've seen them 3 times on this like reunion tour.
Not reunion.
20 years with
I saw them back in the day.
Fucking amazing, Miss Wayne.
You are awesome.
Wayne
I'm willing
Static.
to come on Neil's show.
You're not coming on my show, buddy. Well, if you got something to clean it up with, maybe. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
To come is slang for male ejaculate. Actually,
Why are you explaining this to me? Yes.
Oh, because you said, wait, what?
What happened? I'm like,
yes, Jamie. The joke is so much funnier when you explain it.
It depends on the explanation, and it's not the same joke. The explanation can be a joke on its own.
All right, guys. So can we just can we get together and just cancel Jamie for mansplaining? Come on.
I find that sexist because to imply that it's mansplaining is to imply that there's a gender difference in comedy between men and women, which is sexist. I'm going to sick all the female comics on you because I command them because I'm a man, and that's how sexism works. So,
Alice, you already follow me.
I do. That's right. I'm like, I just have it on my my laptop because it's hard to not to be on Twitter and to not look at head dumbass in Chief's Twitter, which is really stressful because, he says such stupid shit. Like when he was talking about how low flow stuff is so bad and some places just don't have enough water and other states have so much water it comes down. It's called rain. Like
like where I am.
Yeah, he's
doing that right now.
Forests in Finland right now. Listen, here's what I'm gonna do.
What are you
I've
gonna
been
do?
meaning to learn how to code in
Stephen,
I'm
you look
gonna-
tired.
You have an Android. I'm gonna make an app that's Alice Twitter. That's exactly the same, except you literally can't see anything that's Trump's, and then you'll be fine.
Okay.
Or
Are there gonna be lots of puppies?
you could just block it.
There's
And then you-
always puppies.
No, it'll actually every little icon and button will be replaced with a different type of dog. And
Yes.
there will be no
Yes.
Trump, and then everything else is the same. And it's-
Retweet has to be Boston Terrier or
Oh,
a
God.
Frenchie because they're always so fucking excited. Like,
Man.
no post has to be a Frenchie because Frenchies scream. They have to be screaming.
Math Pig, you're gonna hate me. I actually fist bumped Static X when they played the Commodore here in Vancouver. He walked right past us while we were drinking, and I go, "Yeah, right on, guys!" And he sticks his fists up, and I went, and
Oh,
fist
who,
bumped
Wayne?
Wayne Static, yeah, Wayne Static.
As
Oh,
soon as that
yeah.
happened, that mustache just grew.
And way back in the day, I
twice.
also high fived Kurt Cobain and all the guys, Kurt Cobain, Dave Grohl, and Chris Novoselic from Nirvana.
Oh,
when
I'm
they
so
walked past
jealous.
us. Dude.
My claim to fame is I hung out with Dave Matthews a few times.
Nice. I hung out with Mark Arm and his girlfriend, Mark Arm from Mudhoney. and
Now
his
I have
girlfriend.
to post the picture of me with Tony Campos.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I worked in a
It's like
hotel
everybody,
once.
but I really like Tony.
I
I've got
stayed
a
in a hotel
picture.
once.
I've got a picture somewhere of me with David Draymond.
I worked in
Really?
a hotel once, and I live in Michigan, so this shouldn't be a surprise. But I knocked on the door. I had no idea who was in there, and Eminem opened the door, and I gave him his towels, and I walked away like a little bitch and never said a word.
What? I used
Well,
to
I was
deliver
just like,
pizza to all the
There you
WWF
go.
guys.
From what I hear he should have appreciated that.
No, there's a whole diss track on how some guy at a hotel gave him the wrong towel.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I love that. Sorry, someone commented about Trump talking about the low flow stuff, and he's like, Trump takes such large shits, he needs to flush 15 times.
That was the
So,
funniest shit
like,
I've
I like
ever
that
heard.
comment.
Sounds like me.
Here's my thing on that joke. We know that he's old, sufficiently old that his mental health is failing, but we also know his diet, which
Yeah.
is almost exclusively fast food. There's also a reason for that. He's a germaphobe, and he likes that you show up, the food is almost already made, and they don't know that you're coming, so they can't poison you. He's
Really?
Well, he also has this
I'm not
paranoid
Why am I
belief.
surprised?
look. I'm not gonna say
He also
he's like
has this
Hitler,
paranoid
because
belief that,
Hitler
like-
actually understood and knew things.
Well, he also has this crazy paranoid woo belief that like your heart has a limited number of times that it can beat, and so he avoids exercise like the plague because he doesn't want to shorten his life.
It's
true, though.
Forgot about that shit,
No,
Allie.
I said that, and I learned that when I was still.
I thought that was a hoax, but it's legit. Like he
No, it's legit.
believes
He's
that.
also not the only Trump. He's also not the only one that believes that. So, I mean, surprise! Some people. That
Your heart will only beat until you
No,
die.
it's Neil. It's like a battery. It has a certain amount of energy, and then it's done. And if you use it up too quickly,
Just get a new one. Just 3D
No, no.
print yourself.
No, then you're done. And so I learned about this when I was still dating Michael. That doesn't mean anything to you with the internet, but because he's going to be a famous stand-up comedian, and I'll be like, yeah, sex. So
I did that guy.
very good, man. More the size of his penis.
Oh, fuck, I love you, Jamie.
A little bite.
And he said, like, oh yeah, no, there's people that believe that. Like, oh, he'd heard that before. Although my favorite bit is that it came up on one of the British comedy news shows where they just have comedians and news so that you can laugh instead of cry. And they were like, oh yeah, and Donald Trump believes this, so he avoids all exercise, except for golf. And one of the people on the panel just went, well, that's good that he doesn't exercise and eats all fast food. And I was just like,
It's probably why his mentality's all fucked up. Right?
So it's interesting because in the book Cult of Trump, it actually delves a little bit, and there's some research done into, I don't mean to be that guy, into his childhood, which, again, you weren't there at the time, blah, 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 blah. But
No, I'm actually interested in this. So yeah, go ahead,
both
please.
of Trump. It's Stephen Hyson. I've mispronounced. I'm just gonna make mispronouncing people's last name my thing at this point, so that whatever. Because apparently it's Seidel rather than Seidel, even though Seidel's a better name, and Andrew should change the pronunciation.
I am the ultimate king of mispronunciation.
He says he doesn't care.
Rather than Seidel, a fancy
Seidel.
name for a fancy.
Seidel's actually Jewish, isn't it?
What's up?
Seidel? Seidel actually sounds like it's Jewish.
It might be.
Originally.
I know. I was gonna say.
I don't know what's happening.
You threw him off,
I
Neil.
remembered two things at the same time, and
I'm
then I
good at
was
that.
like, neither of these makes sense now. Also, in the comments at MathPig, where in Ireland do you live? Do you live north of the backstop? Do you?
Oh God.
Oh, you
not
have to talk to Matt Pig. His accent is fucking awesome. What up, Matt Pig?
Ireland? What about the leprechauns?
Hey, Irish accents are hot, okay?
No, like I'm Irish and Native American. Like
Irish accent impressions are not hot because it's always do.
I don't even try to do the impression. Like I wish I had the Irish accent. I just wish. I wish I wasn't fucking American.
I could probably do a better Irish accent than you any day, man.
That's pretty good, Neil.
All right, don't get too big for your britches.
Okay, now I want to know what accent this
You
is
kind
all-
of sounded like the
I
Lucky
was gonna
Charm
say, yeah,
guy.
mine was half.
I know, yeah.
so
That's kind of what I was
I'm not
How
submitting.
about them Lucky Charms?
I don't.
Where is
I
your
don't-
lucky charm?
So
got a can of
hold
beer
on,
here. That's
hold
my lucky
on.
charm.
Mostly. Wait, are we all North Americans at least? Can I just lump the Canadians in with us?
Of course.
Yeah,
We're North American just as much as you are.
Yeah,
Well,
America just
no,
isn't just
no,
the U.S.
you're mostly ice, and we have more nuclear weapons. So
Well, I won't argue with you
I
there.
don't
but
know.
We got way
Those
more
are
fucking
two
hockey
facts.
sticks.
and I stated them with authority, so my point has been made.
No, you guys see it like that little guy on The Mandalorian. You just have to
haven't-
say something and then say, "I have."
Fuck, I love that show.
Oh my God, I've only
Haven't
seen
seen
like
it.
a couple of episodes,
I
but I
haven't
just
seen any.
die. I just die anytime the little
It's
baby
gonna be-
alien just.
Little Yoda?
Oh my God, you haven't peed yet?
No,
Oh my God, go pee!
but it's not a problem for me because I'm a man.
Where'd IQ go?
We lost IQ.
Ouch.
Fuck you.
No,
Fuck. Come back!
if we lose more, we'll be like Trump. Zing! Because his name is IQ, like IQ points.
Come on. Math.
Oh,
pick a-
Oh, it says in the comment, I have a HUD kit here that needs tending. Gotta drop out.
Yeah, he might be back.
Private chat. He explained why he left.
I'm very disappointed in myself. What up?
I have a hot kid here that needs tending. Okay, got to drop out. Oh, I got you. Okay. No worries.
Jamie, is your Twitter at Jamie the Heathen?
It is.
At Jamie the Heathen Math Pig.
Yeah, but if you can try and message him, but if you're me, he'll ignore you.
Why would anyone ignore you?
I have-
You're my homies.
I have to go into Facebook and go fucking read your Twitter DMs, and then he goes,
Yeah,
"Oh,
I have that same problem. Like, and I'm not Jamie, but like I literally just ignore my Gmail now. If you want to get a hold of me, you got to do Twitter or Discord because I'm just gonna ignore the rest of the shit.
I still answer my 604 Atheist Gmail.
I need to be better about my
I
Gmail.
have like
but I'm
4 Gmails.
I'm
One for
mostly
Lifeblood,
stuck
one for the
with
band,
that.
one for my personal, and one for 604.
I should be better at it because that Gmail made my channel what it is with all the shit shows it created. But yeah, I'm just not good at it anymore.
Yeah, Instagram is my shit because then I can like pretend like most of the
Fucking hate
political
Instagram.
bullshit doesn't exist because there's just cute clothes and dogs and
Yeah.
pictures of mushrooms because I really am interested in fungus and mold because I'm weird. So
No, it's not weird at all. I love mushrooms.
they're so amazing. They
I was
blow my
fascinated
fucking
with
good.
it for a while. I don't eat mushrooms, but I ate a specific type.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
like
The kind with the
mushroom
strychnine.
or cow.
We went to the cow patches.
I really find it interesting when it's like a science story on how it's like the world's biggest organism was found mushroom the size of entire forests or something like that. That's the only time I find it interesting.
I love mushrooms, man. They're tasty as fuck.
I started in an era of time where everything
but I still
was.
thought they were cute, and now I'm like, I love eating mushrooms. Like I've never had mushrooms, you know.
I hate them. I hate them.
Too.
To the point that I don't think I've ever actually like voluntarily ate mushrooms. I'm so weird. I'm like the weirdest. I don't eat anything green. I'm gonna die young because of my dietary habits.
Yeah, that's like that's kind of reminds me of the people who are like, oh no, I don't drink water. And I'm like,
like
actually you do in anything that you drink.
Yourself. Don't eat anything green.
No, I smoke the green stuff. I smoke my
smoke the hell out of it.
Mac and I are like polar opposites in that regard. I am literally allergic to the two main animal products that people eat. I'm physically allergic to mammal meat, and I'm physically allergic to the
mammal meat.
In milk.
Well, that narrows it down.
I am like the worst environmentalist in the history of the world.
On the menu?
It's alpha-gal. It's a protein found specifically in mammal meat. There's a similar protein that's in poultry, so I don't react to poultry the way I do mammal meat, but I get sick still. The only meat that I can have is fish, and I don't eat it for ethical reasons.
Garlic.
Yeah, I want to give props as well to IQ because as a dad, I totally understand, dude. Take care of your business.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Take care of your kids.
Kids are important, man. They are the future. And Math Pig. I don't. Hang on, Math Pig. I don't even know if I've asked you to come on the show yet.
Oh, you got to have Math Pig, man.
I know.
I just like listening to his accent.
Well, that too, but yeah, I know, and it's tough to get someone from across the pond on during my time. So
yeah,
and he likes conversations. Like he's always streaming. Like I'm getting notification. Math Pig posted a video. I'm like, I thought I was obsessive.
But I'd love to have him on the show to share whatever kind of story he has.
Other side. Okay, let's see.
I was gonna say I haven't.
Send me a message on Twitter, Math Pig.
I was gonna say, admittedly, I haven't seen or heard any of Math Pig's work, but
check it out, dude.
Like to. Is it the same name on the YouTube, etc.?
Indeed.
Excellent.
Yeah, new YouTuber. He has been moderating scholar fiction for a bit now, right, Math Pig? And yeah,
and he sits in with me. Usually, I'll find him there with God the Good One as well, who I'm also trying to get on the damn show.
Yeah, he's all over. We're trying to get him back on my Discord to fix my bots. So Matt Pick, come fix my bots.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what's been going on with the password bots. Like Raz helped us set them up, but then they ended up leaving because of personal reasons and stuff, and the bots were glitching at the time. And I kind of know some things about the bots, but I don't know near as much as I probably should for the position that I'm in.
They
so
become self-aware.
Yeah, Dino in particular is really fucking glitchy, and Dino is the one that operates the password chat, so the admins and the mods have been having to do that manually for a while.
Yeah, I tend to get raided quite a bit.
Yeah, so we instituted a sort of security protocol, but unfortunately the bot decided to break, so it doesn't do what it's supposed to.
I piss off Christians and I piss off Nazis. It's been a problem.
Piss off all the Nazis. Who fucking cares? They're fucking Nazis.
Yeah, oh yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, but they keep coming into my Discord server trying to disrupt shit.
Yeah, I'm a fucking ruthless admin. Like, y'all think this is a democracy? You're wrong.
Yeah, no, Nazis are not allowed. I'm not gonna. I was about to get you in trouble, Neil, and I'm not gonna do that.
You won't get me in trouble.
Oh, I almost got my channel deleted for what I was about to say, so I'm not going to say it here. I don't like Nazis. I'm an American. I don't like Nazis.
Dude, I don't like Nazis either. They erased 4 people from my family.
Yeah.
I will put up with alt-right, fuckboys on the chat. If they follow the bloody rules, I'll put up with them. But most of them don't follow the rules, and they get yeeted out. And people are like, your server's an echo chamber. And I'm like, no, we literally have a chat called Dumpster Fire, specifically so y'all can get into fights and, scream at each other if you want to.
On my insistence, by the way.
Yeah, we literally have that chat set up specifically so y'all could roll around in the mud and be jackasses. But, you don't need to be using slurs while you're doing that. That's the rule that'll get you insta-banned, right?
Yeah, I'm ruthless when it comes to that shit. But I do like try to give room to alt-right and thinking, as long as it's not in my general chat and you're not just pissing me off. Because that's not good.
What
But
I
yeah, let's
don't
not talk about my
understand,
Discord here.
like people
Sorry.
say that they love America and they're so America, but they're fucking neo-Nazis. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, do you remember who we fought against in World War II? Like, you talk about being un-American and shit. Like,
Fun story.
fun story.
In the 1930s, oh god, I've just forgotten the motherfucker's name because it's one of those things where it's like he was the first to fly a plane. Literally, what's his name? Famous Lindbergh. His last name is Lindbergh, and his first name
Charles Lindbergh.
Yeah, his first name is Charles. His last name, I don't know. I'll remember it in a second after having said both.
The Wright brothers were the first to fly a plane.
Yeah. So the phrase "America First" is the slogan of a movement from the 1930s that is anti-immigration and is literally I shouldn't say most successful. It's the most fascist, sympathetic political movement in America's history.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether Trump knows that. I know that Steve Bannon knows that, who said, yeah, this is an exciting time. It'll be like the 1930s.
Yeah.
You're supposed to say the 80s or the 50s, and that's the socially acceptable, good back in the day, you know, when you could just, like, if the 80s, if you're in a group where you can all, in case you're trying to blend in with hate groups, the 80s, if you're in a group that wants to hate the gays, and the 50s, if you want to hate people that are black or women. Actually, you can do that at any time. It's still America. America's always.
But it's not socially. But unlike the 50s, it's not socially acceptable for men to talk to each other and go, "Oh, your wife has those crazy lady hormone problems going on. Well, just here, slip one of these in her drink, and she'll calm right down."
Exactly.
That's not socially acceptable anymore.
Well, I mean, there's also the husband stitch, which I don't know if you guys are actually familiar with that. But that was actually kind of a big deal in the horror writing community when that story came out, because it turned out it was based on real stuff. So the husband stitch apparently was medically practiced under the table up until the mid-2000s.
I hate to interrupt your brilliance real quick, but I just have to say my boy X is up in the house. What's up, Utah Outcasts?
Where? What? X is where?
X is up in the house. He's up in the house.
X! Listen.
He commented, wait, I thought there was a walkout going on.
Yeah, because
unfortunately,
it's his fault.
I'm
sorry to interrupt, Ali.
I'm
so
wait, is it okay if we all in unison say fuck YouTube? That we're not doing a YouTube walkout?
No, because that actually can like get you demonetized, and it can get it can get videos removed if you speak ill of Dear Susan.
Oh, that's not dictatorish at all.
Yeah,
Sorry.
But
I love YouTube.
So the husband stitch.
To speak my mind on their platform.
So the husband stitch is after wives vaginally gave birth, often reparative stitches were needed because of the position that women are often put in to make things easy for the doctor to get to, rather than the way that women naturally are kind of supposed to give birth, which is basically like squatting rather than like laying back. And so while women were doped up on drugs, basically, often when this reparative surgery was done, the doctor would pull the husband aside and say, would you like an extra stitch put in to make things tighter down there? And a lot of women had this done to them without their knowledge or consent, and it actually caused major sexual problems for them, like incredibly painful intercourse, all kinds of things. And so there was a short story that was actually written about this that ended up winning an award from the Horror Writers Association, and it caused this big, massive conversation about the husband stitch. But that was still going up until, like, the mid-2000s. That was still a legal medical practice that they could do, even though, well, it was often done without the consent of the woman.
What the fuck, man? I mean, this makes me want to start throat punching people.
All right, don't throat punch me.
Welcome to my world.
But I'm going to say something mean eventually. So
this is why I rage.
You rage because you know about reality, to be clear. So no one can come at you for that. Sorry, it looked like someone was trying to message me directly, so I got distracted. ADD.
Oh. So, Jamie, is that you in my chat as Jamie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, other YouTubers. I have this thing. So the YouTube channel that I've had since I had an email, since I've had a Gmail, is just Jamie Boone. And the background picture kind of looks like stars, but really it's a digital mapping of the connections in the internet from 2004, something like that. And I've used it and commented on stuff, but the channel that I've created to make content is at Jamie the Heathen. So neither of them is technically a sock account because they both got like me on them. What is the utility here? And I was thinking about it, and there's videos that I want to make that are sort of like random stuff that maybe touches on something but is more entertainment than education. And like, is it worth it to have two channels? This is a deeper discussion, probably not for on air, I guess, because
I just use playlists to separate all my stuff. So I have several different series I do on my channel on Atheist News, and I just use the playlists to kind of filter them out. So if somebody just wants to look at those entertainment style ones, they look at those playlists and so forth.
Oh, that's fine. You can be in front of me. Thank you. That was good advice. She started whispering in my ear. I blame the girl person because I'm still allowed to do that. Girl person. So what I was gonna say is I work with kids now, and so there's the old.
Jamie, you were just gunning to get canceled tonight.
No, we joke like this all the time. It's fun.
I watch too much stand-up comedy, that most American of art forms where people still had skin and.
I get in trouble for some of the stand-up. Like I'll be like, come watch this, come watch this with me, and 10 minutes in, they're like, I hate you.
Legit, just ask Nog. I'm picking on you, I promise. Like, if I were serious, I would sound angry, and if I were angry, I'd sound British, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, she would totally sound British if she was mad.
Really? What kind?
Well, it's sort of a mix between South London and Yorkshire, because that's where my grandparents were from, but, like, I fake an American accent. Anybody who knows me knows that I naturally speak with a sort of weird British accent.
No, you don't.
Yeah, no, like when she's on my streams and she does it, people pick on her, and I'm like, yeah, this is like the alley that I talk to every day.
Yeah, like anybody who's close to me knows that this is not how I talk. I fake an American accent because I get picked on because of how like weird my hybrid British accent actually is. Because I spent the first like 5 to 6 years of my life in Britain being raised by British grandparents, so like I had dual citizenship up until a certain point, so like I actually naturally speak that way.
Yeah, and then you decided to move to America, so you got your cloth.
Oh, I didn't decide shit. My mother got off drugs and got married and got custody of me back.
That's a more compelling story than my police.
No, yeah, I mean, not to laugh because
like you're from the Midwest.
She fakes it very well. Trust me. She has been mad at me a few times, and I can't help but be like, you can talk like this forever. Like you can just speak like this all the time, because even though you're mad at me right now, I really like this accent.
Well, I've been told that I sound a lot more feminine too when I'm British because it's my natural way of speaking. It actually hurts my throat to talk American, Pacific Northwest American.
I think I'm biased. Yeah. I like every accent besides American.
Because I get harassed for my accent. Like legitimately, I do.
No one's gonna harass you here.
If someone harasses you,
trust me, it happened in several streams. Like people would give her shit, and I'm like, this is Allie. Like she's just like fucking hot right now. She's upset.
Fuck them up if they piss you off. Or
Violent reprisal.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
My chat's a little crazy.
Anyone talk shit about her accent, I'll just leave Malachi under their bed.
I'm turning my camera on for just a second because I'm gonna be smoking again, Neil. So I'm gonna respect. But like, I'm just a little bit like hyperbolic. So like my chat's be getting crazy.
I know, but you can. Oh, fuck's sakes, man! If I could smoke in here, I'd be smoking a joint right
It
now
is,
with the
it is
camera on.
totally my own preference. I don't like
All right.
doing
All
it on
right.
camera.
Ooh, someone said they sound like Alex Jones in real life.
Yeah.
The
Man.
Oh, come on. You do not, X.
interdimensional aliens. that
Your
are
voice is
butthole.
far more sexier than Alex Jones.
X carries conversations. Don't
it's
let him lie.
something far more sexier than Alex Jones isn't really much of a bar there.
Okay, valid point.
Yeah. I couldn't.
Jamie's lost for words right now.
No, I couldn't pick a butt of a joke.
Pick a butt.
My favorite moment with X came on my show, and he I don't think he had ever been introduced to Jesus as Lord. So Jill was in my chat, and X was like 5 minutes in, he was like, "Yeah, fuck this guy, just ban him, just fucking ban him." On Utah Outcast, we would totally ban this fucker right now, and I was just like, "Welcome to a raging atheist."
Yeah, to be fair, like you guys kind of first figured out about my accent when I inadvertently had that meltdown.
Are you dead?
You okay?
Like I had kind of a major panic attack, and people first found out, I think, about my accent on stream as opposed to in the Discord, because a couple people had heard it naturally in the Discord when I got high. Because my rat died in the middle of a stream, and that's the first time that anybody heard it, because I like broke down and I couldn't fake it anymore.
I had heard it a lot,
man.
but yeah, that's the first time like most people heard it.
My close friends know that know the way that I naturally speak. Like if I pick up a call in the morning, like I don't have the energy to fake it. People will just hear the way I talk.
It's not how you speak; it's the message you get across.
Yeah.
I tell her that she should just be her, but I understand that shit. People. When I saw it, like the first time that it came out in the stream, like she had people literally talking shit to her. I'm like, holy fuck, man! Like I used to have a Wild West in my chats, but I'm about to start banning bitches.
No. Continue to have a Wild West. The best stories. It'll just be one, because I didn't.
We have a couple of rules in our chat. Like sometimes when we do sensitive streams, we do auto ban rules. When we had a certain guest on, we banned certain topics from the chat because we knew there were people that were potentially going to harass them. When we did a stream on self-harm, we banned any sort of mocking of the people that were coming on and certain discussions and stuff, and that was an auto ban. Slurs are always an auto ban. Most things, though, the protocol is you get a warning, a timeout, and then you get banned, and you have to be told a reason when the mod does it, and that's the protocol we've got, and it works really well.
The nature of my channel, I had a lot of homophobes coming in slurring a lot.
Yeah, and those are the ones you just want to fucking slap across the face.
Yeah. But I still get GPH. I haven't banned that fucker yet.
Say that again, Jamie?
You said, the homophobes, it's the ones you want to slap across the face. And I was like, yeah, but you got to have a dick that's large enough. So
exactly.
Wait a second here. I got to get my no bar.
To get your YouTube channel taken down. What's that?
What we need is that big purple dildo from San Andreas. That's what we need. Just slap a homophobe with a purple dildo. All is good.
Does it have to be purple?
There's
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Neil.
Oh yes! Oh my god, I'm dumb sometimes.
I have
GTA most of the time
5, and I've played less than an hour of it, and I'm trying to do that because it's the largest entertainment industry, and it's where good stories are coming from. But I'm bad at video games, so I'm trying to discover them.
I'm a failed novelist, so I've thought about writing video game stories.
Okay, no, Naka, failed my ass. You got into the fucking New Yorker. Don't stop shitting on yourself.
Oh,
that's not novels though. That's short stories.
Okay.
Hold on, this is fucking brilliant.
I'm sorry. Are you familiar with the entirety of with the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Yes.
You just Dunning-Krugered yourself. You're in. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Everyone summarizes it as dumb people don't know they're dumb. That's not true. It happens to you. It happens to everyone about most of the things that we evaluate our own skill. And it happens to the people that are experts percent of knowledge.
Ollie's being very kind. So to me personally, like me being published in the New Yorker was just the ultimate symbology of my failure.
Cat behind
I
you.
failed. I didn't publish books.
You're not being nice to yourself at all. Like getting into the New Yorker is like the crowning achievement for a lot of literary careers. Like that is like a 0.00001% acceptance rate. They get millions of stories, and the fact that you were one of the 10 that they published in that
I published 2 stories in the New Yorker.
Okay, you are a dick. And you need to stop being a dick to yourself, not like this is me being your fucking muzzle again. Stop that shit. That is massive. That is fucking massive. That is like the crowning literary achievement that you can get as an author.
Yeah, but I still work in a fucking restaurant.
Okay, it doesn't. Okay, like just because you didn't go on to like go completely pro doesn't fucking mean that you haven't made it. Like getting into the New Yorker is
honestly, Allie, I'm more proud of like when I got published in Realms of Fantasy magazine.
Okay, you realize that if you got published in the New Yorker and the issue on an application for a fucking properly edited novel, that you'd snap your fingers and have one. You realize that, right?
Josh
probably. I've got a novel. I should
tell Josh to come on my show.
I mean, my failures with writing isn't because like I failed at writing. It's because I just didn't really try.
Okay, I mean, you can't get published in the New Yorker and not fucking try, you jackass. Stop it.
Just
because you enjoy it doesn't mean it's.
I wrote a really.
Because you enjoy it doesn't mean it's not fucking
work.
work.
I wrote a really good story, and then I wrote a really good follow-up story to it, and it was brilliant. It was like probably the best shit I ever wrote in my life. It's I have to. I have it around here somewhere. I'll send you the link.
Nah.
Hey Josh, when are you coming on my show, Josh?
So far up your ass, you're gonna have to fucking swallow it. Don't stop being mean.
I checked back into the conversation.
Honestly though, like the novel I wrote, if it ever gets published, it's gonna be the greatest book of all fucking time. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are interrupting somebody from Atheist Vanguard here. I mean,
oh, I'm sorry. I totally didn't mean to talk about that.
Dude, being published in the New Yorker even once is huge.
Yeah.
You got published in there twice. Like, fuck you and everyone that looks like you.
I got published in like Realms of Fantasy like 25 times. I'm
God.
really proud of that shit.
Yeah,
I got published in Penthouse Forum once.
My only claim to fame as far as that stuff is concerned is I turned down a publishing contract with Orbit with a $35,000 advance because I was making more money as an indie.
I turned down a contract with Walt Disney.
And you're kicking yourself in the fucking ass from since then, I bet you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Like one of the greatest mistakes of my life.
Hang on.
I was on drugs.
Oh, that would be why. Jamie, what were you gonna say?
I was just doing a side of like, wait, why did I get invited into this group of people? Are you telling me?
Dude, I'm totally a failure. Don't be intimidated.
I haven't been published anywhere, Jamie. It's okay.
Wait, hold on, Neil. This looks the same everywhere. Yeah? Like,
yeah,
he is right there. Yeah, all right. We're going to do a 5. We're going to get it this time. All right? Brace yourself.
Naka, wake the fuck up.
3, 2.
High five.
1. Bam. You didn't do the
I was half coughing from the weed hit.
Well, why don't you just rub your legal marijuana in my Texas face some more?
Well, we're trying to legalize it down there for you guys. I mean, Republicans resist. They resist so hard.
Yeah, and no one resists more hard than the Texas Republican Party. It's the, I forget whether it's 2012 or 2014. The platform, because every state's party also gets its own state party platform, included opposing the teaching of critical thinking and higher reasoning skills in public education. Period.
I heard
the
that in
words they voted to accept for what they stand for.
I heard that in Texas, it's legal to teach that Noah's a real dude, but Hillary Clinton is fiction.
No,
I heard that. I don't know how true it is.
I reported on this on my channel. It's in their textbooks. They were choosing what to include and what.
It's in American textbooks.
Yeah. They chose to include characters like Moses as real people that existed, but they removed Hillary Clinton, saying they didn't have space for
Hey, Dallas.
text.
So wait.
Oh,
Oh,
all
wait.
right.
There's
All right.
more details because I've spoken to the Texas State Board of Education. And oh, by the way, you're not safe just because you're over the Texas border. There's 2 large states that could influence the market for textbooks. One's California, one's Texas.
What the
California doesn't have a statewide single standard for textbooks.
Oops.
And Texas does, because Texas knows how power works when they're trying to fuck shit up. And so they've done a pretty good job of calming myself now in the way that I'm speaking. They've done a pretty good job fucking up some of the fundamental basic parts of education.
By the way, how long are we planning on going for the after party? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know till. Holy shit, we've been going for 2.5 hours.
I am totally enjoying myself. I can go for another hour.
Yeah, I can too. I got no plans other than I got to be at work at 4 a.m, so we got to have to quit by then.
Yeah, I've got a kid to take to school, so yeah, 1 more hour and I'm good.
I ran out of chocolate, so we'll see.
Oh my,
that's cat that wants to jump
terrible.
in.
One of my partners was actually nice. They went to the store and they brought me home one of the little 1 ounce Seattle's chocolates, dark chocolate bars, and this one had figs and pistachios in it, and it was amazing.
I got these. Jamie ate one in an entire bite, and I'm like, you gotta like savor it and shit.
Look,
Fuck
I'm
that.
I'm
That
used
shit
to
whole.
swallowing things whole and savoring the taste as I please.
As you please.
Well, somebody
Matthew.
understands the value of swallowing.
Gay. It's a joke.
Gay.
Sorry, we
But-
interrupted you saying something worth listening to.
Big Turk bar. Yeah, actually, I totally agree. I love those Big Turk bars.
But yeah, these are just the little small ones. Like I've actually kind of been really controlling a lot of my intake of junk
Guys are
food. I've
adorable.
lost about 72 pounds in the past year and a half, which is a third of
Wow.
what I need to lose. But yeah,
I think I found them.
Yeah, Allie's been a freaking champ with that. I wish I could do it because I am gaining weight, not losing it.
Actually, I lost weight. I'm going to be a little bit skinnier the next time you see me, Jamie.
Really?
I've lost about 22 pounds. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I am so. If I lost 22 pounds, I'd be back to like 30s.
I'm fucking svelte
Nokasuchi.
now, brother. And you can actually there's actually definition in my chest again, which is kind of weird.
Neil, you've given away too much blood.
I don't tend to talk about it very much on
that's
stream,
probably
but like I've actually been doing Weight Watchers, and it's working really, really well for me. Like especially their new program, it's amazing.
Weight Watchers mixed with exercise. Now you're
Well,
selling
I mean,
yourself short, Allie.
Well, exercise is a part of Weight Watchers, but yes, I do high intensity interval training 5 days a week. I also
Not big.
walk for a half an hour every day, and I do weight training 2 or 3 days a week.
Nice.
I do none of that. I drink and I think.
I drink and I think, and I found everyone's lost weight.
Everyone
I
looks
drink and I know things.
when you're drunk.
That's what I was going for, Neil. I was going
I
for my
just-
boy Tyrion, but you got it.
What? Whataburger? You know, it's funny
No,
because
no.
Jamie knows this.
Vegan.
Jamie knows this. No, I know, but you know this because you were in the car. When Cyrus and you and me and Jim went to Whataburger.
Mhm.
You remember that? And what do I order? A fucking chicken burger. Like a fucking moron.
Oh, dude, I would so order a chicken burger.
I know, but because it was buffalo chicken burger, and I love buffalo chicken.
Oh, dude,
But afterwards-
I'm with you.
Cyrus is making fun of me because I'm like, dude, we took you to Whataburger. You're supposed to have like a burger, not a fucking buffalo chicken. You get those anywhere, and they taste pretty much the same. But yeah, but it was pretty funny. And I just remember the looks on their faces when I ordered
back
that.
for what?
They're talking about which of the various meats of innocent, sweet little cute animals they're gonna devour, and so
You
I
forgot
they weren't
tasty.
gonna murder anything.
In
Are you
this-
vegetarian?
Not only tasty,
animals.
but a developed part of evolution.
That's right.
Wait, what?
I have to pick on the vegans because I'm guilty. I'm such a bad
Beer, though.
environmentalist.
I
I'm
agree.
so bad.
That's
I
Flowers
wish
and
I didn't
maca.
eat meat. I totally wish I didn't eat meat.
I was gonna
I'm
say-
Beer
such
is
a bad-
vegan. Beer is vegan. So
some of
Depends.
it's just some of it.
Some of it is vegan.
Yeah.
Some of it's not. Some of it
is filtered through bone
a
char.
fish's eye or whatever.
No.
It's probably the ones I like.
I did like no meat Sundays for like
They
a
need to
year,
filter beer
and
through bacon.
I missed meat on Sunday.
I know Burger King is being sued right now for their Impossible Burger because they cook it on the same grill that they cook.
Oh,
their
yeah.
Everyone, okay, so like everyone who's vegan is supposed to already know about that. Like, I understand some people don't, but like they don't hide the fact that they cook it on the same grill. You can literally ask for it to be prepared a different way.
Okay,
Yeah.
but on top
Yeah.
of that, like for most people who don't have an allergy to meat, like you're buying, like the whole point of veganism is to not physically support that industry. So like if you're buying the vegetarian burger, like just because it's going to get a little bit of grease on it, I guess some people get sick when they eat it, but like I've never actually understood that, even understanding the ethical side. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like you're still buying a vegan option.
Yeah. When you get
Like, and this is coming from somebody who is like
factory
right
also-
there next to veganism. The only thing that I eat is occasional eggs in baking because I'm celiac, so it's very hard to bake without eggs.
Oh.
Yeah, so my thing is like, so what I've heard some people is like, they get like really grossed out because they're like, I don't want to eat anything that has been slaughtered or that's dead or like have contact with a corpse or whatever. I don't know.
That sounds like eating disorder talk to me personally. Like
Are you a
there,
corpus?
that's the kind of stuff that like my anorexic and bulimic friends when I was in the throes of that disorder would say, like, oh, it's all blood and pus and it's filled with this, which to a certain degree is kind of true, like of milk and stuff, but it's still like that's the things that eating disorder folks tell themselves so that they don't eat those things.
I actually have an eating disorder.
So do I. I'm bulimic.
Yeah. See, I don't purge, but I'll like binge and then I'll starve myself because I feel like shit for eating. And I'm trying, like talking about this is really hard because I'm just like coming to terms with it. And it's like kind of like the start of it and it's creeping in. And I feel my brain trying to condition me to eat less. And even though like I've been vegan for 3 years, but like
I eat
this,
everything.
my eating disorder has nothing to do with being vegan. It just has to do with like I feel like shit. I grew up in a household with like my adoptive mom who's like stereotypical housewife, and I'd walk in and she'd say shit like, your hips are getting bigger. And I'm just like, oh well thanks. It wasn't a compliment. And so I'm like all self-conscious even though I don't hold anyone else to the standards that I hold myself to. I like
Well, that's good. You should
hate my body because everything sucks.
Well, when I was calling it eating disorder talk, like I was saying that from a place of experience because that's some of the stuff that I've told myself. So like I wasn't trying to be insulting to eating disorders at all. I was just saying that like that's the kind of shit that like I've heard folks say, and I've even said that kind of thing to myself to stop myself from eating things that I consider to be caloric.
Yeah, and childhood shit, man, that fucks with you. So if you have somebody literally like just degrading you as a child, just growing up, like you could be like 18 years old. If you have somebody 18, 19, 20, 30 years old, if you have somebody constantly telling you, oh, that's bad, why are you doing that? That's going to get into your mentality. Human beings need to be better.
She does it like all the time. When I see her, she'll say shit about the fact that I'm getting gray hair. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. Like,
well, I get it because I started bald. I used to have this big mane, thick ass hair. I'm balding as fuck. Everybody's like, "You're balding, dude." I'm like, I'm 42. That's kind of what life is, right?
Yeah. Who gives a shit? Like, you go bald, you go bald. You turn gray. Like, that's what fucking happens, and it's fine.
People just want to be dicks.
Yeah,
and it's stupid.
Snarky thing where she's
like, activated my trap card.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I talked about this a little bit during our self-harm stream. I'll probably actually talk more about it during the deconversion thing because this is actually part of my deconversion. Actually, was this stuff, but my mother put me on my first diet when I was 9 years old. I told Nok this story. It was, I call it the Faith Diet. I can't remember what the actual name of the book was, but it was one of these books that was written in the 90s.
It was a problem.
Had lines in it, and my eating disorder has actually used like my counselor has told me to personify my eating disorder kind of as its own separate voice, like to differentiate it, so to speak, from normal thought, to kind of recognize it as being not normal. So when I say my eating disorder says this, that's why I do that. It's part of the CBT that I'm going through to treat it. Because I go every week to a counselor for that. I'm pretty open about it. But one of the lines that my eating disorder uses is from this book. This book talked about like filling the hole in your soul that's meant for God with food. And so they suggested that you skip breakfast and lunch and only eat dinner and only eat a small dinner because, quote, your body will take breakfast off of one hip and lunch off the other. And I was maybe 20 pounds overweight as a little kid. And so my mother put me on this diet, and it was the first of many.
And my soul must be huge because I eat a lot.
Is that the book where on the cover there's like a woman and it's like grass and then blue and then a woman leaning into a fridge? Because when I was Christian, I was given a copy of that book, and I probably still have it somewhere. And I never read it because it seemed like bullshit. My mom's copy was a hardcover with a dust jacket, and the dust jacket was gone, so I don't remember what the cover looked like. It was just kind of like this tan color. But I do remember reading it and being forced to read it like over and over by my mother until it was kind of ingrained. And so like I got used to the binge, purge, starvation cycle from a really young age, and then I've had these allergies my whole life. Like they're genetic. We didn't know I was celiac until last year. But yeah, but like the meat allergy and the milk allergy I've had my whole life. It's gotten progressively worse over the years. So like, you know how some people can just have a very mild peanut allergy and then later on in their life it gets to the point where they get anaphylactic shock. That's basically what happened with my meat allergy. My parents went Atkins when that whole craze happened. So I was very sick as a kid also. And food meant illness to me because of the fact that we were eating mostly like cheese and eggs and meat and a little bit of veggies. But I was sick all the fucking time. And my parents would call me a carb addict because I was hungry all the time because my body wasn't digesting these things right.
Yeah. And because they didn't know what the word addict meant. And because they were wrong to do that. Generally, sorry, I have strong feelings in your favor and in opposition to the crazy shit that you just described as happening. So,
but yeah, like part of my deconversion ended up being because of like feeling like this could not possibly be true. Like, you know, God wasn't healing this weight problem that I had. You know, so like that was part of what led up to it. But yeah, like that's also part of where my eating disorder kind of originated was my mother was putting me on crash diets from the time I was 9 years old.
We should would it be okay if we could like talk and stuff? Because like I'm really struggling right now, you know, like I said, it's not, some days are worse than others and most days I eat, but I hate myself for it. I'm just like, fucking why? I need to eat. But there's this part of my brain that goes, oh, you want to eat? You've been doing so good not eating all day. Do you want to be a failure? If you eat, you'll fail. And I'm just
gods, yeah, I know that voice.
No, if you'll eat, you'll live.
Yeah, like the logical side of my brain knows, right? But there's this other part that's so overpowering. And then like if one of my friends asks me if I've eaten and I tell them no, and it's like fucking 11 o'clock at night and they try to give me food, sometimes I cry. And I'm just like, what the fuck, man? And this is like, I can't believe I'm like talking about this on a public forum, but it's important to discuss these things.
It is. You're right. And yeah, that's fine.
Well, and
I think
like,
you and
there's
Ali
a sea
should
of blue in the
definitely
chat.
talk.
Like, if anybody picks on you, there's a sea of blue in the chat. They're gonna get fucked. So.
Yeah. Exactly. Naka, did I make you a moderator on my show?
Yes, I am a moderator under this account, which is the account I'm under mostly.
Right.
But yeah, if I actually put my Discord and my Twitter, I'm more likely to answer my Discord than my Twitter because I'm on Discord like all the time. Twitter I check periodically because it's a dumpster fire. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to chat with me, like I'm more than happy to be like that friend. If you're like, oh my god, I need to eat something, but my brain is being stupid, like help.
Because I'm like having that feeling right now because I feel like shit because I didn't eat anything all day. I got here at like a little bit before. I did when I got here. Jamie was like, what? See, because he loves me and he cares. And but when I got here a little bit before 5, I was like, okay, Josh left and I was like, okay, I'm by myself. I can eat, right? I can eat one thing. And I made myself a sandwich. And yes, I said sandwich.
I say that all the time.
Vegan enchiladas, rice and beans. And then I like looked at the calories of it. And then I was like, I just kept eating. I ate like some vegan ice cream. And I'm just like, I hate myself for it because I feel like I ate so much so fast because I was so stressed out that I hadn't eaten. And then now, like, I've guilt tripped myself and I'm hungry and I want to eat, but I just don't fucking know how. I don't know how to just make myself go eat and tell myself that it's okay.
Well, and like I completely understand that. Like that was something like one of the hardest things for me was when we started my CBT treatment, which if you are, I know that Texas sucks dick, but if you have like decent health insurance or if you have like a community program or something, if you can find a counselor that is trained in cognitive behavioral therapy, like it is the most difficult thing I've ever done in my fucking life, but it has changed so much about the way that I think about food. Like I still struggle. Don't get me wrong. Like I actually had a purge episode about 2 weeks ago, and it was the first time in years that I'd actually thrown up purged. But it was also brought on by like one of my partners telling me that they were no longer attracted to me because I'd gained so much weight since we'd gotten together. Because bulimia does that, it causes you to gain a lot of weight over time because of the binging. But like eating 3 meals and 2 snacks as per the program was one of the hardest things I've ever fucking done. Like it sounds stupid to people who don't have an eating disorder, but like that breakfast off of lunch, one hip lunch off the other, that, you know, you're never going to lose the weight. You're never going to like be able to shop at normal stores. Like all of those messages in my head, like there's a million of them, but they're there constantly like waiting in the wings. But one of the things the counselor helped me realize was that I don't know if this is the case for you, but it is for most of the people that I've met with eating disorders. I was using my eating disorder as a coping mechanism for like my emotions. Basically, when I get stressed out, I control my eating because it's controlling something when I feel helpless. And like when I'm angry, I'll eat or I won't. Like it's one or the other. Like I'll refuse to eat or I'll eat way too fucking much.
Yes.
And like for me, you know, being honest and open about that, like I have another friend who has an eating disorder who I talk to regularly. And like when I'm really going off the rocker, I'll contact her. And like being able to talk to her about that was a lifesaver for me. The other thing that was a lifesaver for me was I got a journal and I started writing in it when I would have those like purge cravings or when I would have like the I can't eat right now. Well, why? Am I hungry? Like, am I stressed? What is going through my head? And getting those thoughts out on paper and looking at them made me realize that I don't have to believe everything that I think. And so, like, those two things combined with professional treatment, which, again, I'm not trying to, like, replace a counselor at all here. Like, I'm just saying these are the things that I'm doing outside of my CBT that are helping. Like, those two things change the way that I handle those sorts of problems. But I understand how hard it is. Like, when you were about to break down crying, like, you can ask Nok. I've actually come to him and, like, said, like, oh, my fucking God, I can't get myself to eat right now. Or I've said, I just ate everything ever and I feel so sick. Like it was one or the other. I didn't know what healthy relationships with food looked like for a long time because like I was so controlled growing up that I never learned what hunger is. I never learned what full is. Like I didn't understand either of those things. So I completely understand. It's not something to be ashamed of.
No, it's not at all. And this is something that my channel has started to delve into, and people get mad at me because they want to see a raging atheist rage at Christians. But I want to deal with human beings and what's affecting them. And I will always provide a safe place for you
as long as you're not a Christian
on my stream. But not only that, I want to commend you on your bravery for speaking, because these are very hard things to talk about. And when we can really look at ourselves as human beings and say, hey, this is what I'm struggling with. This is what I'm dealing with today. That is one of the most important things you can do. And I commend you. And you have a place of welcome with me and all of mine.
Well, yeah, and like I said, I completely understand how you feel. Like, I understand where that comes from. I understand, like, also, you know, I don't know if you get this, but I sometimes get the urge to way over exercise, like when I feel like I've eaten too much or something like that. Like, I want to burn it all off, even though I've got education in nutrition and I know that that's not possible. Like, there's a phrase that I love from one of my favorite songs. It's believing and knowing are two different things. You can know that what you're doing is unhealthy, and yet there's some part of you that doesn't believe it, even though you know it's true.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, did you ever have like moments where like since I have major depressive disorder and I've I've been treated like shit so much in my life. I like by people that I love and trust, and told that I'm this ugly ogre of a person as far as looks go and all this stuff. Do you ever like, oh, this is hard to say. Do you ever have those moments where you don't eat because of like mental health and you feel like you deserve to starve?
Yeah, I've had that. Actually, like when we're having financial trouble, that tends to be a thing that will happen. I used to crack a very morbid joke that was only half a joke in our house, that like when we're on a budget or when I'm on a diet, like our budget is better because I've told myself that I'm a burden before.
Oh my God, me
changing
too.
changing that thinking is one of the hardest things. Again, like I still deal with that sometimes when I'm, after panic attacks and PTSD episodes, like after flashbacks especially, I sink into this sort of depression where those sorts of thoughts come to the surface. But what I can say is, number one, it's really hard to pull yourself out of that and go talk to somebody. But if you have somebody that you trust that, you think even might understand a tiny bit, like, especially if you know somebody who knows how to talk to someone with an eating disorder, those are the times where I have had to train myself to not be alone as much as I want to go be a wounded animal and crawl under the bed.
Yeah, you have to force yourself to talk about it, because like the logical side of your brain is like, you need to tell someone, and it's so fucking hard, right?
Yeah, it is. But like at the same time, if you have those people in your life that you trust, like this is the time where, if you need them, where like you need to reach out, because sometimes it takes, and again, this is part of where CBT is fucking magic. Sometimes it takes somebody else, asking a particular question or, pointing out some sort of flaw in the logic or something else for you to go, oh, and journals can be really useful for this too, because then you can look at the thoughts rather than having them repeat and spin in your head. You can physically see them on paper and you'll be like, wait a minute, this orange is 100 calories. Like
journals, doing what you're doing now, talking to people, getting it out. Let me tell you one thing: you're a beautiful human being.
Oh yeah, you're gorgeous.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could hug
telling
the both
yourself
of
that
you.
you're a fucking ogre, like that's dysmorphia. It's lying to you. Don't lie to yourself. Like it's, the eating disorder is lying to you. And again, that tool of this is my eating disorder talking, not me, can be very, very helpful. Starting to recognize this, I'm not worth something. I don't deserve to eat. Mine is named after my mother. My counselor told me to name that voice. And to argue with it as though it is like a person. Mine is named after my mother. You could name yours Karen if you wanted to, or something like that, or whoever you attribute it to.
That is the best name. Sorry.
Yeah, fuck you, Karen. But I mean, like,
the that's my mom.
Is sorry. It's also the generic. It's also like generic bitch person thing from the internet.
Well, it's also Ray
like,
Liotta's wife in Goodfellas. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, it's the meme is "shut up, Karen." But like,
I know, but
so it wasn't.
My
meant
mom
to be an
spelled
insult.
her name Caron, so she's more like the styled after the Charon, from mythology. Oh shit! Thanks, Joe. Not bad. Sorry.
But like that's like stopping and kind of recognizing those thoughts. Like, is this me thinking this, or is this my eating disorder telling me stories? And when you write those thoughts down, you can look at them more carefully, or when you talk to a friend, they can look at them more carefully. This is your eating disorder talking. Let's try to find something that you feel comfortable doing. Do you feel comfortable with fruit? Do you feel comfortable with protein? Do you feel comfortable with this? Like, what portion makes you feel safe right now? Things like that. And you can like reason your way through taking care of your body's needs that way. And I know how hard it can be because I've had to do it so many times. And there have been times where I didn't. There have been times where I promised myself I'd eat a certain amount and I ended up eating the whole like bag. In the case of crisps. Crisps are my fucking binge food. I don't binge on sweets, I binge on savories. Those are my problems.
I do both. ¿Por qué no las dos? That's like the fucking catchphrase of my life is why not both?
You say that a lot of times. Yeah. It's good.
I know. I have to I have to
Coke.
joke about some stuff because it helps a little bit.
It does.
It's a human reaction.
Yeah.
I do it all the time, and people don't understand my humor. because they don't understand my life. And we're all human beings. We all have our own shit, and we're beautiful in that. And the fact that we try to struggle with it, and the fact that we deal with it, and the fact that we get through every single day is a testament to how strong we are. Yep. And it's the human experience. And, you know, talking about it helps, and sharing it helps. And you know, that's one thing that I've tried to do on my channel is be unabashedly afraid to be truthful about my inner demons, my failures, and my successes. You are successful. Mm-hmm. You are sitting here right now talking to a bunch of people that do this forever. Like this is what we do. And you are being brave, but not only that, you are talking about something that millions of people are going through, and they're so afraid to just share it. And you shouldn't be, because this is the human experience, and you are a human being, and you have every merit in this world. And what you're going through isn't something that you alone are going through. What you're going through is something that many people are going through, and you're not alone. You're not.
And you have to remember, you don't compare yourself to what you think other people, how they would handle it. This is your journey, and you will approach the issue as you see fit. And if you know that you need to take a step back and take a look at how you're handling everything, that you have people around you who are going to love you and support you along the way.
Well, and like as far as my last bit of advice, as far as like when you have that urge to starve yourself, or when you realize you haven't eaten all day, and you're trying to convince yourself that it's okay to have food. Sometimes those days when you have the hardest time eating, a lot of the time it's not about the food, it's about something else that's on your mind. And sometimes sitting down, especially like at a word processor or at a notebook, or getting on the phone with someone, sometimes you can stop to think, okay, well, I am physically hungry, but I'm telling myself that I don't deserve to eat. Is this me feeling something about myself really? Or is this me, trying not to deal with something else? What has happened today or earlier, or what was I thinking about before I started fighting with myself? And like my as part of my CBT, I have to keep a food log. So everything I eat, and if I binge, I have to mark them as a binge. If I purge or try to starve myself deliberately, I have to mark that. And if I do one of those things, I need to write down if something major happened, or if I had like negative thoughts or something beforehand, because I can start to recognize what my triggers are. And that's how I figured out that a lot of the time I eat when I'm angry or when I feel helpless, like when there's things going on in my life that I can't control. Like I said, the binge purge episode that I had last was when one of my partners confessed that he no longer is attracted to me sexually because of my weight, which is something that I was scared of for years. And he told me was not true until recently he confessed it. And I broke the fuck down. Obviously, because it's like, oh God, all the stories my eating disorder has been telling me are true. And then my counselor pointed out, well, does that change the way that you're treating yourself? Or is that just his problem? Is that his feelings that he needs to deal with, not yours? And so it was
sorry that happened to you. That is so shitty. Like, I've been with guys that tell me like the worst fucking things about my body. And it's like, I thought you loved me. I thought I loved you. Like, why are you telling me that I'm ugly, that I'm flat-chested, that I'm this, that I'm that? Like,
let me tell you that those dudes are shitty fucking human beings.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, and this partner is not a terrible person. He's a good guy. Like, he's a genuinely good guy. This was something that he actually wasn't admitting to himself for a long time. Because I gained a lot of weight due to a combination of different medical issues and the eating disorder. Like, I've gained almost 140 pounds since he and I got together. So like, this isn't just I gained like 10 pounds and he's saying this is like a pretty significant difference for him. But again, I'm not making excuses for him per se. I'm just saying that there's a bit more context to it than what it just sounds like.
It was just a little triggering for me. That's why I started crying. I'm sorry.
I'm so
Let it
sorry.
out.
Like I didn't mean to. Like
No, it's not your fault at all. Like I have weird triggers because I've been through fucking hell in life. So like weird little
Same.
shit that doesn't even make any sense to other people like will trigger me.
Yeah, Naka's actually seen me after a PTSD like shutdown, like an attack, panic attacks and like flashbacks. I go full British when that happens.
It's really one of the few things that I'm good at because I've had so many through my life. So no, you are what you said about men talking to you the way that they did. That's a problem in male culture. And,
It is.
and it is a huge issue because it makes men feel good to put down others. It makes men feel good to put down women. And it is ingrained in
Let's
them.
not generalize here.
Well, I'm
It
saying
makes them feel like
what
they're stripping your power.
what
Those
I'm
kinds
saying
of
is
men.
what I'm
Those
saying
kinds
is
of men.
not all men, of course not, but a certain breed of man really gets off on that, and it comes from.
Yep.
I'm gonna
power.
say quite plainly, there's a male patriarchy in Christianity, but
Yeah.
not only that, there's this thing in our society, right? That men can say these things, and it's just being a man, and that's not true. It's
Look at
just
the interview
not.
with David Worley and that fucking Lance asshole.
Exactly. This culture needs to change. Human beings are human beings. And if any man says those things to you when they are intimate with you, when they are sharing themselves with you, they are not sharing themselves with you. They are dominating you. And that is wrong. And those men should be held to account for that.
Absolutely.
Well, a lot of men that I've met that are of that sort tend to see their sexual attraction to, women as disempowering somehow. Like they feel like because they are attracted to you, that you have power over them. And so those sorts of negative comments are kind of a way to disempower you.
Yeah,
which is fucked up because it majorly damages you.
It's
and
not just
an excuse.
a male thing. I mean, I have a lot of friends, and I am a very big advocate for LGBTQ plus rights, and I have a lot of friends in real life that are trans, that are gay, and they deal with the same shit. My lesbian friends have partners that do the same shit. So it's not just a male thing. It's a domination thing. It is I'm going to dominate you, and I'm going to make you feel less than the human being that you are so I can dominate you. And it's not right. It is not justified ever, and you deserve better.
Yeah. Well, it's an abuse tactic, and like it's actually a well-known thing in the pickup artist community. They do a thing called negging, where they will couch a compliment in an insult. So, like, you're not exactly a 10, but I'd fuck you. That kind of thing. Like they do that to disempower women. Like they do that to bring to bring women's egos down. That kind of thing. Like it's a well-known manipulation tactic. Like abusers do it to try to make their victims more dependent on them. Like, oh well, you've got these saggy flat tits and this ugly butt, but I love you. Nobody else will, but I do.
And who says this kind of shit?
One of my exes.
Yeah. I've known quite a few. And let me tell you one thing: you're a beautiful human being. You will find somebody that's going to appreciate every part of you. I hope that for you. And these fucking dicks, we will continue to call them out because they're disgraces. And it has, like, people need to realize that what they say has an effect on people. And you need to treat people better than that. And you don't deserve it. And it's not justified by any means. And a real human being, let alone a real man, is going to be real with you. And they're not going to tell you awful shit like that as they're being intimate with you. That is an ultimate betrayal, in my opinion.
Even there was this one guy that I dated when I was 18, and he was nice, but his mother would tell me things about my body. I mean, one day I was just walking past her, and like, God, she was a fucking asshole. I was just walking past her, just going past the dining room to the bedroom, and she was just like, what size bra do you wear anyway? And like I was 18 and I immediately like was thinking back to like being in middle school and high school and boys being like, oh, what's your cup size? And they're horny teenage boys, so they want to hear like D, double D, and I'm just like A, maybe a B. And so like I was already really uncomfortable. And so I tell her B, A, B, I don't know. And she's like, if I were you, I wouldn't even wear a bra. It's not like you have anything. Cool. And
just telling you, you know, like just to make you feel a tiny bit better, you don't want triple Ds. I have some hardcore back problems because of the weight imbalance that happens from that. Yeah. Like I would kill for your boobs because honestly, mine cause physical problems for me.
Well, see, I just want to be like a C, you know, and like also. I'm trying to be comfortable with my boobs, right? But it's so hard because everyone's like, oh, because like this whole, it's totally fine for people to say, you know, yeah, some women have curves, but saying real women have curves. And it's like, okay, well, just fuck me then. Like, I'm just not worth anything because I don't have round hips and a round butt and big old boobs. And it just makes me like hate myself even more. And people don't realize that. And they think that like, skinny shaming isn't a thing. And it's like, no, I've been trash talked to many times because I'm not curvy enough or whatever the fuck that means.
Oh yeah, skinny shaming is way rarer than fat shaming, but it does definitely happen, and it's fucked up when it happens. Like nobody should be shit talked for their body.
Well, and everyone's beautiful in their own way, and like people should fucking realize that
exactly.
Instead of saying like, you know, oh, you have to look this way to be a woman. And it's like, no, you have to like identify as a woman and then you're a fucking woman, like whatever, you know?
Yeah. You know, I stand against a lot of purity culture in Christianity, and I stand against like people like Girl Defined and all of that. But there is a line to that. There's this limit when you start to cancel human beings for human beings. And there is this culture that these purity people talk about that sometimes I combat against, but sometimes I actually really agree with because it's very damaging to people's mentalities. And it's when you have this model culture, as you were saying, if you don't have curves, you're not a real woman. If you don't look this certain way, you're not a real woman. That's bullshit. You're a woman. You are a woman, and you are real, and you have feelings, and you have emotions, and you have everything else that anybody else has. But not only that, like I'm sitting here looking at you, there's nothing wrong with you. Nothing. Mm-hmm. You know, there's not a one thing wrong with you. And for anybody to sit here and point out issues with you, they are doing something that's called displacement. It is a classical physical thing. It's like a defense mechanism that people use because they have inadequacies within themselves. So if they're pointing out things about you, it's because they are legitimately worried about things within themselves. So they have to make you feel shittier because they are feeling shitty themselves. And it's really shitty because it affects you because they're talking to you. And so human beings need to understand that we need to transcend beyond that. We need to be human with each other. I rage against Christians and I do all of this, but if I have a chance to make that link, to make that bond, to find that common ground, I do that. People need to be better towards people. And what you're doing right here is a perfect example of how to achieve that by being honest.
Well,
pure and simple.
I just want to thank everyone for all the nice things people have been saying in the comments. I really, really appreciate it. Like, it means a lot to me.
Alex, you're awesome.
And don't even a tiny bit helpful. Like, I'm just trying to share my experience there.
100%.
Yeah, I definitely think that you and Allie have a lot in common, and I hope that you guys continue talking because I think it is going to help both of you.
Yeah.
Listen, my very good friend Lilith, who's actually almost my neighbor, has jumped into the stream here, and she had a story that she wanted to share that's along the lines. So
hey guys,
let's give her a couple minutes.
Oh, sorry.
She's also a co-host for Veritas Voices too with Renee Valation. So
yeah,
I just thought I'd plug that.
To share. Thank you, Neil. I just wanted to share a story that I hope the girls would enjoy, because I also had an abusive spouse, psychologically, not physically, because, you know, if you're punched in the face, at least you can fucking figure out that happened. But head games are so much more confusing. And he
Gaslighting will make you
used to
doubt
twit
your
me
own sanity.
about having gained weight, because turns out when you're abused, you can become depressed, which makes you less active, and then you gain weight, amazingly. And so he waited until he knew it really bothered me, and then he started making all these comments about my weight and making exaggerated claims too. Like, I gained some weight, but he'd say things like, you know, I married a skinny blonde and now I've got a fat redhead who's 80 pounds heavier, and I wasn't. And he was just being a shitty human being. So I waited until we forced us to move so that I would be able to disengage from him, and so that I had a little more power and wasn't as isolated. And he was on his back foot, and I waited until he tried it one more time. And he said something about my weight, and I turned to him and I gave him the biggest smile. I looked dead in his eyes and said, you know, you should perhaps be a little more concerned about your weight. After all, the more weight I gain, the larger my breasts are. And there I tapped his not little belly and said, whereas the more weight you gain, the smaller your dick looks in comparison.
Oof.
Yeah, I call it putting a roof over the tool shed.
Exactly.
I know this from personal experience.
The man
I'm just saying.
did not need to. He did.
How did he react? Like, I have to
He
know.
would have been aided
What did
by
he
optical
say? How did he
illusions in
look?
the other
Like,
direction.
tell me
Let's just
everything.
say.
Tell me everything.
Yeah.
How do they react? Men don't like it when you
I-
put the
I-
shoe on the
I-
other
that is the
foot.
cruelest
Most
thing
men.
I've ever said to
I'm paying with
anybody,
broad
and I
brushes.
was so happy. I've never been prouder to be so mean to someone, and it like, 'cause so often it's after the fact, and you think of all the things you could have said, and that was the one time it was like, no.
I would have been off to
got
the
him.
side applauding the shit out of you, Lily.
Like, I get that. Like, I had this one
So
guy that, like, he loved
I
to
don't
make
know.
me cry.
It's one
Like,
of the few
sorry.
times that I actually got to live the revenge fantasy, and I figured, you know,
Yeah.
it's something to think about. At least one of them got
It hurts.
his
It hurts a
comeuppance,
man.
and I assure you, he never tried it again. Looking at his sad, he.
What are you talking
You'd seen
about?
his-
4 inches is pretty big.
I'm telling you, like I didn't have the belly I had a year ago, and I look down, I don't see much
that
but
was,
belly.
That was my little story about the one time I got back
have
at one of
feet.
those guys.
I like that story.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like,
But
because
yeah,
like I said, there was this
some
one guy that
men
fucking loved to
can be
make me cry,
Just
and like I just told him, like,
terrible.
sorry, I guess
Horrible
we're
creatures,
talking
and-
over
but-
each other. Oh no.
The one thing I will say about like the negging culture and those kinds of men, they are extremely insecure underneath.
Yeah.
And if you laugh at them, it just
Oh, they're
fucks
fragile as
them
fuck.
Right
What-
up.
what-
It
Yeah,
fucks their whole
what
game
you were
up.
just saying, like a man that
So
loves to see you
I try
cry.
and do that whenever
Yeah.
I can, because
What the fuck?
fuck them. They deserve
Yeah,
it.
no, he was a fucking dumbass. Like oh god, like
I can't hear Alice. I feel like Alice is saying something.
She is saying something,
Like,
and you can't hear her.
too. And so I feel like we keep talking at
No.
the same time. Like,
You are talking at the same time. Now, hang on. Can you hear Naka? Because you guys keep walking over each other too.
That's because I just keep jumping in.
yeah.
You've got 3 folks with ADHD in the chat. 4. 'cause
Yeah.
Neil, you said you haven't.
Let's go
right?
ride bikes.
Yeah.
I always have ADHD.
Let's go ride bikes.
Yeah. Ooh, shiny.
Lilith might have to disconnect and reconnect if she's having a hard time hearing us.
So this has happened before. This is one of the issues. It's rare, but it does happen where one person can't be heard in the chat.
Yeah, that
Well,
seems
I
to be a
can hear
StreamYard
everybody
thing.
just fine.
Okay.
It's happened with me in
Wait.
StreamYard before.
Is he fucking with us? Like,
No. This has happened.
He's fucking
Lilith
with
is
us.
gonna. Oh, wait.
You had me there.
Steven?
I was like,
Oh,
what the
fuck,
fuck?
I've got
already heard
a
you,
story
Steven.
too, but this one isn't a significant other. I've actually got 2 stories of random fucking people, like just when I was out and about. 3 actually. One of them was Fat Shaming Week, the thing that Return of Kings did. I actually got hit by that. My picture of me and my husband was put up on the Fat Shaming Week hashtag, and my husband actually got doxxed by somebody who worked at his work who like harassed him and made fun of me. So
I want to get back. Like every time that I've ever made a girlfriend cry, I have felt like the biggest piece of shit in the history of the world. And for somebody to enjoy that,
Yeah, that was shit. Like, he got off on that.
But yeah, like what ended up happening with me was I used to do like secret shopper stuff. It was when I ended up having a heart problem, nothing related to my weight or anything. I actually have a heart valve that's like deformed a little bit compared to the other 3, and so I get this weird like hummingbird heart thing that happens when I get overly stressed or when my heart rate goes up too high. I have to wear.
Does that mean you can hover when you fly? I'm just kidding.
Well, it's actually really terrifying when it happens. Like it beats really, really like over 200 beats per minute, like fast, and it can stop if it like does that long enough. So it's actually kind of terrifying. I went to the hospital for it once, and I was told like, well, you need a pacemaker to fix it because it's the pacemaker part of your brain that's like responding negatively to this heart thing. But like your insurance is going to call it elective because you didn't actually have a heart attack.
But that's AFib, right? Isn't that called AFib or something?
I don't remember what it's called. Like it's got some actual name.
Like chronic heart arrhythmia.
Yeah, it's a chronic arrhythmia, but like I don't remember what the actual deformity is called because it has a name.
Oh, okay.
It's a genetic problem. But like the point being is that like I ended up having to quit that job. I was working 60-hour weeks doing Verizon customer service, and that's what caused the heart problem was the stress from that. I had just gotten promoted.
Shit, I can imagine.
But like after I quit that, I was doing this like secret shopper thing, and we did a secret shop where we went to this like Mexican restaurant place that had like a salsa bar and all this other stuff, and somebody took a photo of us there and put it up on the the hashtag Fat Shaming Week on Twitter, which we didn't know was going on until we got tagged. But one of his coworkers, like I found out he was talking very
they
nice.
Put you up and then tagged you in it?
No, it was the hashtag Fat Shaming Week tag, and one of his coworkers, my husband's coworkers, was part of this hashtag, I guess, because he identified my husband and was like, "Oh, that guy talks like about how beautiful and blah 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 his wife is. It's good to know he's a fucking liar." And so my husband actually tried to go to Boeing about it because like he works for Boeing. I've talked about that before too, and they were like, "We can't do anything because it was done off of Boeing property." But we were able to get our images removed. We did appeal to Twitter, and we were able to get our images removed. But like that's one of them. There was another time where like I was grocery shopping and this old lady like pulled the Smart Balance out of my cart and pulled like a pack of crackers out of my cart that I'd gotten for my husband and said, "Oh, honey, this isn't going to help you lose weight."
Excuse me?
Like somebody I'd never met before.
Like somebody asking for your advice randomly.
Who does this?
I have heard that a million times in Food Lion in North Carolina. I have heard that so much. Like I saw that literally people pulling shit out of people's carts and saying you need to lose weight. It drove me out of North Carolina. I could not take it anymore.
Break a fucker's finger for doing that shit.
But the ultimate sort of weight horror story is, and I've told you this one, Knock. I don't think I've told Neil though. Part of the reason I ended up suffering so many complications this year because of my celiacs was so I had like, if anybody here has ever had E. coli or salmonella or norovirus, throwing up, your stomach's all kinds of there's stuff coming out the other end too. Imagine that for a month straight. Went to my doctor. My doctor thought it might have been an issue with my pancreas because there was fat deposits in that stuff and it was like, gross. So like she thought maybe I wasn't producing enough enzymes. Eventually, like we tried to figure out what the problem was. It didn't get better. So she sent me to a gastroenterologist. When I went to the gastroenterologist, I apparently hadn't, quote, lost enough weight to be telling the truth about my symptoms. He spent an hour trying to convince me to get gastric bypass and guilting me about how I was going to die early and break my husband's heart and how it wasn't fair on him that I was so overweight. And, like, refused to listen to my symptoms. So it took an extra 2.5 fucking months while I waited on a waiting list for a second opinion. And because of how long I was, untreated, I ended up with severe anemia. And last year on Christmas Eve, I had to get blood transfusions because my intestines were so damaged from the undiagnosed celiacs that I had stopped absorbing iron. And my ferritin stores hit 0. I had a third less of the blood cells than I was supposed to, and they were a quarter of the size they were supposed to be.
Wow.
Exactly.
I don't feel like you should be able to sue the doctor for that.
You can't, unfortunately. Like, I actually did. My doctor, my primary care provider, was pissed. She went after him because she worked at the same hospital he did on emergency. And I filed a complaint, and they said that because I'm an obese patient, it was well within his rights to try to treat that disease.
Honestly, this is one of the untalked about issues of universal health care. So when Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and rational people talk about how health care is a right and it applies to everybody and everybody should have health care, had you been in a preventative system of healthcare in this country, they would have diagnosed it much sooner and you would have been able to treat it much sooner. So while everybody's worried about losing, those outrageous deductibles that they can't pay because they might have to pay an extra $500 in taxes every year, you might want to start realizing that you could die tomorrow. Seriously, because what Ali just described is something that could have been prevented had we been in a system that was looking to prevent disease
Like
instead of treating disease.
Yeah, it was over 6 months before I finally recovered from the chronic anemia, and that was with a bunch of iron supplements, having to go in twice a month for blood tests and stuff to see if my iron levels were going back up. If it had not taken 3 months to diagnose me, then I wouldn't have lost almost an entire year's worth of work, because when I met Nok and Cirrus and Pig and all of them, when I first got into YouTube, I was still recovering. Part of the reason I got involved in the Discord communities and stuff was because I was bedbound for months because I could barely walk. Yeah. When I went to the hospital, I got up, tried to go walk a few steps to the bathroom, and passed out in my hallway. That's how I ended up with transfusions.
Shit.
This is how Ali came into my life, and I feel kind of shitty about it because it's literally because America failed her and it didn't have to. And don't get me wrong, Ali's in.
Dude, you guys have a serious problem down there.
Ali's in the liberal bastion of America here. So.
Oh, and I have the best insurance. I have some of the best insurance you can fucking get here. I don't have co-insurance.
So don't get me wrong.
Everything is a copay. All of my prescriptions are mostly covered. I go to a lot of different specialists. I have access to really fucking good care. And even with that, and going to one of the better fucking hospitals, I still got discriminated against because I walked in and he saw fat girl.
Unbelievable.
See, our senators and our brilliant politicians don't talk about the real issue. The real issue isn't insurance companies. Those are oligarchy issues, and they have bought the politicians. The issue is how we care people and the number of doctors we have. The federal government puts a limit on the number of doctors we have in this country. So if you make healthcare a right and you go to a preventative system, Neil, you know a little bit about this living in Canada, then you are actually preventing illness instead of treating illness, and people live healthier lives. This is proven fact.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, and I still struggle with care. I went into a doctor for a UTI a couple of years ago before I found the BCP that kicked all of the ass that I had for years. And this was a male doctor, and I'm going to preface that because my experience with male doctors is shit. Women, female doctors can be just as bad sometimes, but they're less likely to be this overt about it. This motherfucker took one look at me, heard that I had PCOS, saw my weight, and tried to put me on metformin without a blood test. For anybody who doesn't know, metformin is a drug that they give pre-diabetics to decrease insulin resistance. Mm-hmm. It also can cause weight loss. If he would have put me on that because I have chronic blood sugar issues because of the undiagnosed celiacs, I would have died. Legitimately, I would have died from blood sugar crashes if he had done that. I walked in for a UTI and he tried to prescribe me metformin, and my response was, because I have nutrition education, where's the blood test that says I need this? Because last I checked, I got my sugars done, at the beginning of the year, and I don't have a problem. I'm not insulin resistant. In fact, I'm kind of the opposite. I have problems maintaining my blood sugar no matter how much I eat. lo and behold, like I get diagnosed celiac, I fix I fix that problem. My intestines have started healing. I'm not starving all the time anymore, so I'm losing weight. But like, that was a thing. Like, all he fucking saw was fat girl walks into office. It doesn't matter that I came in there because I was literally pissing blood. Like, he was like, oh, your weight's the most important thing. We got to deal with that first.
Like, no, if you're peeing blood, if you are peeing blood, that's what needs to be dealt with first before anything else that they think they need to deal with. Like, you're fucking peeing blood.
It's a renal issue.
Oh, we need to take care of that weight first.
So true horror story of the American healthcare system is I've been poor my entire life. I've never had real insurance outside of a few years of my life. My daughter has real insurance. Surprisingly, I have none at the moment, and I have a very serious debilitating disease. Everybody knows about it that's watched my channel, but that's beyond the point. But a serious failure of the American healthcare system is that people are afraid to go to the doctor because they're afraid to go in debt. And I was one of those people. As a 28-year-old man, I was diagnosed with several stomach ulcers in my stomach. I was poor. I couldn't afford health insurance. So I ended up pretty much getting butchered by a surgeon that didn't want to operate on me because I didn't have the best insurance in the world. And he totally fucked me up. It took me about 5 years when I actually had insurance of fixing what that motherfucker did.
Wow.
And people don't talk about that stuff. So
I'm so glad I live in Canada.
The American healthcare system, imagine
it's good to live in Canada.
Imagine if we treated mental health like we treated anything else, right? Just imagine it. Just imagine if we gave a fuck what people went through and contributed as a society to help them through that. Just imagine how much problems in our society we could solve, but it doesn't fit the bottom line. And that is the problem in this country. And that's why I support Bernie Sanders. And that's why I am slowly turning towards socialism.
To have people not have to pay for people to get so horrifically sick. You end up actually spending less on healthcare when you maintain a certain level of health in the population. But it's not just about the bottom line. It's a control thing. And honestly, it's a lot of that conservative Christianity. We have to decide who is worthy. We have to
it's not only
who gets it, and it has to be people we approve of.
Well, it's not only that. Like, okay, so I know that most of the people here, other than maybe not, aren't as far left as I am, but one of the biggest leftist, and by leftist I mean like leftist in most of the world, meaning like, communist, critiques of the American system is that a lot of the control that you're talking about is actually employers trying to force people to stay with them, because one of the biggest leverages you can have over an employee is healthcare. Like, I can't leave this job even though it's shitty and my boss is abusive, because then my kid who needs fucking insulin, or then my wife who needs fucking ADHD medication or whatever, or even me, then I who am diabetic, I will not be able to afford my medication anymore. So you'll stay with that shitty fucking job despite the shitty conditions because you need that health insurance. And with universal health care, that leverage is gone.
And not only that, but because America is what it is, right? So now there's talk, because America allows these pharmaceutical industries to run rampant here, that like in places like the UK that has this, I'm getting a bit of an echo.
I think it's Neil. I think he put his headphones
it could be.
by.
So we'll work through
guys?
it.
I'm having a lot of trouble on my end. I don't know what the issue is, so I'm going to duck out so I don't wreck the audio anymore and just listen from the sidelines. But it was lovely talking to you all.
It was lovely talking to you too,
your
Lilith.
story.
Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you, Lilith.
Let's all stay in touch.
I'm glad. I hope it gave you a little bit of joy.
It did.
It did.
Good.
Fuck that small dick motherfucker.
Yeah. No, what I was gonna say before to comment on that though, was that guy that loved to make me cry. He ended up being physically abusive, so I kicked him out. And then he like wanted another chance with me. And the worst thing that I ever told him was like, no, I'm not ugly. You're ugly. And that's like literally the meanest thing I ever said to him. So I was like, you know what? Fine. I'll give you another chance. But you gotta listen to everything that I say while we're on the phone. And I'm going to quiz you the entire time and make sure you're paying attention. And if you're not, then I'm going to hang up and you'll never hear from me again, which was a total fucking lie because I was going to hang up and he was never going to hear from me again anyway. And then I told him all kinds of horrible, mean things that I would never say to anyone else and made sure that he was paying attention. And you know what? That's like the one time where, yeah, I feel a little bit bad, but I really, for the most part, don't feel bad about being mean because fuck that guy. I was just like, no, you look like Wiz Khalifa got beat in the face with a shovel. Like, no. Like, he was so...
You shouldn't feel bad about that. You should not.
Yeah. And it's like, I loved it. And then at the end of the phone call, I was like, because like I said, I kept checking to make sure he was listening. And when I was done, because I like had written down everything to make sure that I didn't fucking miss anything, I was like, did you get all that? And he's like, yeah, I heard all that. And I'm like, okay, what was the last thing I said? And then he told me, and I was like, cool, good to know you were paying attention. By the way, I lied. You always accused me of lying when I wasn't. I lied. Fuck you. I'm never talking to you again. And I hung up and I blocked him and fuck him. I never talked to him again.
Well,
yeah, I think that's a common issue with men today. Like they accuse their partners of lying when you're just insecure with yourself, right?
Yeah.
Like you're afraid you're going to get busted in your own lies, so you must displace that onto the other. And you're lying about this, and that. I've had that issue growing up, and I'm 42 years old now, and I've evolved. When I was a 22-year-old man, if I looked at a woman, and I'm like, "Oh, you're lying," it's probably because I fucked around on her, straight up. Like I cheated on her, and I'm like, "All right, I'm cheating. He's got to be cheating." So she's fucking around on me. As I've gotten older, I realized that if I'm going to tell somebody that they're lying, I need to have evidence of that, right? So I need to really know for a fact that you are in fact lying to me, because perception is everything to begin with. Just because I perceive that you're lying to me doesn't necessarily mean you're lying to me. But men, it seems like, and I don't like painting with broad brushes, but I really like speaking against male culture. Male culture speaks that if I am insufficient, I must blame you. And that's what we must fight against, because men, we're insufficient. We're human. We are not what we think we are.
Well, and as much as people dislike the term toxic masculinity, like this idea that men have to be perfect, they have to be the provider, they have to be this pressure that's put on them that causes, in part some of these behaviors, like that's just as fucked up as the stuff that we face on our side. Like it's just as screwed up that they have to deal with that.
But it is no justification.
Oh, I'm not saying it's a justification. I'm saying that is like part of the reason why this happens.
It is.
That toxic masculinity. It's fucked.
It's a real thing. Like you're raised from a young boy to do this thing, right? Like you're raised from it. Like you're a man, and that word in itself means all of these different things that you can't even fucking comprehend, and some people take it like you gotta dominate. Some people like you are the hunter gatherer, and she is the person that's staying at home. No,
that's the warrior king archetype. There's also you're the hyper intelligent person who's got all of the answers and is going to save the world. That's the philosopher king archetype. Like there's a bunch of different forms of masculinity, but all of them include some form of dominance.
It's this fake ass narrative of alpha and beta. Right. So there's been plenty of studies done on it to where if you actually look at wolf packs, there's no true thing as a fucking alpha. This is something that
the guy himself that fucking did that study retracted it and apologized years later.
It's a bullshit narrative. Males are not the alphas. There are plenty of women that are the alphas that have run these companies and have done all these things. We have got to get beyond this narrative. we have got to realize that human beings are human beings. And I know we ran a long time, but that is my ultimate thing to you, to everybody, is that you are a human and you are worthy of every fucking grace that is due you. And if anybody takes that away from you, you throw them the middle finger and you say, I'm a raging atheist. Fuck you.
Or even I'm a raging pagan, because you got that quote from me.
I'm a raging something.
But I mean, like, coming back to kind of the topic that we were on like a moment ago, when you have that kind of treatment by doctors and when you've got that kind of like body shaming culture where a lot of people are like, oh, look at the ultra thin ideals in the media and it's not even that shit. It's the mom who nitpicks your thighs. It's the shitty ex-boyfriend who said that shit about your butt. It's, you know, it's the well-meaning friend who asks you if you've put on a couple of pounds, or, you know, in the case of people who are actually very, very overweight, the skinny friend who drags you into the store that you will never ever be able to fit into and, you know, like harangues you into trying something on until you have to explain that you can't. Like, it's that shit. We have this culture that promotes disordered eating. And whether it's just disordered eating or develops into a full-blown eating disorder, there's a reason that something like 20% of women are going to develop one. And I will tell you one other thing, Alice, and this is from one, you know, ADHD woman to another. You and I are twice as likely as the general population to end up with eating disorders because of the ADHD. So what you're going through, that's common for us. Like, that is something that we struggle with. A lot of us, like, that internalized shame from the ADHD developmental disorder can turn into disordered eating, especially because of the impulsiveness and all of that stuff with binging and purging and that need for control, because everything feels like it's out of control all the time and there's nothing you can do about it. And you're ashamed of yourself because you can't force yourself to do the things you feel like you should do. And so something needs to be okay. And this is the thing. That is so common, and I understand.
And not only that, and we're going as long until Neil gets back anyway. So our society is designed for it. There's a reason why we put corn syrup in everything. There's a reason why there's salt in everything. There is a reason why there are all these addictive qualities to the food that we eat. There are steroids in the foods that we eat. These things are designed to make us addicted and to make us unhealthy. And we have to address it as a society. And we've been going really, really long. This has been one of the best streams I think I've been a part of in quite a long time. I feel blessed to be a part of this. I just want to thank everybody that's involved.
Blessed.
I was gonna say, I agree.
Yeah, blessed was such a shitty word.
I agree with your sentiment, but not your phrasing. No.
That phrasing.
I honestly, I feel the same way, because oftentimes I feel like I haven't put in a lot of work, and like my mom called me fat today, kind of.
Really?
I mean, my life situation is very different. I don't have an eating disorder. So it was like part of a broader conversation about my life and making enough money and everything. My parents don't like that I'm poor.
Being poor is kind of hard to not do.
I am a failure for being poor.
Oh, fuck, I live check to check, dude, so.
My father was orphaned at the age of 8, and my mother was sent off, was, you know, raised, didn't go hungry, but was like, you earn your keep, and also we live in Arizona. This is a terrible place. Find somewhere else to live as you grow up. And they did both. They're a doctor and a lawyer and successful and money and all of this. And they look at me, and I survive. I live. And I spend less than $2,000 a month. Because I
wish I could say that.
And that's about, well, I still get a little bit of help because work is weird here. But yeah, and that's not the same with my sisters, my blood sisters as a whole. This is a very different, like, stuff in my life thing than an eating disorder. You win.
No, it's not a contest.
It's not I hate when people use the term oppression Olympics, but I tend to use it when people are like, oh, you have it so much worse than I do. Don't play the oppression Olympics. There are no gold medals for putting yourself down. And just because they're starving people in Africa doesn't necessarily make the fact that you might not be able to buy lunch tomorrow any easier, so to speak.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that whole idea of, oh, you've got it worse, that doesn't help you. So don't feed that crap. Your problems are your problems. You can talk about them.
Yep.
I wanna talk about one right now. It's gonna be awkward as fuck, but since
You're among friends.
You'll since you'll probably understand. So Jamie's not doing anything wrong at all. He's eating a vegan burger, and it looks good and it smells good, and I'm hungry and I feel like shit for looking at it. I feel like shit for wanting it, even though eating feels so good. And I'm just like, he's eating and he needs to eat because sometimes he forgets to eat, and I'm like, should I eat? No, I binged earlier and I shouldn't eat anything. And I don't know how to deal with this feeling right now. I'm hungry, but I'm like, no, I can totally just make it the rest of this video, take my sleeping meds, go to sleep, and not eat anymore today, and I'll be so.
No. Have a nice little snack before you hit
Okay, Alice, here's a question. Why?
Fuck.
Why do you want to skip that burger, even though you're hungry, and take your sleeping pills and go to bed? Why?
I feel like I don't, even though I know it's not right, I feel like I don't need to eat, and I should just kind of start myself and do better in not fact, but do better tomorrow with not eating, and I could start now. And it's fucking why? I should just eat because I'm hungry. Why do you feel like you need to not eat? What in this moment makes you feel that way? I don't know.
I don't. For one, I don't want you to feel like anything that you do is wrong. Right. So I want you to do right now what is good for you. I also want you to continue talking to Allie. But outside of that, you're good.
You might want to find your thoughts.
No. You're good. You're fine. You're talking about it.
I just don't understand why I feel so guilty. This veggie burger smells amazing and I want to eat it, and I feel like shit for wanting it, and I feel like shit for thinking
it's going to be a process.
All right, so
be hard on yourself.
I feel like this. I'm gonna be honest with drinking, because I know that it's bad for me. I know that it's killing me. But I keep doing it, and 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 I keep doing it. And eventually I will make the decision. What the thing that I want to relay to you the most is that you are going to take care of yourself, and you're going to do it in the best way that you know how. And you're going to do it by continuing to grow and by continuing to learn. And the best way to do that is by talking with people that are going through the similar situations that you are going through. And that's why I'm like, Allie is good for you, but not just Allie, other people that you come across. But not only that, just keep being you. Because I'm going to tell you one thing straight up through this entire broadcast is you have relayed a message of humanity. And you have been a human being through this entire broadcast. And that's important. That is very important.
You've been authentic and raw and willing to be vulnerable. And that can often be the first step to, recovering from these sorts of things. So that's a really, really big deal. And I want to say, as somebody who also struggles with exactly the same problems, maybe sometimes different words and it's a different voice that's lying to me, but the same problem, right? We're sisters in arms here. That's the hardest part, is admitting that this is a problem when you're caught up in it, because it feels normal when you've dealt with it long enough. What I can tell you is that on the other end of treatment, there is a point where it'll stop feeling normal. there is hope there. There is a part where the voice has not gone away from me yet, but I recognize it as the voice of my disorder and can try to cope with it more times than I don't. There is hope on the other end, and that's the most important thing. Right now, as far as you struggling with this veggie burger, my question to you is what makes you think that not eating it is better than eating it? Even though you want it, even though it smells good, even though your body is telling you that you need the food, even though you know you're going to get a headache from low blood sugar if you don't, what makes the emptiness better than the pleasure of the food? What are you afraid of?
I don't know. I feel like crap for like eating all that chocolate that I ate earlier. Like I finished the little
so
bar,
good.
and I don't know. Like eating feels so good, but like I hate myself for it feeling good, which doesn't make sense because
Nope.
eating is supposed to feel good from an evolutionary standpoint, so you can eat and survive.
So why do you think you don't deserve to feel good?
I don't know. It's like something I'm in therapy, and I'm
Sounds
also
like a
struggling with
conditioning.
like sex and stuff too, honestly, because it's like it's scary to me, and I've been shamed for it. So it's like, oh, sex feels good, but I feel bad, and so I just don't really have sex, like, you know, like, and I feel like Jamie said I'm doing the same thing with food. I didn't even make the connection until he said it to me just now, and it's like, why?
So what is the worst thing that could happen if Jamie gets up and gets you a veggie burger right now?
Or Josh does.
Like, what do you think is the worst thing that could possibly happen if you were to do that?
I don't know. That's the thing. Is it like, you know, I overthink everything. So and the logical side of my brain is like, nothing's gonna fucking happen besides the fact that this is Jamie's veggie burger right here, not mine.
Yeah.
Like,
so,
you know,
Alice, there's a reason I haven't eaten the rest of it, and that's because I know you might want some, and also because I felt like if I picked up the plate of food you were talking about and ate it in front of you while you were talking about it, that would be a dick move.
no, you need to eat. You need to eat.
There's vegan chips.
I would be the same way, Jamie.
But I'm saying, like, if Jamie, like, it sounds like Jamie wants to give you part of that. If Jamie did that, what is the worst thing that could happen right now?
Hey,
I don't know. I
I was gonna
can't
say, what if we take the seat together?
take
We
what?
will eat the burger together.
I just feel like shit for what I have eaten today. That chocolate, the vegan ice cream, the enchiladas, and the sandwich. Like Josh is standing right here. Josh, I didn't eat until after you left because for some reason shameful, and I was like, I'm just gonna eat one sandwich. And again, for people just tuning in, yes, I said sandwich. I like saying sandwich. And I ate a sandwich, and then I ate some vegan enchiladas, rice and beans, and then I had the vegan ice cream. And then while we've been live streaming, I've been eating chocolate, and I'm like, why do I?
So what is morally wrong with chocolate and ice cream?
Nothing. Like I fucking.
They're fucking delicious.
What?
It's a mentality thing, and
Oh, I understand that, Naka, but one of the things that, like, my therapist does with me is when I talk about this stuff, like, she'll go through these sorts of questions with me.
oh yeah, I think it's important. Like I think that this is very, very moving. You know, like I feel the same way. Like, you know, like I'm 42 years old. I 6 months ago looked very, very differently. Not to the people that watch me on camera because I don't look much different, but to me, I look very, very different. I think that this is a mentality issue that we all go through, some to extremes and others not. I think the most important thing is to be supportive. The most important thing is you can eat, you can, but you will do so at your own pace and you will do so at your own growth. And I think that you can also not only be that, but you can be an advocate for people that are going through exactly what you're going through. And,
So
and you
what
have
I'm
a
gonna
platform, and you're going to grow. It's going to be a battle. It's going to anytime that we try to change ourselves, it's a battle. And I just want you to know that you have a lot of support. We just met you, but we'll always be here for you. And anytime you need to talk, we got a place that's going to be secure for you.
That means a lot because I just don't know. I don't know. It's like maybe you'll understand this. It feels like there's a wall.
Oh yeah, I understand walls.
And it's like, well, why can't you go around the wall? And I'm like, because there's a wall there. And it's
Yeah.
like, you could just go around. No, I can't. There's a fucking wall there. On the other side, it's terrible. And it's like, fucking why? Like, there's no logical reason as to why.
We need to do.
I have walls when it comes to relationships.
I was told
So
once that
I
if you
will
come
let people close to me, and then as soon as they get a certain amount of close, I will throw up this wall. And one of the few people that have broken through that wall for me was Allie. Honestly, I don't let people get close to me. Allie has. So yeah, I mean, I understand walls.
Not romantically, mind you. We're basically family. We're like best friends.
Yeah, it's not a romantic thing at all. It's she broke through my walls, and she's a person that I trust 100%.
I was told once by a friend of mine who's a psychologist. They said if you have a wall that you're facing, that you deal with all the time, this wall, said all you really do is you imagine yourself with a piece of chalk, and you draw a door and a handle, and then you just walk through the door.
Yeah, like Chalk Zone. That was an old show. Chalk Zone. I love that show.
I like that analogy because I'm a Stephen King fan, and I love The Dark Tower, and they're that exact same thing.
Movie.
Well, and I think that one of the things that helps me when I'm in this moment is, like, when I have that time, is something that one of my prior counselors said, which is, I am not a better person because I don't eat. Like, like, eating or not eating is not a moral action. At least not when it comes to, like, you're vegan, so, like, obviously you have feelings about animal products or not. So, like, that's not, whether or not I ingest this specific food, this food that I find acceptable, is not a moral action. I'm not a bad person because I ate something. I'm not a good person because I ate something. I am a person either way. So if my body is hungry, then it's no different than putting gas in a tank. It's a machine. I need to maintain it. And me choosing to maintain that machine is a moral action. That is a positive thing. If I avoid doing that, that's actually hurting myself. She like taught me how to see not eating in the same way that I saw cutting, because I used to cut when I was a kid. It's self-harm. I'm hurting over something else. I'm angry over something else. I'm trying to control over something else. Hurting myself is not going to make things better. Like, this problem that I'm dealing with is still going to be there whether I eat this burger or not, whether I eat these chips or not. However, I might not be if I don't.
Yep.
Exactly. And I want you to know, you got Jamie Boone there right next to you, hugging you and giving you love. But you also got a whole new group of people right here that's going to be there for you.
You've stumbled into a great community.
I almost guarantee you, Alice, you made a lot of fans tonight that are going to be super supportive of you going forward. And like I said, we have a very safe place in Discord if you want to come. We also have a very safe place on my channel if you ever want to come and talk about these issues. I appreciate you greatly being very honest tonight.
Absolutely.
This is what I live for. I mean, this is what makes YouTube good, and this is why YouTube doesn't need to change, because this is what happens on YouTube. We get to see real people. I love it. And I love you as a human being. I'm glad I met you.
Yep, ditto.
I love you too.
Hey,
Yeah.
Alice,
What?
So,
What, Josh?
if you had a
Josh is telling me something.
Impossible Whopper, what would you have on your Impossible Whopper?
I don't know. Like Josh is asking me if I had an Impossible Whopper, what I would want on it. But
We can hear him.
like eating something that heavy sounds amazing right now, but it also sounds fucking terrible at the same time.
So,
But like
so
I could just answer the question, right? That's totally a thing that I could fucking do, is just answer the damn question. Right?
Answer the question and then eat half and start there.
Not pickles and onions or mayo or cheese. Like,
I'm so with you on the no mayo thing.
like I never understood like my whole life. I'm like, why the fuck do people put mayonnaise?
Yeah, like let's just slop fat on our
Fucking
burger.
good.
I like adding
I
I,
love
like
mayo.
adding like light mayo to stuff. Like I get light veggies, and it's one of my favorite things. So I'm not
I
mad.
hate
I
it. I
put
hate it.
everything in
Oh.
ketchup and yellow mustard. Josh hates it because I fucking love cheap ass yellow
Oh my God.
mustard. Just like I mean,
Me
the
too.
really cheap shit,
We went
not
grocery
French's.
shopping.
No, fucking
Oh my God,
Heinz yellow
yellow
mustard.
mustard.
Heinz yellow mustard is a delicacy.
Awesome. Mustard's
No,
good,
I like
man.
the cheaper shit. There's a store in Texas called HEB, and that's how you know when people come from out of state. They're
Oh,
like, "Yeah,
even
let's go
cheaper
to
than
the
Heinz. I'm a
called
fan.
Heb, and it's like it's not Heb, it's HEB. But anyway, they have this like really fucking cheap store brand of yellow mustard, and I love that shit more than Heinz, more than French's,
Yeah.
more than anything. And I convinced Jamie to buy this big ass bottle that he's gonna apparently come in and show us.
It's one of the few things I agree with Jesus on, like the whole mustard seed shit, right?
Mustard. Well, see, Josh tries to get me to eat fancy mustard, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I hate it. Like,
So
because I have no.
Yeah, that Grey Poupon shit, that Dijon mustard, that's not mustard.
I actually make my own mustards. So like I used to brew beer too back before I got sick and couldn't
beer.
anymore. But I actually like make my own mustards. What I'll do is I'll pick either a beer or a wine. At this point now, it's gluten-free beers a lot of the time that I pick. And I'll soak the seeds in them, like marinate them for up to a week, and then blend it. And then after that, you leave it out to mellow out for up to a month, and it's freaking delicious.
What are we talking about
Yeah.
leaving out for a month? That sounds like a bad idea.
Mustard.
We're talking mustard, and
How to
Neil,
make mustard.
like you totally got a raging atheist agreeing with Jesus Christ on mustard. So that's like a clip.
So I'm actually going to need to go
Wait, I
pretty
can do
soon
it both
because I
hands.
promised one of the guys that I would spend time with them tonight. So I'm going to have to get going fairly soon, like within the next 5 to 10 minutes. But
That's
I
okay.
hope you guys don't feel like I hijacked the stream too much trying to be helpful or anything. Like Alice, I don't know if anything that I said
Totally.
was helpful at all, but I hope so.
Really helpful.
yeah.
And I learned something new because Jamie was like, "Hey, you have the same attitude of shame towards food as you do with sex," and I'm like, "Holy fucking shit! Why do I hate myself for things that feel good?" Oh yeah,
Both are good.
society. Fucking society.
Don't deny yourself either, because both are good.
This would be
I know that, but
And if it is your taste, you can do both at the same time.
Yes.
can I show it now? Can I?
That's the
So-
therapy right there.
So hold
Yeah,
on.
watch
There's a-
9.5 weeks.
There's a story with the mustard.
There is.
My roommate
Oh,
Josh
there is a story.
is a professional chef.
Oh, he's awesome too.
Oh, that's
I
fantastic.
now, before I started, whatever, peer pressured by this one into
Oh my
starting
god,
to be vegan.
you wanted to be vegan.
I know you started describing that. We'll have this fight on our way home. No,
We are home.
whatever. So it's like, I used to be oh yes, I'll just eat this clam chowder out of the can with a spoon.
I do
type
that
person.
still.
And then a little bit
Oh,
sometimes
sure.
that would be that would be like a microwave thing. And then he started being here. There's like pans. I actually use my convection pans from time to time. I heat things up on a stove top. Right? There's a level of
What?
civilization. Right? There's a level of civilization that's been introduced into my life. Like,
Yeah.
I understand that I should know what spices are because that's how you make food taste good.
Spices. Let the spice
like
flow,
mustard.
baby. Let the spice.
Like mustard.
Let the spice flow.
So Josh has high standards for things. I just forgot. There's something else that he's just like, it's like, oh, it's not food. I forget what it is. It's something that clearly isn't food, and he cares about food. And I'm American, so I just eat things on the plate in front of me. So there's that. And so, Alice, first, did you bring the first yellow mustard? Did you bring that yellow mustard into this house? I think so.
Not in
And
this
it's
Christian household.
Oh.
Oh,
Get the
Fritz
shit
is
out of
better
here.
than Heinz.
later, and then it will be not possessed by that fucker.
No,
Somebody-
there was already yellow mustard, and you were almost out. And it
That's
was like
true.
such a tiny fucking bottle, and I was
It
like,
was,
"This is
yeah.
so sad. We're almost out of mustard."
And Josh was horrified, right? Like, because I've heated whatever vegan corn dogs and just had yellow mustard. And he goes, "Oh my god, the yellow mustard." I'm like, "Okay, well at least once he's not complaining about the fact that I'm eating vegan." But we went and we were grocery shopping. I was like, "Oh, we'll get some vegan this, we'll get some vegan that." I'm like, "Oh yeah, yellow mustard." Like, no, get the biggest size they have because it will cause more displeasure to Josh. It's the size of her face over here.
That's fantastic.
I love
That
it.
is America.
It over the stream because and you weren't here. Seeing his face, he's gone. So this is okay to say. He opened the door to the fridge, and it's over here, and he's looking, and I know he hasn't opened it since I put it in. So I'm just sitting innocently at the kitchen table and seeing his wasn't quite like recoil in horror. It was just like a moment of pause and like, oh my god. And he just walked away from the fridge.
Oh no!
From whatever he was gonna get.
And then I was
defeated with mustard.
But then I was craving mustard for some fucking reason.
Oh god!
And I got a butter knife. I do weird shit. I've always done weird shit since I was little. When I was in 4th grade, I would hide cheese slices under my pillow to eat in the middle of the night, whatever. I also tried to sit on a chicken egg. But whatever, we're not going to talk about that. So, like a chicken egg from the fucking fridge. I made a little nest for it and sat on it every day when I wasn't at school.
That's sweet. I thought you just were going to tell a story where you took an egg and then smashed it on your butt.
No, what? No, I tried very hard to hover and not smash it. But anyway, so a couple days ago, I got a butter knife and I was like, I just really want some mustard. And I just took the butter knife and just put a bunch of mustard. And I was like, hey, Josh. And he was like,
"Oh, I do it. No, I do it. I do it.
Oh God,
I do it. Like my daughter. All right, so my daughter's about to be 10. When she was 6, she did not like mustard. I have spent 3 years working on this girl, and she today eats mustard on everything. Everything.
My kind of girl. This is a pound of mustard. I'll send you one.
Oh man, to me, I can literally eat it raw, just like you were talking about. I love the shit.
Hold up about the mustard. Just wanted to say, Atheist News has to take off. So.
Oh, okay.
Good night, friends.
Nice meeting you.
This might be one of your longest after parties ever, Neil.
It's in a minute. It'll be 4 hours. So yeah, it's one of them.
How long was the other one that we were in?
Being on a show.
Pretty close to this.
Let's do it.
But I think this was powerful. This is some shit. I'm gonna totally make the time for it and come back and watch and. I just really Alice. I want to commend you. I want to commend Ali for both of y'all's honesty. Just great shit, dude. Great shit.
Huh? What?
Speak up, Steven.
Oh, and it looks like disco.
Atheist News, come on my channel. We'll talk shit. We'll talk shit to fundamentals. It'll be fun.
So again, I don't have an eating disorder. However, there are some weird things that my family has done that have stuck with me in a non-clinical way. Charades is one of them. So I'm just going to leave out how long this would take. And just say, no. I meant what I said. We should do a show together.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, and Jamie,
I want to.
If you actually want to do that collab thing, do a book report thing, please send me a request on Discord or Twitter now so that I know that it actually happens really quick, so that we can get into contact and we can plan when we do that, because I would absolutely love to do that with you. It's nice to meet you, Catnip. I'm sorry that I'm having to jet. I have 2 partners and one of them is home and has been home all day and did not expect me to be on for 5 hours. So
okay.
I promised him movie night, and we're I don't have to make dinner tonight because we have so many leftovers in the fridge. I declared I wasn't going to. So I have to go spend some time with him. But it's
still early for you, yo.
Yeah, it's 9:30.
Yeah.
Is that Chris?
It's
Bye, everybody.
past bedtime.
Bye.
Have a good night.
And I'm just trying to make sure I've spelled your Twitter handle.
Yeah, Atheist News Show. So there's a double S there. Atheist News Show.
Okay.
And you'll see me in my newsman suit and tie.
Newsman.
I need to get better on Twitter. I really do.
You know the news guy that I love? Cody Johnston from Some More News.
Yeah, there's so much marshmallow and chocolate fire-related news.
I still
bed.
love Jordan Sheridan, even
night.
despite all the bullshit with him.
Good night.
Night night.
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 Night, everybody.
Malachi says good night.
What is this? The fucking what was the name of that show? The Waltons. Night, John Boy. Night, Mary.
All right.
Oh my God, this-
Maybe send me a request on one or both of those places.
Okay.
I'll go check my stuff
So-
to make sure.
Your Twitter handle.
I can't say if it's ALI.
Oh wait, no, I can copy and paste. Never mind.
Okay.
I'm competent. You should still collaborate with me, even though I forgot the copy and paste existed.
Welcome to my world, Jamie Boone.
Everyone forgets.
Hey, a world without copy paste.
Yeah.
Live.
Should be a horrifying place.
Hey, what's up, Catnip?
Not a lot, Nokasuchi. It's been a hell of a day, to be honest.
Yeah, it has been. It's been a crazy day.
No, I mean, like, today has probably been one of the worst days I've had in a very long time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you
Oh,
okay?
no.
What happened?
What's up?
I mean, it's not really my news to go on about, but there's a lot of family shit going on with my husband, and it's a bad time.
Oh shit!
Really bad time.
Hugs.
Alrighty. Well, I hope that you guys have a good night, and I'm sorry that that's going on, Catnip. Like, digital hugs, for what it's worth. Like,
Any hugs are good.
All right, Allie.
Hug Bear.
Allie, maybe
What?
tomorrow we'll talk about your whole new co-host role.
yeah, like that was a lot to drop on me, and for all the folks who didn't know at home, like, I totally, gave him shit in the, like, before we went live, because I was like, holy balls, you didn't tell me. Like, this is a hell of a thing to find out right now.
Go enjoy movie night.
Read your DMs because I'm making you a channel administrator as well.
Oh, holy crap, Knock. Like, that's a lot. I mean, I'm incredibly honored, and thank you. I'm just like, wow.
I'm actually honored to know you, and I'm honored to be in this fucking stream that we were in tonight. And Catnip, I'm glad you showed up at the very end because even though we didn't get much chance to talk about what's going on in your life, it matters, and I hope it gets really better for you because you're a good person.
Yeah,
Thank you.
agreed.
All right. I guess thank you so much for having me on again, Neil. I'm hoping to do a deconversion with you at some point when you've either got some room in your schedule or whatever. That would be amazing.
I've got room. I'll send you my schedule. I'm booked
He's-
until the end of February right now.
Yeah, he's 2 months booked, but I'll be here for that.
I have like 4 fucking days left available right now.
Alice,
Oh.
you have my Twitter and my Discord. Again, my Discord's way more likely to reach me. I'm on it. A lot of the time it'll say that I'm not, but I'm usually logged in. It's just I keep myself either on busy or on offline because I'm an admin in like 3 or 4 different servers. So like I get messaged all the fucking time. The
Yeah.
people, the people
owns
who
my
matter
server.
or, tend to be the ones who like I respond to, and you're on the list of people that matter. Like if you're texting me about an eating disorder thing, I'm here.
I don't actually have Discord. The only form of social media like that I actually really use is Instagram, and then I use Facebook Messenger, but my Facebook's deactivated, so I feel like I need to like get with the times and get a Discord.
No, don't get
But-
the times. Recognize that you're gonna.
I bit the bullet. I created a Discord server that Ali owns, and Twitter is also like a fairly easy way to get a hold of people.
I own it
Wait.
so that if somebody like I own it because if somebody does something really fucking stupid, I don't want Knock to get banned. Like I'd
Yeah,
rather have this
yeah.
account get banned and then like
I
create a
owned
new
it. I
one.
passed it to Ali because Ali is she's my girl.
Well, I'll make a Discord so that we can talk because everyone keeps talking to me about Discord, and I'm like, I guess I should be on Discord. I don't know how it works. I don't know anything about it.
Oh yeah, we'll be there together. I'm a Discord noob. I suck at Discord, so come join me in sucking at Discord.
Jamie, I look forward to collaborating with you. Catnip, it was wonderful to get to meet you very briefly.
Nice to meet you.
All right, extended goodbye is over. I'm gonna go pay attention to my partner.
Get outta
who's
here,
been
Allie.
waiting patiently all night.
Go get some.
Yeah, thank
a
you
good
for coming,
night.
Ali.
Yeah.
You know me. I love you.
I love you too, Knock. You're the best. Like you're
Right.
fucking family. I've always
Right.
got your back. Talk to you guys later.
Go in for movie night.
Awesome.
Go. Oh, okay.
I can talk forever. So
Finally,
I hope you guys are willing to stay up to 5 in the morning, my time. I'm just talking about
Hey, dude, I gotta go to work.
But
I'm totally fucking
I
with
don't
y'all.
know how different your time zone is from me, but it's like 1 o'clock almost.
Yeah, it's
in the
almost
morning,
1
and it's
o'clock. I'm going to
Are you,
bed.
are you East Coast?
Mhm.
It's 11:38 here, or on my
sorry.
phone,
It's
23:38.
23:39.
Oh, you guys are still
Military.
early. You're early.
Yeah, dude, it's 9:38 where I am.
I'm so
Oh well.
jealous. I need to go back
Eh?
in time. I need to move somewhere to where I can live in a different
Fuck,
time.
come on this way, knock. We'll get a house together, man.
I need to move to Canada because
I need help here. I need to move to Canada too.
Hold on, wait. You're gonna start Atheist House? Can I come out?
Oh, atheist.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's gonna be an Atheist House
Yeah,
New
let's
reality
start
show.
a fucking commune.
where weed is legal.
There's some great little islands off the coast here where we could just build one and fucking all live
Be
there
atheist
and all have YouTubers.
Yeah, like weed's legal nationally and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It has
Oh,
to
yeah.
be somewhere with
It is.
fiber networking, because otherwise, having
Yeah,
a ton of YouTubers in
I
the same
have that
place
shit
would be a
here.
downtime.
Yeah, we gotta have internet.
Oh yeah. It's here. It's here. Don't worry.
We
Right.
should figure out where the source of all internet is, and then just move in next door.
Fantastic. I agree, Jamie.
I'm down because I
Has anyone thought of that before?
Genius fucking
I am
plan, dude.
100% convinced that Donald Trump will be our next president, and I'm so sad for Bernie.
No,
but
no, dude. You're
I'm
getting
100%
impeached.
convinced. I don't know. All right, so I put forth that I think the Senate will do the right thing. I was bullshitting. We live in a very political climate, and the Senate is going to sell out their country to save their party. I'm moving to Canada, Neil.
You better fucking not.
Dude,
Sorry, forgive me.
there's room.
There are less
I
than
know,
12
Jay,
months to the
I
election.
want so hard to
And you're
believe in
gonna
the
quit
old
on me
Republican
now?
Party.
I'm the kind of dumbass that won't leave, and I wear
You're not a
this shit.
dumbass.
I'm the kind of super smart person that won't leave.
I
Sit
can't.
around
Dude. I
when
can't.
Pence is carrying out the whatever they call the purge. I'm gone.
It is
Way
puffy.
to leave me
I think me and Neil talked about this. And not
Nazis.
Neil, that was Cheshire Vic. I personally can't leave Michigan until like my daughter's 16, so I got like 6 years.
Oh,
So whatever happens, I'm fucking here.
are you an upper or a farter or whatever?
I am.
What
I
is
am
a
I have sole custody, but under Michigan law, unless I have my daughter's permission to move out of state, I can't move out of state. So until she's 16, so I got like 6 years until that happens.
My
Speaking of,
question was, which part of Michigan do you live in?
I live in let me think. So we're in Mitten. I live kind of in the middle of the thumb area. Let me turn my camera on. All right, so yeah, I live right here.
Oh, okay.
I'm about an hour from Detroit, and I'm 100%, 50% in between Detroit and Chicago, which means all of the drugs land in my town.
That's where the deals go bad.
Yeah, I mean everything lands here. We have everything. Luckily, I just smoke weed. So,
For a second, I thought you were hesitating to list drugs. And I was sort of like,
oh no, we have everything. Like any kind of drug you can imagine. Like seriously,
opium.
no, I mean opium. That's small change. I'm talking like DMT.
Small.
I'm talking like Hawaiian
I was
ice.
trying to find something obscure.
What?
Just today we had a hotel burn down because of a meth lab. So
Oh, sure. Well, come on, that's just standard meth stuff.
Yeah, that's
We'll
Michigan.
got plenty of that.
I say meth is like the last thing I want to talk about right now.
I'm sorry. But
It's not your
it
fault.
really happened today.
So that's kind of what's stemming all
Alright,
of
would
my
you like some
husband
heroin?
family's
Calm down.
problems.
It's a fucking epidemic, honestly.
Yeah, it's
It's an epidemic.
public health crisis.
Yeah.
Crisis. You know what my favorite thing is? I can't even structure this. People are really bad at formulating policies to respond to issues because at the end of the day, it doesn't get said, but people legislatures have to feel good about what the solution is. Needle exchange programs save lives, do not increase usage, but what?
I agree.
That was me raising my hand and like an uncomfortable, not a mocking.
I tried to
thing.
explain that to that guy Scott that I used to see, like the clean needle exchange programs are important, and it's like no, it like makes it worse and it encourages the behavior, and
No,
I'm like
it
that's
doesn't.
the same false
No, it
logic
doesn't.
as like providing condoms. To people.
There's no needle exchange program in Texas, and so on that basis, I've decided not to do heroin.
Yeah, no, that's not how it
Exactly.
works.
And no one ever.
That's why I told him. I was like, that's the same like false logic, right? Like faulty logic.
Every place
Like,
that does
oh,
needle exchange.
We can't teach sex ed because that's encouraging the behavior. We can't give them free condoms. That's encouraging.
Exactly.
I was gonna
And
say,
yet they hate abortion.
sophisticated version of that argument, because usually it's just you're teaching sex to a child, and that's it.
But
It's
they
one
hate
step
abortion.
Beyond, I
And-
have a buzzword that describes your argument. Done. Sorry,
No, it's exactly true. Like
Oh
they
my
hate
God,
abortion,
you guys.
and yet they stop fucking talk about sex ed when if it's proven quite literally, if you talk about sex ed, if you provide contraception, if you provide safe sex, abortion goes way fucking down. Like way fucking down.
Way down. Yeah.
But they don't care about abortion going way down. They care about what God wants.
Yeah. I work with children every day, so no, I want A and B. And it's like, no, if you go outside, then you can't be inside. But I want to be inside and play outside. It's just, it's the same.
Yeah,
That's
I have
kind
a
of
9-year-old
not
daughter. I
possible.
know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's just how children are.
1, 2, 3, 5. No, actually, there's another number in there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm a big
1, 2, 3,
child too,
5.
so yeah.
But
I haven't gotten there with my daughter yet.
1, 2, 3, 5 or heroin.
Neither, actually.
But I will say this,
I'm glad at
catnip.
almost 6 months old, she's not just going straight for the heroin.
Catnip.
That's
I
just
do
because you're looking.
like seriously have to go to sleep. But like tomorrow, I'm off all day. I don't have to work. I'll be working YouTube videos. That's what I do. But like if you want to have a discussion in private about what's going on in your life, I have a severe personal knowledge of addiction and serious hardcore drugs. I don't know what's going on, but if you want to be very vague, if you want to be specific, I think that I could probably maybe give you some good advice, or at least be a good listening ear. And I'm always open for that. If you don't want to, I'll make my videos all day, but I just wanted to put that out for you.
I would
I'm
actually
going to jump in on one of those there, Naka. Just let me know which one you want me to jump in with.
Yeah, tomorrow, Neil, we're doing autism, but I'll probably have like an after show if you want to jump in.
Sure.
Yeah, I would love that.
No, it's
Jamie, you okay?
sorry. It was Puffaluffagus said, "No free clean needles, no slamming into H-Town for me. No way, no how." And then I read that, and then my mind focused back to the conversation just in time for you to say, "Yeah, tomorrow we're doing autism." And I was just, why?
I
Rejecting autism.
We're still alive. What's up,
Yeah,
everybody?
for a day.
We're getting
Wait, we have no
vaccination.
shots?
I was gonna say, this must be some new street drug. Yes, I'll
Yeah.
take one autism, and I don't know, just make it light on the spectrum.
Naka, before you take off, because I got to end this soon anyways, I've been replying to some fucking jackass who's now leaving comments on our interview telling me that I have a god because I'm a creature. I'm like, no, you fucking clown. There are no gods. Okay, those are inventions of humans.
They're creatures.
Yeah, like you have a very good chance, Neil, of getting some very NIFB comments from your
Fuck them. I'll put
shit
them down.
NIFB, all I can think about is Steven Anderson going, "I would break my fucking finger." It's like, break your fucking finger then.
Yeah,
I'll break
I have
I'll take all of them for you.
I have a personal
not sure
email
it's
from Steven Anderson that I might share with the world at some point.
Oh, you have to. What do you mean might?
What do you?
I have this honor thing about sharing like personal shit, and I'm not quite sure if it's actually Steven Anderson or somebody pretending to be.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, then,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
Don't say it.
But I've got something from supposedly Steven Anderson 1611 at gmail.com that threatened my daughter. So
What?
yeah. I'm number one enemy of the NIFB. You know,
I
I've
don't
spent
know.
the last year and a
Jimmy
half.
Snow might have something to say about that.
Well, he might, but he'd be wrong. I love Jimmy. I love Jimmy. I've covered the NIFB for a year and a half. I've gotten death threats against myself and my daughter. You know, it's it is a continuous thing that I deal with because the NIFB hate me.
You need to get a giant pumpkin too, like Holy Kool-Aid has.
Yeah, I would say Jimmy's like number 2.
Thomas Westbrook looked
number
adorable
2.
when he was like,
But you know, I'm a smaller channel, so they don't understand it. But like, I've literally been in the same room as Matt Powell twice, right?
And you didn't hit him?
Well, no, I hit him hard. I
Accidentally
have
elbow?
it unedited on my channel, but unfortunately, most people saw Matt Powell's edited shit. So I've spent like a year debunking that shit. I've got Ben the Baptist absolutely fucking hates me. I've got Steven Anderson absolutely hates me. Shelby hates me. Jimenez despises the fuck out of me. All of them.
I am so
absolutely
proud of
hate
you right now.
I mean,
Make
they're
them
all
like
hate
Getting
me.
Knock
into your
Can you just like you should just keep like a checklist on your wall with the
Should.
mood, and then like a number of frowny faces based on how mad at you they are.
Yeah,
I have a
exactly.
whole-
let
Yeah,
you know
that's
how
awesome.
good you're doing.
It's called Dancing with the Devil, and it's me just dancing with the NIFB because they're the fucking devil, man. I mean, if
They
there's
really
a
are.
devil in this world, it's fundamental fuckers like them.
Listen, don't offend the devil, okay? I mean, I don't believe in the devil, but it's like, hey, look at the
Yeah, like,
kill
that is insulting the devil. That's insulting.
6 years.
It's
Either way, it's not
So,
10 million.
I think there's some ambiguity about how many children what is it Lot had, but that's it. Or no, it's the servants. The number of servants can be whatever.
But it's not 10 million.
No,
The God
it's
of the
less than
Bible.
100.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, like, devil sounds nice. Sounds hot. It's fine.
I have met some very fine devil worshippers since I've started doing live streams. Very fine devil worshippers. They're great people. You know.
Yeah.
Fine.
I don't believe in Satan. It's just fun to, like, you know, fantasize, whatever.
But
He's
I've
made up
literally
too.
met people that believe in Satan, and they're pretty cool.
Hi, Orla.
I mean, they're better than.
Yes, we're still going.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Like I've literally like what's his man? I'm gonna be like he's gonna fucking hate me now. Shit.
More than he already does?
Like I did a whole stream with the dude, and I can't fucking remember his name. Yeah, I'm a terrible YouTuber. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I was gonna holler at you.
You're great. Don't say bad things about yourself. You're awesome.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I
You're
am
gonna inflate his head,
like,
Alex.
usually I'd remember Godless Galaxy. Holy shit! There we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
Godless Galaxy.
clown.
Yeah, that dude, he is a Satan worshiper, and he's young. I've had him on my channel, and I love that guy. He's pretty cool.
Oh, dude, he's a clown.
Godless Galaxy?
Yes.
Maybe we're thinking about different people.
Oh, you're right. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. I'm thinking of somebody else. Never mind.
Yeah, there's
Like,
so many
Naka, you didn't forget that information. It was just stuck in your mental filing cabinet, and the drawer was jammed. It's
That's right.
fine.
Well,
I
I
am-
can
I am
literally think of
completely
about
off.
100 different godless something or another that I would say are fucking douchebags. So.
Look at the hand of Josh.
No, you would probably like Godless Galaxy. For a 16-year-old kid and a Satan worshiper, he knows this shit.
I know who he is now. Yeah, you're right. I did have him confused with somebody else.
I was about to say, are those Alice foods? Alice should eat those foods.
What, Josh?
Eat the food.
Alice needs those foods.
Puff man.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say Burger King has vegan cheese. No, they don't. Okay.
No, Josh.
Okay.
I mean, no, I do.
but
Just really looking at the chat. Like my
something,
peoples are up in
something
here.
off topic I wanted to say, and it's like, whatever. It's weird. I really like your curtains. They're super cute and like
Thank you.
lacy. And can you just like touch them for me for a
I like
second?
your shield. I'm trying to place where it
Well,
comes from.
you
Like,
can't quite tell
I'm a
the
Wild fan,
height
so I'm like,
difference
that's a
between me and the
lion. It's not a
curtains. I'm
lion.
gonna have to stand up on this couch to be able to reach this
Oh, I
curtains.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to do that. Oh my god! Don't die. Be careful.
I'm not gonna die.
Die.
Look at that. I love the lacy.
Don't fall. You're 3 feet off the ground.
If I fall, I'm gonna land on this really soft couch, so it's okay.
Oh, that would suck.
Is
Yeah,
your
I don't know.
is your shield like Zelda?
It is, yeah.
It's
That's
Zelda.
There's a sword there too. Show him the sword. Show him the sword.
All right.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah. All right. That makes it complete. All right.
Look at that.
Even more if we pan even further, there's Darth Vader's lightsaber
That's
I
sweet.
know.
hanging up on our wall.
That I will one day steal. So you didn't hear that.
Wonder Blue.
Our
You know
lion.
what?
Like, no, that's
I'll
not.
buy you one and bring it to Faceless Forum if I get to go.
Ooh.
About that.
So to be clear, catnip, red lightsaber. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
would be Darth Vader's. If it were any other color, it might be someone else's.
From the episodes 1, 2, and 3, there's in Revenge of the Sith, it's the 2 blue lightsaber fight, and
Yeah.
Darth Vader. But it's the reason I ask that is you could consider it Darth Vader's lightsaber because every single instance of a lightsaber being drawn
I hate when it's
in
dead.
the entire Star Wars cinematic existence,
Whoa!
every single sound is unique and different, even with the same lightsaber.
That's
The
awesome.
first time it's drawn, the second time, etc. And there's patterns in it, and the way that they do the Sith
Until he
lightsaber
decides
sounds.
to change the sounds again.
No, don't change it. Don't. I will set something on fire. It'll be something I own in a container that allows things to burn, but I will burn something because I've promised the internet now, so I have to do it. That's how the internet works.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a part of the sound that they often add when a Sith lightsaber draws, which is the sound of angry bees in the background.
Yeah.
And the last time that he draws it, when he's about to fight Obi-Wan, it does that, and it's a big thing. My brother-in-law is super big into that.
I never noticed that. So now when I rewatch those movies, I'm gonna have to look for it.
There's
See,
a
I don't
YouTube,
trust
there's
any of the sound.
YouTube compilation of just all the lightsaber draws, and
Yeah.
they're the same. It's great.
Well,
Well,
this
I haven't seen enough Star
Yeah.
Wars, but the one thing that
my
I do
husband's
know
right
is
into
that
it.
fucker like changes the sounds of everything all the time, just randomly. Like now the creature screams, now it gurgles,
No.
now
So,
it's high pitched.
let me help you out here. Right?
Okay.
I don't have religion, but if I was gonna be fucking Star Wars, because at the age I realized, I thought about it and I realized, oh, I'm trying to be a Jedi and grow up that way because my childhood was defined by 4 VHS tapes. Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, and Disney's Mulan. And so I knew all
Disney's
Star Wars
Mulan.
that existed.
I love it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I was gonna say, no.
Yeah, I always wish my religion had been
Cool.
the Force.
The Jediism or whatever.
I like your lightsaber, catnip.
Huh?
I'm
I
totally
like your
jealous.
lightsaber.
Thank you. Well, it's not mine. It's my husband's, but
Oh, well, I like it.
it's actually made for battle. Like
Oh, it's one of the.
it's an ultra saber.
Oh, nice.
It's meant for competitive sword fighting.
Sorry. Like,
That's cool.
If it weren't super dead, it would stay on longer than it does, but it flashes for a second.
I'm
'Cause
scared.
it's got a soundboard in it. So when it's on and you hit it on stuff, it makes all of the lightsaber sounds.
Nice.
Fuck you, Russ. Russ just came in and go, what a bunch of nerds.
oh, I just went.
Oh, what's up, Russ?
Are you frustrated you're not as cool as us?
Yes.
Yeah, frustrated wishes he was on here talking about Star Wars. Don't lie, Russ.
What
Yeah,
is the
so what
history
I
of
was
getting
gonna say
you
was, no. The heresy that is George Lucas's super well-produced fan fiction doesn't really count as canon the way that other things are. I don't care what the fucking round-eared mouse says. It's not real.
However,
I agree.
Mandalorian is probably the closest we've gotten to that since Disney took over.
I haven't seen any of it.
Actually,
I'm so ashamed.
my sort of line, I've loosened because I've stopped caring about this because I'm adult now. But my line is episodes 1 through 3 over here in like a separate category from everything else. Obviously, all of the specialized editions don't mean anything.
Yeah.
Han shot first isn't a question or a statement. It's just a fact, like gravity.
It's just a theory, like evolution.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I hate that line.
If you say that.
Yeah, so's gravity. You want to test that one out?
I
Come with me to this 25-story building. We'll check this
They
one.
pray before you do.
Yeah, that's right.
I have a friend that I've known for fucking 12 years, almost 13, and he's a flat earther. And I'm just
Oh my
like,
God.
what? Like,
did you not learn that he believes
I've never known one in real life.
I know one.
I can call him and I'm sure he'll fucking talk
It's
to you about
amazing.
everything.
They look just like you and me.
They sound like
Yeah,
yeah.
I had talked to Christians for like months, and then they come on and they admit to being flat earthers, and I'm like, holy shit, why have I been arguing with you about stupid shit like Jesus?
Yeah, talk to me about the firmament.
Yeah.
Oh, the firmament, yeah. The one that has all the little holes in it, so when we get rain and shit.
Very not uncharacteristic.
Who are these
Someone named Frustrated Atheist. Who are these people?
That's right.
Jamie.
He knows who we fucking are. He's just screwed.
Frustrated Atheist was literally on like the first channel I ever went on that wasn't mine.
Frustrated Atheist was actually my very first interview when I started the channel.
He was one of the first people I had on a live stream.
I like it because it matches. Like I read it as a frustrated person. Like, who are these people? And it's cute.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He does it very well.
Super hoping that he was actually asking who we were, so I'd be like, yes. And what does this username represent? Who are you? But now I can't do that without being a dick. So.
Buffaluffagus, Heineken is crap. So I'd take Rolling Rock over Heineken any day.
Yeah, I'll take anything Bell, which is Michigan brewery, over anything.
I'm drinking a blonde ale right now, actually. But it's from my neck of the woods where they make real beer.
I worked for Bell's Brewery for quite a while.
Because I'm not doing.
Jamie, they want to know what kind of beer you're drinking.
Okay, well, fine. God, Alice changing my life or whatever. So, recently, Heineken.
What?
Yeah. Oh, but wait, there's more. With a new brand of non-alcoholic beer, and it just sort of tastes like a Heineken. It's great. Because I also got Texas.
What the hell's the point of that? It's like taking a rain. It's like taking a shower with a rain.
Getting fucking blitzed all the goddamn time.
Oh, that's okay.
Non-alcoholic beers like agnostic.
I know. It's like, look,
See,
I've been
they
told.
accepted you.
I
You
know.
were afraid of saying it was non-alcoholic.
No, I just want to.
Like, I just made a statement like Steve McRae is gonna like troll me forever, but like seriously, it's like agnosticism. Non-alcoholic beer?
No, because there's a difference. Because there's no difference. The alcoholic and non-alcoholic beer is substantial, and the difference between Steve McRae and not Steve McRae is semantic.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I'm sorry, Steve.
He knows what I meant, and we're having a grand old time.
Yeah,
Someone is asking who I am. I'm just a person that pops up at the ACA and hides my
You're
little
not
doll
a-
Malachi in some of the videos. So look for that.
So
I'm just his little sister.
So the panel's not up yet, but just wait. Wait and see. Will be lots of interdimensional aliens.
Interdimensional aliens coming for your butthole.
Exterminate!
Exterminate.
I'm a human. This is how humans act. Like, nah, fucker, that's just you.
Oh my god, my favorite are the clips of his stuff where it includes, because he does impressions of like, "Ooh, I'm a globalist," and there's one where he has the tinfoil on his head and he goes, "Nah,
I need to do that.
I'm in control now." He does that, and then it cuts away. It's like
That's fucking brilliant.
You're so cute.
I'm gonna watch it.
Turning the freaking frogs gay.
Huh?
It's turning the freaking frogs gay, man.
I'm tired of them putting chemicals in the water. They're turning the freaking frogs gay. I have to like really push. I have to push hard, turn my face red like he does, and he starts sweating like.
Cartman gets an anal probe. That's like the first episode of South Park, isn't it? Cartman gets an
Anal probe. Yeah. One of my favorite moments of, one of my favorite moments of being an atheist. My mind is getting caught up because I don't want to rank my favorite moments at conventions. But one really cool moment at a convention was I'd met up with these two people. We were hanging out in their hotel room in a platonic way. No homo except for me. And so I'd gone into the bathroom and I'd come back out. And I forget what it was that they had said. They said, like, it wasn't even the Alex Jones song. They said something like, and he's like, and he's angry, and they're making fun of Alex Jones, and it's like a whole thing, and they've done news stuff. And I went, I'm angry. I've had enough of these. And we got through like the first two lyrics of that song. That's fantastic.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a songifying. It's Alex Jones rants as a country, as a folk music song. So it's just like
I've heard
like
that.
guitar. I'm angry,
but not. You said country at first.
No, not country.
It's like, okay,
I've
good.
had enough
folk
of
music.
these people. They're a bunch of Christian murdering scum running giant death factories,
I
keeping
have
babies
seen
alive
that. I have
and
seen
selling their body parts. I'm just like, that's dumb.
You said country as a punk goth metalhead
It's
person.
not.
I was triggered.
I know. Look, I got away with playing garbage music. I'm not gonna play country. There are bins that are designed for you to put scrap metal in.
Wait, you have to let me show it.
And this has led a metalhead to take a picture that is I'm stalling for the time, to take a picture that demonstrates is it metalhead? Is that the is that the PC nomenclature? The metalhead inclined individuals to express their taste in music in the following way.
It says when you're in the car with your friend and they ask what kind of music they should put on, and it says metal only, please, no garbage. And I fucking love this. I'm like, oh my god, yes. Like, yes, metal, punk, goth, I'm cool with that. Old school hip hop, that's fine. I don't want to hear your country bullshit.
Alice, you should check out.
It's real.
I don't want to hear country, but I pretty much only want to hear like Joyner Lucas or
My Bad. Say My Bad.
I like Jelly Roll. I'm Doug Ghetto atheist.
I was waiting for everybody to shut up so I could shill Neil's band. They're actually fantastic.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I forgot about that. You told me about that.
You forgot about fucking get off my stream.
I know, like I'm so bad. So bad. I have no time to watch anything.
Can't actually get rid of them.
You don't have to watch it. You can just listen.
That's what the comment says. I just read it. It's not me. That's that person.
I will send you a message on Twitter, Alice. So you'll have to go into your Twitter.
Okay, fine. I'll get on Twitter.
At some point, and I'll send you a link to my music on SoundCloud.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm on Instagram, same name, Static Deathgasm. If you want to follow me there.
Would you want to here? Or something like that?
Maybe.
That's too many characters. Never mind.
Yeah.
You got enough characters in this fucking stream.
If I'd made it for earlier, was taken.
I dropped it in the StreamYard chat, and I'll drop it in the live.
Did you?
I did it just now.
Drop what?
The link to,
cool. There it is.
Hey, you've got a SoundCloud.
I do.
Neil does have a SoundCloud. Neil's best.
It should make a SoundCloud and just scream.
I sent Catnip all my music for free.
Why?
Why not? But why not?
But why?
Why can't I make a SoundCloud and just yell?
It would be like,
Why?
I'm gonna wait until February. The day before Valentine's Day, fly to Paris, go up the Eiffel Tower on Valentine's Day, and then just chuck a Big Mac off the side.
Why?
Why not?
It sounds as productive as my love life.
No, it sounds maybe slightly better than mine because that would be one less.
Oh, but you're vegan now.
Yeah, but that's still it still tastes like meat. It really does, though. Actually, the Impossible Burger is great.
It just tastes like another fast food burger.
Yeah, I'll say that. I'll say it again, and there's zero chance that they'll sponsor me. So.
I have made a promise that I will try it because everybody tells me that I won't tell the difference.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Okay, so you can. How much of a meatitarian are you? How much do you appreciate?
I consider meat to be a dessert.
Ouch.
I don't eat cake. I eat steak for dessert. So
I like
bacon wrap steak.
What's wrong with cake?
Nothing. Would you look? No innocent cakes were harmed in the making of this question.
yeah, I haven't harmed a cake yet. I promise you.
I've harmed it by ripping out a chunk. No. The mistreatment of cakes in America has increased. Now, parents will buy a separate smash cake for their child just for them to massacre it.
Gore.
Innocently. No sedatives were used to ease the cake's gruesome demise.
I forgot. Like my daughter's first birthday, we harmed a cake. We harmed that cake. Yeah, she harmed that cake. I didn't do it.
We're gonna be harming a cake too.
As I said earlier, sex and food are great, and I'm told you can do them together. So you harm that cake.
Oh, it's best when you do it together. I mean, come on.
That's like punk rock woman-owned vegan bakery. It's called Zucchini Kill, which is a play on the punk band Bikini Kill. Fucking amazing. I
love punk rock.
Fucking cupcakes ever. They have like goji berry lemon lavender.
Have you seen SLC Punk?
Wait, hold on.
What?
Yeah.
Goji berry lemon lavender. Jamie, I almost called you Josh.
Have you seen SLC Punk? This is the punk rock question of the generation.
So sad.
I know. Like I cried. I fucking cried. SLC Punk. Oh.
Wait, I'm still trying to remember.
What you were gonna say about Impossible Burgers?
No, stop. Herpaginosyphilis.
Chlamydia herpaginosyphilis.
Chlamydia herpaginosyphilis. I always forget that.
Wow, that sounds like a really, really cool STD.
Yeah, whenever I want to share things with people, I'm like, here, don't worry, I don't have any chlamydia herpaginosyphilis. It's fine. Here.
I think that would be a good introduction.
I was told in freshman year of college, hanging out in the dorm. This is before I knew it was one of them homos as
gay.
Not Steve Anderson, the other one.
Tommy McMurtry.
McMurtry would say.
McMurtry, yeah.
McMurtry, yeah.
He talked about how Matt Powell made me cry. I had to debunk that shit.
Matt Powell made you cry?
It's a lie. Like the first time Matt Powell was
clearly.
Like, Matt Powell used a time when I was crying, but I was crying over my daughter. He used that shit. And then the second time he used a time when I was literally laughing. Tommy McMurtry said it, and then Mr. Atheist talked about it on his video, and I had to message Mr. Atheist. Yeah, I'm the atheist that they made cry. Let me tell you the truth about it.
We're gonna be looking down. No, we're not.
Now you guys look totally different now. It's totally weird. I'm out. I'm just kidding.
I have 2 pinched nerves in my spine, and I've been sitting for too long, and so it's starting to I'm starting to get more shocks than usual.
Oh well, that's
stand up.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It's time to stand up next to you and defend us. Because we're gonna kill the other people first.
Alice is gonna kill you in your sleep.
I can honestly say that the first time that I thought I'd be talking to Jamie Boone, I would not have been talking to him for 4 hours and 40 minutes. This is fucking awesome. I feel like fucking top of the world, man.
Nokasuchi, when you're talking to a famous person.
Yeah, I know. You have to
Jamie
refer to
may
him
be
by his full
famous,
name, right? Like you have to
but,
say Jamie Boone.
but he's fucking family.
Right, and he's a pretty good dude. Like I've been a fan.
Oh yeah.
He's heckin' rad, dude.
Yeah, we were nearly inseparable when I was down in Texas.
That's true. Yes. The times when I was sober and when I was drunk. So it was great.
Yeah,
I mean,
you didn't kick me aside when he got sober. Went, oh, geez.
If you look in the dictionary, there's like a good definition of atheism. That's Jamie Boone, and then there's a bad definition of atheism, and that's my smiling face. So, like we're two opposite ends of the same spectrum.
No, the bad definition of atheism is Trump, and that it's just he has no concept.
God, you had to remind me that he's one of us, didn't you?
I mean, he's not one of us.
One of us.
Well, like no, he's literally an atheist that pretends to be a Christian.
Cheeto Mussolini with our movement.
How the fuck you think he got all the votes?
Like he's one of those stupid atheists, right? Like he was like one of those stupid atheists that bought into Pizzagate and shit like that.
Yeah, Jamie Boone. Fun fact.
Jamie is the first gay.
The first gay lumberjack.
I'd say maybe the first out gay, but I'm saying we've got a lot of
Russ,
burly men hanging out. Oh, I guess I'll just cut down this tree without my shirt on. Bow.
Wait, what is this? Someone said it'd be so much better if someone filled that with fake blood. Filled what? What needs to be filled with fake blood, and how can I do it? Oh, this?
What's wrong with the real blood? It's already full.
The real blood.
Yeah. What do you mean? Fake blood?
You missed it. It's the what did you say it was?
What did I say? What was?
It's the blood of. We didn't say
the
children,
blood of
but it should
bigots.
be. The blood of bigots.
The
There
blood
it
of
is. That's better.
bigots.
I'm totally down with that.
Alex Jones rage spit or something.
I don't want to drink anything mixed. I'm gonna fucking puke. I don't want to drink anything mixed.
Talking about blood.
Yes, but I don't want to drink anything that even like has a hint of Alex Jones DNA. I'm gonna gag. I'm gonna throw up on you.
Wait. It is the blood of bigots mixed with the tears of Alex Jones.
Tears, but that would still. It would still. No, thanks.
Oh my God, you'd be the type of person we would be
I don't
in the
wanna be-
graveyard all night. We would find the right grave and you'd be like, actually, I'm tired. I don't want to dance on it. It's like, God, why did we travel all this way?
I would probably totally drink the tears of Alex Jones.
Okay,
I
you
would
do that. I'll drink the blood of bigots. I don't want to have anything to do with any Alex Jones bodily fluids. No thanks. That's fucking.
I mean,
I was worried that someone was going to give me shit for drinking non-alcoholic beer. So,
well, that would be me.
I kind of did.
You're better than this, Jamie. You are better than this.
One, bring it on. I'm invincible. But two, I've been told like, oh no, do the 1 in 1. We have like an alcoholic drink and then water. And sure, sometimes I'll do that, but sometimes I want my other one to also taste like beer.
I mean, I kind of tend to
non-alcoholic beer.
Yes, that I've done.
And there's nothing wrong with drinking non-alcoholic beer, and it doesn't make you less of a man. Because that has nothing to do with manliness.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't do a lot of drinking in my.
And if you have to say it, maybe you shouldn't.
Drink beer? What?
I would be more of an advocate for drinking beer.
I would never hate on somebody that makes better decisions than me on a daily basis.
Right?
Good decision. See? Support from Fran.
Yeah.
One of the things I realized is that for a while I just thought, oh, I really like drinking a lot of alcohol and being drunk, and I don't.
I fucking hate it.
I don't like not consuming drinks, and so the amount of alcohol in them
Water is
just a different.
As much as I talk shit, I'm probably going to be drinking like non-alcoholic beer fairly soon because I like to drink, but I don't like waking up the next morning.
Yeah, see, I do it at such a pace where I don't get that happening
I
anymore.
love non-alcoholic beer. Look at that.
Okay, Joris Magnus, what types do you drink? Because basically, the O'Doul's green. I don't know if you've had the red,
it's terrible
lagery one. Yeah, it was amongst beers, sure, but it doesn't taste like other beer. It's like there's something missing from it.
Mm-hmm.
No,
beer. It's missing beer.
It's missing beer. do make you less of a man, though.
Buffalo.
Wait, what are you doing with the Trump steaks that makes?
Yeah, no kidding. Burn that shit up.
I mean, anything involving Trump, let's not support him, right?
I was gonna say, I feel like they
Not
should
buy
just
any
be
of this
lobbed at the motorcade in protest. I mean,
Yeah.
don't do that, you'll get shot. But
Oh, look, different stuff.
St. Paul.
Yeah.
I've seen that one. I can't remember. It might have been one that I didn't like.
I'm fairly certain Trump buys his steaks from Walmart.
What?
I'm fairly certain of it. I mean, it's just
I
like
don't doubt it.
he goes to Walmart, he buys some steaks, and then he puts the Trump name on it.
Yeah, probably.
Of course he does.
I thought that Trump steakness went bankrupt already.
Everything he's done has went bankrupt.
Almost.
Yeah, except for the presidency, because you literally can't go bankrupt.
Oh, give him another 4 years.
I think you can get.
No, let's not. Let's not.
I was gonna say.
Let's not say we did.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say. You
let's
realize
not
you're
say we didn't.
stuck here and can't leave, right?
Unfortunately, I think that America is very bigoted, and I honestly,
I contest this claim. Provide evidence.
I could be biased.
Literally anywhere.
Unless the Democrats get smart and nominate Bernie Sanders.
No, he's a weaker candidate than people talk about.
I know, I hear that all the time. I think he's actually a much stronger candidate than people talk about, but that's my opinion.
So it's
With all bias, I have to say I work for Bernie Sanders campaign. So.
Oh, no, that's fine.
All right, guys, I got to go to bed.
Okay.
I was
We have
about
kept Neil up super late.
He
What are we
went
gonna do?
during the Cold War. He took his honeymoon in Russia and the Soviet Union. That doesn't sell as well with people in flyover states or like West.
It doesn't, but
that.
at the same time, it's kind of what corporate Democrats say to destroy a man trying to destroy the corporate democracy we live in.
To be quite honest, if the Democratic Party nominated Amy Klobuchar, I think America would do really well because no one would be happy. And one would
God, I'm about to
for her. And we would
swallow.
all agree, compromise candidate, no one cares. No one knows what her policies are. She's just a nice lady. And
She's like grandma.
for president. We've got our first woman president, is nice. The
My
racist
dad is
people get to go, oh, look, she's white, we won. And then we're like, just
My
chill
dad
out.
is seriously like a conservative Christian Trump supporter, and he straight up told me had Bernie Sanders won over Hillary Clinton, he would have voted for Bernie Sanders.
That I believe, actually, because there's people that I know that are lefties, and I mean, I don't mean lefties in the best way. I mean left-leaning politically. Never let the oppression be erased from lefties, by the way. That's a whole thing. We don't have time for it now. They were like, well, they took Bernie. I mean, I guess Trump's not that bad because he talked all this shit about international trade and you're getting screwed, and people liked that.
Trump stole a lot of shit from Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. And Hillary didn't do it as well. So.
Yeah, Hillary didn't come to Michigan. That's what lost her the election. If she would have came to Michigan, she'd have fucking won it.
Yeah.
Mm.
10,000 votes. If Cambridge Analytica hadn't had as sophisticated targeting with its literally lies targeting like, oh, this voter will believe this to be motivated, and I can put this on Facebook so that only they see it.
This is the common misconception of Bernie supporters because, like, I totally defend Hillary Clinton all the goddamn time, all the fucking time. Oh God, I wish people would just recognize that shit. Right, but I know we got to end, Neil. I know you got to go to bed. 4 o'clock in the morning comes early for you. I should have been asleep like an hour and a half ago. So yeah, we're all fucked.
Okay, it's been a lot of fun, man. It's been a lot of fun.
Look, Alice is taller than me.
Oh my God. Okay, quick question before everybody leaves. Anyone ever had like their eyebrow pierced? Like, because it fucking hurts a lot, and it's been, how long has it been? Friday, Thursday, and I'm like,
it's a new pierce.
I'm like, how long is it supposed to hurt? Because it still
Alice,
fucking hurts.
You adjust your hair all the time and you sleep on your face.
I do sleep on my face.
Yeah, you're sleeping on it.
Yay, common
Kind
sense.
of an odd thing. I
Oh,
sleep
that's
on
right, it doesn't
I would say as long as it's
look
not infected, you're
pretty okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look it. It's like it's a little swollen because this is a longer bar because of the swelling he put this in.
Right.
But I'm just like, it are ouch. It are much ouch. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Get another
obviously,
week, you'll be fine.
I had a fucking needle stabbed through my face. Of course, it's gonna hurt, right? Like,
That doesn't hurt.
Sorry, I saw.
I get needles stabbed in me all the time.
But not in the face, Neil. I don't think they're drawing blood from your face.
No, that's true.
Neil, I'm gonna go ahead and let you have whatever you want thrown in your face. Your kink is not my kink, but your kink is okay. In the comments, Orla Seraph, you drank half a bottle of Bacardi in the space of 2 hours, totally fine, straight from the bottle, or did you, like many a sophisticated person, have a mixed drink because you taste buds? I don't know why I care.
Yeah, man, that's
mind.
brutal. That's brutal.
Because they're claiming I'm never having a hangover.
Hashtag Jamie Boone fun fact. Jamie once went to a country music festival. Worst 5 seconds of his life.
Jamie Boone fun fact. My first concert was the Beach Boys.
Hey.
That's a good first concert. My first concert was 9 Inch Nails.
One old guy and a bunch of young kids on stage.
That was like me when I went to go see 80s hair metal band Slaughter. Like
Slaughter, fuck yeah.
Yeah. I was like,
No, not fuck yeah.
I thought I was
dude.
I
listen to Slaughter.
No. When Slaughter was around, I was listening to much different stuff than Slaughter.
Black Sabbath.
Yes, of course.
I love Mr. Black Sabbath too, but man,
Led Zeppelin.
Slaughter. I also like Cinderella. I'm on a wide spectrum.
Long Cold Winter was a great album.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
But I was into like Faster Pussycat, a lot of the weirder LA Guns, stuff like that. Right?
See, I was into the Ramones and the Grateful Dead.
Ramones are great.
Oh yeah,
I was a big Doors guy. Even though that was kind of before my time, I love the Doors. Still love the Doors. I fucking still love the Doors.
AC/DC, of course, everyone. Yeah, but AC/DC when Bon Scott was the singer, not Brian Johnson.
Yeah, Bon Scott. Yep.
I'm trying to get Jamie into more punk music. It's working. He's listening to Rancid right now. He's had my CD.
Rancid's okay. Kind of,
but it's a good starter.
It is.
No, Fugazi, Seaweed. I can name a bunch of those bands.
The problem that you're going to bump into is that for me, music is a really, really, really quick, easy, and useful shortcut for me to affect moods and process feelings. And I have kind of started and tried to continue building like a repertoire of things that work. So I've now found
Listen to what you like, Jamie.
Or whatever. I don't know how they pronounce the name. Once had a party. It got shut down for being too fabulous. It's a gift and a...
Oh, that's cute.
Isn't it, though?
I totally agree with what you just said, Jamie. Like for me, music, like it affects feelings and emotions. And I have this I have this list that if I need to listen to music, I actually listen to it from this one list beginning to end because I've developed it to affect my moods no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, punk music is my happy music. Like, I wanted to read this thing from thehardtimes.net. It says, Dropkick Murphy's cruise just stays docked in Boston Harbor the whole time. Oh, when we started planning, everyone was asking, where's the cruise going to go? And I says, what the fuck do you mean go? Why the fuck would we go anywhere? We're already in Boston fucking Massachusetts, greatest fucking city in the world.
Ship it up to Boston.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you a crazy thing right now. Like punk music led me to rap music, and it's because of this. It's because of the poetry of both of them.
Yeah.
And once you start to appreciate the actual lyrics of what you're listening to, then there's a very good similarities between the two. Punk music led my rebellion against everything, and it's probably what led me to be a raging whatever the fuck I am, because punk it's about freedom. That's what punk is. It's I'm gonna rebel against everything, and I love that shit.
Yeah, like I think you'd like a band called Cop Out.
I've heard of Cop Out. Yeah,
I've seen them live. Fucking great, man. That and Leftover Crack was really good.
The McCrackens, Dayglow Abortions.
To reheat it. No, so interesting thing. Listening to the soundtrack from Frozen, which is great. I say the soundtrack for Frozen. Listening to Let It Go led me to French rap.
I have a young daughter. My nightmares are like Frozen music. So.
Wait, but do you love the French language?
I actually love the Frozen songs. I'm not gonna lie.
Let It Go in French sounds better.
Really, I do love the French language.
So also, it helps with my feeling things. That film came out when I was in college, just having discovered that I'm gay, and the entire premise and conceit of the film is an excellent metaphor for being in the closet, because you conceal, don't feel your feelings, all of this. And everyone's gay in Disney now. It's great.
I actually really love that movie. I've watched it a million times with my daughter, and I never tired of it. Like she's like, Dad, I don't want to watch it again. I'm like, we're probably gonna watch it again. So,
like, oh no, it's playing automatically because we're stuck.
Yeah, I can't stop it. I can't stop it.
I see. I love like Disney.
But Anna's my favorite.
Like, I got like fucking 10 minutes and went nope and click.
Oh, dude, I fell in love. I'm a sap, right? Like I love old romantic. I've read almost every single Danielle Steele book ever since.
Oh, she has like over 130.
I know. I've read them all.
40
Sidney Shelton, all of them. Like I'm a sap. Like I'm an old school romantic. The best Walt Disney movies to me are those.
Move on.
Those Disney movies that really touched the soul, right? Like Frozen, but not only Frozen, but like Free Willy. I remember Free Willy from when I was a kid. That shit,
fucking Free Willy. Oh no, no.
You know,
I remember thinking, why would
never seen that fucking movie either?
And where was it going? Why did they release it on that side of the final scene where it's like, oh, Free Willy, he's free, and he's
yeah.
I was like,
you look back at it now as an environmentalist, you're like, this shit's fucked up. You know?
They were trying to. They were trying to.
They were trying.
Is what I thought.
And it probably what led me into my environmentalist. You know, like I love that movie.
Well, anyway,
and I didn't really like killer whales because they're killer.
Russ apparently missed a very large part of this conversation.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. Not a good fun fact, Russ.
Well, and not to mention that kind of Walt Disney is that capitalist domination force.
Disney gets a shit rap, and I gave them a shit rap.
I know. There's like
not copyright when the like hands on it. It's copy wrong. You want to know why our fucking copyright laws got extended? The number of years after the author's death, you literally cannot profit, like in a real sense.
Yeah.
When you're dead. So why are your rights still being protected? It's so that the Walt Disney Corporation can retain the rights to the original, whatever it is, Steamboat, Mickey Mouse thing. Also, they don't really want a bunch of the stuff that's in the vault that they will never use to come out, because a lot of it's got like weird racist shit in it, right?
Yeah, really racist, homophobic.
Wind in the Willows, all right? They've already got the scarecrows in Jungle Book to deal with. They don't need, oh, I thought that this lump of tar was a human, because that's what black people look like to me, in one of their films, Out and About, when everyone hates them. However, they have consistently and repeatedly, through generations, produced massive amounts of incredibly moving and entertaining cinema.
Really good movies. Really good movies.
Really good movies. And there's going to be another Disneyland in China. So.
Yeah, and they totally own Marvel now. So it's like, if you want to watch Marvel.
I mean, make no mistake, love it or hate it, you can't stop Disney.
Yeah, but there are literal conspiracy theories like Disney might own the world very soon.
No. A joint alliance between Disney and Coca-Cola, surely.
Gosh, I know. I gotta go to
Coca-Cola will declare ownership of all water.
Well, you say Coca-Cola, but you mean Hershey's. I live in Michigan. Hershey's actually owns Lake Michigan, so you know.
Sorry, I did not know that fact.
They get free water while Flint dies. So.
Well, they have a chocolate bar. Get over your poison.
Yeah. Eat a chocolate bar. Get over that shit.
Yeah,
Flint.
there's clean water in the chocolate.
and our new Democratic governor Gretchen, she prolonged it. So yeah, fuck her too.
All right, I got to call this one over. Guys.
Yeah,
the
longest after party ever. I feel blessed. Jamie Boone, thank you for coming. I'm gonna continue to call you Jamie Boone forever.
Yeah,
that's his name, so it's okay.
You're not the first person to say that. There were people that I hung out with when I was doing theater in high school, but was clueless, so I didn't know I was gay. But I was hanging out doing theater in high school, and they were like, "No, you can't just say Jamie. It's like Jamie Boone." It's
the whole package.
I knew that was coming.
I mean, I had to use my Native American name because my real name sucks. So,
what is your sorry?
No, it's out there. Matt Powell quite doxed me. My real name is Ronnie.
Okay, what is your Native American name?
Nokasuchi.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just didn't want to go.
Nokasuchi is like people have literally asked me like, you stole that from anime, right? And I'm like, nope.
I assumed that it was Japanese because of the female.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
I don't watch a tremendous amount of anime or any of it to a significant portion. It's too much of a commitment, and I'm working on myself right now.
Yeah, people come at me with that.
I don't want a relationship with an anime.
Like my extent of anime is Titan IE,
platonic,
and that's like totally American shit.
That's not anime.
Yeah, it's not anime. Yeah, that's my extent of anime, Neil.
It's not anime though. It's an American. It's a cartoon.
I love that.
Whoa! Don't. Nationality is not a necessary component of something being a specific art style.
He's totally right. It's not anime.
It's not anime.
It's a cartoon, but I always saw it as anime.
You're right though, Jamie, because they have Rooster Teeth, which produces Ruby.
Yeah,
which is technically anime.
If X is still in the chat,
I've heard of that one. Okay,
yes, there you go.
If X from Utah Outcast is still in the chat, he hates me forever now.
No, he's not in the chat anymore.
I'm good.
Although he probably would jump in if he was.
Yeah, he would have had he not been at work because X loves conversation.
Oh yeah, but I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
A long time.
All right, everybody. Naka, once again, man.
Is it cutting the live or is it cutting everything?
It just cuts the live, and then we all have to leave the studio as we please. But we can stay in after.
You can stay in after I go, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. It still exists even if Neil's not here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we don't need you.
Nobody needs me.
Independent atheists.
It's not a need thing. It's a want thing, Jamie.
Nice talking to you. Thank you for having me on. You're super cool.
Oh, Alice, you're awesome. You're beautiful, and don't let anyone tell you anything otherwise.
Yeah, fight them. I mean, don't. Okay. You've got to pinch Nervin.
All right. Anyway,
thing I can't pronounce. So.
All right, I'm gonna fucking mute you in a second.
I have tried.
I know. All right, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's been a long one, but it's been a good one. We've talked about some really important issues. I hope you guys will share this out if you liked it and smash that like button. Naka, brother, thank you so much for being my guest today.
Oh yeah,
Jamie, thanks for jumping in. When you sent me that message, going, "Hey, when the fuck are you gonna have me in another?" And I was like, "Oh, we got one going tonight. Get in here." And it was a pleasure meeting you, Alice, and Catnip. It's always a pleasure having you jump in these things.
I'm looking forward to our mystical adventure in February.
Indeed, it'll be fun. All right, and everyone, like I always say at the end of these wonderful escapades, like the late great Christopher Hitchens once said, it's called faith because it's not knowledge. And we'll see you guys next time.